The sun rose over the village. Anticipation was in the air, in fact, it seemed palpable. All anyone could talk about was the exams. Bets had been placed, and were still being placed. The Uchiha, Gaara and the Kyuubi container were at the top of the list for the bets. Especially after watching the preliminaries that had been taped for this purpose. The excitement increased when the Cage's caravan arrived, bringing with it half a dozen Jonin from the Sand Village as well as the puppet user Konkuro who had lost to the Uzumaki. The stadium the exams were being held in was slowly filling up early. The Sandaime watched everything from the top of the Hokage Tower. He watched as the Cage's caravan was paraded towards the stadium. He exhaled a stream of smoke as sensed his student behind him. "Hello again Jiraiya-kun," the Sandaime sighed. "I take it you don't seem excited for the exams?" Jiraiya asked, a smirk on his face. The elder Kage glanced at the man. "With the possibility of a war looming over us, I can easily tell you I am not." Jiraiya huffed at this. "But Naruto is participating, and I can assure you it's going to be a spectacle." The Sandaime smirked at this. "Anything involving that boy is a spectacle. You weren't here to witness a good majority of his pranks during his academy years." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at this. "Pranks what did he do?" Hiruzen turned and looked at the Hokage monument. "Let's just say that he made some additions to the village a few times." Jiraiya looked at the monument and back to his sensei. "Oh my god, you're kidding. Ha 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 ha." Jiraiya laughed heartily at this, imagining what the monument had looked like when the blonde had been finished. "Of course that was simply one instance," the Hokage said, puffing on his pipe. Jiraiya shook his head, still laughing lightly. They continued to stare up at the monument before the Hokage spoke. "So, how is Naruto going to make this a spectacle?" Jiraiya grinned. "That is for me to know, and you to find out." Hiruzen Sarutobi was not amused. Ino walked to the stadium beside her father, feeling nerves set in. The Hokage had mentioned that they would be fighting in front of the public, but she hadn't expected so many to turn up for the fights. Inoichi noticed his daughter's shift in attitude as they progressed through the streets. "It'll be fine, sweetie, just focus on defeating your opponent." Ino nodded, trying to not vomit at the moment as his stomach churned at the thought of all those people watching her and judging her. As they entered the stadium, they were approached by two Jonin, Hayate, and another that introduced himself as Genma. He seemed to be chewing on a Senbon for some reason. They guided her away from the crowd and into the middle of the Colosseum where a few of the competitors were waiting. She stood beside Shikamaru who was there as well as Choji. They both smiled to her, but otherwise stayed quiet, which Ino appreciated. She glanced down the line and saw that Rock Lee, Gaara, and Neji were also in attendance. Shino, Temari, Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto were all missing so far. Ino looked up at the cage box and saw that the cage was seated beside the Hokage. The two men seemed to be conversing. She swallowed the lump she felt in her throat. She didn't realize just how daunting this was going to be. She heard some more people approaching and saw Shino and Hinata being led towards the group of genin. Hinata seemed nervous as well, poking her index fingers together. Even if she does seem timid, I'm sure her father trained her to ensure she had a fighting chance. Plus she did kick ass during the preliminaries. Ino felt her mood plummet as her chances of victory seemed bleaker. Iruka looked out the window of the classroom he was currently teaching. "I hope you do well, Naruto, you've come such a long way." Konohamaru grinned. "Hey sensei." Iruka looked over at the young boy. He was very similar to Naruto in his academy days. "What is it, Konohamaru?" The boy stood up as he was addressed. "I was wondering, could we watch the Chunin exams? It would be a great experience for us to see what they are like for when we graduate and what kind of shinobi we could face in the exams when it's our time." Iruka stared at the boy, surprised at how much of a point he had. Konohamaru had of course been practicing this speech for the past month when he had overheard some Chunin talking about the fight between Naruto and Temari. He wanted to support his rival in his efforts to become a Chunin. A few of the students in the class also voiced their opinion on watching the exams. "Well, they are televised," Iruka mumbled, rubbing the back of his head. Konohamaru grinned. This was in the bag. Sakura sat in her bed at the hospital, sad that she could not support her teammates or her friend at the stadium. However, the nurses had helped set up a TV in her room so that she could cheer them on from the comfort of the bed. Sighing, she watched as the screen was filled with only static. They would not start broadcasting until all of the participants had arrived. She glanced out the window, wondering about her teammates. They had not bothered with visiting her since she had arrived, however Ino had come by every other day as she was busy with her training. I hope they're strong enough to finish, she thought sadly. She thought of Naruto's goofy smile, and Sasuke's grin. Surely they had just been training so much that they had no time to visit, however she still came to the conclusion that neither of them cared enough to visit her. Suddenly, the TV's static disappeared and was replaced with a view of the stadium crowd. She shifted slightly and glued her eyes to the screen. Naruto, Sasuke, how far have you come? She whispered to nothing. Everyone kept glancing at the young Uzumaki and Sasuke, who had arrived both in a shunshin at opposite ends of the Genin row. Sasuke's outfit had changed and was now a black outfit, shorts, short sleeves, and the Uchiha crest on the back. Belts and wrappings surrounded his arm and his hair was much longer. He seemed to also stand a bit taller and had an air of confidence about him that he had always had. Then there was Naruto. He wore black pants and a mesh shirt. What was the big change was the brown leather jacket he was sporting with an orange stripe down the left sleeve. On his legs were two kunai holsters. Ino blushed as she checked out the two boys. Oh god, they're both hot, Ino thought to herself. Naruto stood listening to the proctors explain the rules of the exams, which were basically the same as the preliminaries. Naruto shifted his weight and glanced at his opponent, who was giving him a death glare. This Tamari chick seems pretty pissed at me. Wonder if that puppet guy was her boyfriend or something, he wondered. Now then, for the first match, Choji Akamichi vs Rock Lee. Genma announced. Naruto was confused as they were ushered up into the stadium. They changed the order of the matches. They walked into a large hallway and were escorted up to the stands where a few of their friends were waiting as well as their senseis. Kakashi nodded to Naruto and Sasuke, who went and stood next to him. You seem stronger, Naruto, Kakashi commented. Naruto grinned. You have no idea, Sasuke chuckled. Naruto, be sure to win your matches, I want to fight you in the end. Naruto nodded. Try to save as much energy as you can, Sasuke, cause it's not going to be like it was before. Naruto's hand balled into a fist, eager for the coming fights. Kakashi was eyeing the boy with interest. Something about him does seem different, but I can't place my finger on it. He's not bluffing though, he's much stronger. What did Jiraiya do to you? I'm sure you could defeat Sasuke at this point, and I put him through hell. Ino sat beside her father, who gave her a quick hug. Don't worry about it, Ino, just do the best you can. It's as they explained earlier, even if you lose your match, if you impress them, you can become a Chunin. Ino nodded and glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were both talking to each other, smiles on their faces. They seemed so certain of themselves. They must have gone through some intense training, Ino thought to herself glumly. Inoichi saw who she was staring at and sighed. Ino, you cannot compare yourself to those two. They have been training for months for this, it is only natural that they are the way they are. Ino nodded, not feeling any better. Then Naruto glanced at her and their eyes met. She looked away quickly, blushing. He looked really good in the dark colors. So what's up with Ino? Sasuke asked, grinning. Naruto chuckled. Nothing, just hung out once, got her to pull her head out of her ass. Sasuke shook his head, happened to tell her not to grab onto me anymore. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, I did. Hopefully she trusts that I'm right. Kakashi chuckled. They truly don't know how women work. Rock Lee struck his taijutsu pose as Choji began yelling at the top of his lungs. Barbecue. Lee had to suddenly jump out of the way as Choji had used his expansion jutsu and human boulder technique in quick succession. Rock Lee spun around and jumped over another strike. Unfortunately for you, Choji-san, I cannot be bested by this one tactic. Lee declared. He charged forward and began to strike at the spinning boy when Choji suddenly stopped. Lee's arm seemed to be swallowed by the enlarged boy's gut and bounced back out. Choji grunted as he suddenly shrunk back down to size and promptly vomited in front of Lee. Without missing a beat, Lee spun around and struck the boy in the face with his heel, sending the pleasingly plump boy bouncing into a wall and into blissful unconsciousness. The crowd began booing as Genma walked onto the field, announcing that Lee was the winner. Asuma Sarutobi choked on the smoke from his cigarette when Choji was knocked out so effectively. I thought that his training would have made him more of a match. Well, you did try your best against Lee, so I'll still treat you to barbecue. He glanced at Shikamaru, who seemed uninterested in what was happening. Try not to be too upset about Choji being beaten, Asuma said with a grin on his face. Shikamaru grunted. I knew that he wasn't going to be much of a match for Lee. I'm just glad he didn't have to fight that Gaara kid, or even that Temari. She looks like she's ready to kill Naruto. Asuma glanced over at the two Sangenin and frowned. She definitely was glaring at the blonde boy, and given how her teammate had nearly killed Naruto's teammate, he was betting their fight was going to be an ugly one. Genma walked out onto the field. Next up, Ino Yamanaka vs Hinata Hyuga. Naruto leaned forward at this. This fight should be interesting. Sasuke nearly laughed at this. I doubt that. Naruto shook his head. There was something about both of the girls that he couldn't explain. Hinata had always been shy in the academy, but was always nice to the blonde, even if she could barely speak around him. He still found that fact odd, but he wasn't one to judge. Plus, she was a Hyuga, and he'd read about their taijutsu and how it was all based on sealing a person's tenketsu. Then there was Ino Yamanaka, the loudest and rudest person in the academy aside from himself. But after their last talk, he was hoping she was going to start showing some potential to become an actual shinobi. Plus, she was fairly cute. Naruto shook his head, embarrassed that he thought that about Ino of all people. Ino and Hinata both reached the middle of the stadium, and Naruto had to suppress a laugh when Ino's eyes darted around nervously. She's just like Hinata. Naruto chuckled at this thought. Puffing up his chest, he quickly yelled at the top of his voice, "Go for it, you two. Do your best." Sasuke looked at him, annoyed at the fact that his eardrum was nearly ruptured. Hinata seemed to straighten up at this, as did Ino. Inoichi noticed this and glanced up at the blonde boy. Interesting, just like his parents, he thought. Naruto leaned forward, wanting to see the fight before him. "Begin," Genma said as he jumped away. Hinata struck her taijutsu pose, her Byakugan activating. Naruto smiled at this. So this is the Hyuga's taijutsu? Ino withdrew a kunai and hurled it at the girl, who merely caught it in midair. Ino was surprised at how quickly the Hyuga had reacted. The girl shot forward at the blonde and aimed for her shoulder. Ino managed to jump out of the way, throwing a volley of shuriken. Hinata rolled out of the way and jumped to her feet. Twirling in the air, Ino went through the hand seals. Sweeten. Teppadama. Ino spat out a water bullet at Hinata. Grinning, she was sure that she had gotten the Hyuga with this technique, when she noticed the girl began to spin. Suddenly, a dome of chakra was rotating around Hinata, and the water jutsu hit and quickly dispersed. Ino landed and withdrew a kunai. What the hell was that? Hinata stopped the technique and was facing the blonde. I am sorry, Ino, but I have to win, Hinata stuttered, looking sincerely apologetic. Kakashi was surprised at the small girl's technique. Hiyashi must have really pushed her to learn that technique. Last I heard, she wasn't much stronger than Yamanaka. Naruto grinned. Like I said, pretty interesting fight. Sasuke nodded. I wonder if my opponent will use the same technique. He narrowed his eyes, hoping to find out more about the technique. Ino ran through the signs for her family technique while Hinata charged forward. Need to do this quickly. She landed on the last seal just as Hinata struck her arm, interrupting the jutsu. Ino yelped as Hinata began bombarding her with strike after strike. Ino felt as her chakra waned with every strike. With a final strike, Ino went flying backwards and hit the ground. She coughed up a small amount of blood, her limbs felt like lead. Hinata stood over the Yamanaka. Again I am sorry, Ino-san, I really wish I did not do this, my father demanded that I win though. Hinata glanced up at the crowd, where her father and sister sat watching. Ino tried to sit up, but could do nothing. Genma appeared before the two of them. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Ino felt her eyes water slightly, but said nothing as Hinata bent down and with a few well-placed strikes, feeling returned to her limbs, and she sat up. Standing up, she looked at her opponent and extended her hand. You deserve the win more than me anyways, Ino said, a small smile on her face. Besides, now I know what I need to do. I need to get stronger to keep up with everyone. I was stupid for thinking a few weeks of training with my dad would make a huge difference. Hinata took her hand and shook it, blushing in embarrassment. Why, you did very well. I did not anticipate that I would need to use my Kaden against you. Ino smiled sadly. Naruto smiled as the two girls walked off of the field. Kind of a dumb fight, don't you think? Sasuke muttered. Naruto shrugged. Not all fights are going to be battles of life or death. Sometimes one person is just much stronger than the other and it ends quickly. Sasuke shrugged. Not that it matters. I think your match is next, Sasuke, Kakashi said over their shoulders. Sasuke nodded as he walked to the edge of the seats and jumped down into the stadium. Should have made a bet with the bookie for Sasuke to win, Naruto muttered. Kakashi chuckled. Not sure they'd allow you to. Naruto shrugged and watched as Hinata walked past and sat down next to her father, and then Ino appeared, glancing at him before taking a seat with her father. Hey Ino, Naruto called after her. Ino turned towards the blonde, frowning. You did really well out there. That was awesome. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Ino stared at the boy before beginning to tear up and smiled at him. Thanks Naruto. Naruto nodded and glanced back at the stadium. Your boyfriend is about to start his match, Naruto teased. Ino grinned at this. And he's going to kick some ass. Go Sasuke-kun. Ino yelled out. Inoichi went white at this. Sasuke Uchiha is her boyfriend. Sasuke frowned as Ino's voice rang out. There she goes again, annoying girl. Neji Hyuga approached from the opposite direction and glared at the Uchiha. So, the Rookie of the Year, Sasuke Uchiha, it will be my sincere pleasure to show everyone that the Sharingan is truly beneath the Byakugan. Neji sneered. Sasuke grinned as he activated his mirror eyes. Enough of your posturing, we're here to fight and you're in my way. At this, Sasuke glanced up at his blonde friend. Neji smirked. You think that I am inferior to that Naruto character? Oh please, he is simply a failure, and cannot compare to a genius such as you and I. He was born trash, while you and I were born into clans of power and renown. Sasuke chuckled at this. You know, I thought the exact same thing not long ago, but let's just say that your eyes don't see as much as they should. Neji scowled at the verbal blow. We shall see. He stepped into his taijutsu pose. Sasuke grinned, knowing that this match was going to be interesting. Begin, Genma announced. Sasuke and Neji shot towards each other, releasing a barrage of taijutsu strikes against each other. The crowd began to cheer as Neji and Sasuke exchanged blows. Neji went for a tenketsu strike, only for Sasuke to slightly shift his weight, just barely missing the mark and hitting nothing. Sasuke jumped in the air and spun with speed that seemed to surpass Neji's. However, the Hyuga had read the boy's body language and was able to escape with a simple graze as he aimed for a tenketsu on the boy's calf. Neji grit his teeth in frustration when Sasuke shifted and the boy missed the mark yet again. Suddenly, he saw the kunai coming up at his chin as the Uchiha twisted in a display of acrobatics that would make many women jealous. Jumping back, he was unscathed. Sasuke landed on his feet and twirled around, letting the kunai fly at his opponent. Neji sidestepped the projectile and sped forward, intending on showing the Sasuke that his eyes were superior. Sasuke flipped over the boy, hurling shuriken as he passed over him. Neji began to suddenly spin, just as Hinata had done in the match previous, causing the shuriken to bounce away harmlessly. Sasuke was less fortunate as he was much too close to the rotation and was blown into the air painfully. This guy is good, Sasuke thought with a smirk. Neji ceased his technique and watched as Sasuke landed a good 20 feet in front of him. You're not bad for an Uchiha, Neji sneered, his confidence unwavering. Sasuke said nothing as he thanked his eyes silently. If it had not been for them, he would not have been able to avoid his opponent's gentle fist style. I would hate to have to face him without my Sharingan. He could win if I hadn't developed these eyes. He was forced to dodge as Neji was on him in an instant. As the Hyuga went for a palm strike, Sasuke saw an opening in his style. He shifted his foot and swiftly avoided the blow by twisting his torso. Neji's eyes widened when he saw what he had done and had no way to avoid the fist that rocketed up and smashed into his elbow. For a moment, everything was still and silent for the two boys. Sasuke's eyes widened as well when he saw what had just happened. Then they heard the crack as Neji's elbow was completely shattered and his forearm hung unnaturally from the joint. Neji suppressed a scream of agony and jumped back away from the Uchiha. Naruto's jaw dropped when he saw what his teammate had done to the boy. Damn, he either didn't know his own strength, or he's fucking ruthless. He glanced at his sensei and saw Kakashi shaking his head. Damn it, I can't tell if that was the curse seal, or just an accident. Kakashi thought, anger at the edge of his mind. He just hoped that Sasuke wouldn't pull something like this again. Not far off, Guy Sensei was howling about how his youthful student was being outshone. Isn't he worried about his health? Naruto wondered. Ino was horrified at what had just happened between the two and looked at her father to see that he seemed impressed. That boy is extremely strong to do that to one of Guy's students, Inoichi commented when he saw the look of horror on Ino's face. But why would he do that? Ino stuttered. Her crush seemed ruthless at this point and she was feeling more afraid of the boy than admiration. Guy is notorious for an insane training regime, and I'm sure that Kakashi told Sasuke about this. So for this reason, I'm sure Sasuke felt he shouldn't hold back lest he be beaten by Neji. I'm sure he didn't mean to hurt him that badly. Inoichi gave his daughter a small hug, and Ino nodded, a small smile on her face. I don't know why, but the look on his face, it scared me, Ino thought. She had seen that Sasuke had a gleeful smile on his face for just a quick moment before it registered with him what he had done. The Kage shifted in his seat beside the Hokage. This Uchiha, he is very gifted to have done that to a Hyuga. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Neji is known for excelling in his speed and strength from what his sensei has told me, but to think that he was unable to react against a boy that's a year his junior only goes to show how much Sasuke Uchiha has progressed. The crowd began cheering even more as the proctor approached the Hyuga. No one could hear what they were saying, but it was clear that Neji wanted to continue the fight when Genma jumped away, signaling for the fight to continue. Hiruzen grinned. This Neji, he is quite the trooper to continue on with his arm the way it is. He won't give up. The Kage however paid no attention to Neji and had his eyes glued to the Uchiha. That young boy, so much potential. Neji was trying to get through the pain in his arm, but every time he moved, it felt as if it was being broken over and over again. You should give up already, Sasuke called to him from across the arena. Neji only glared at him. This is bad, but I refuse to give in to an Uchiha. Sasuke said nothing and waited for Neji to make the first move. I'm going to end this here and now. He had his chance to forfeit, it's not my fault what happens from here. Neji's foot shifted and that's when Sasuke began going through hand seals as fast as he could, landing on the tiger seal. Neji's eyes widened when he saw the amount of chakra that Sasuke had built up and knew that he intended to end the match. With this, he began to rotate, wincing and groaning as the motion only caused pain in his arm. Kaden, Goryuka no Jutsu, Sasuke blew out a large ball of fire that twisted and contorted into the head of a dragon. Roaring it flew at the Hyuga. Kaden. The air rippled as Neji activated his protective dome of spinning chakra. The fire technique rocketed towards Neji and clashed against the rotation technique. For a moment, it looked as if the two were at a stalemate at this point. Neji began to roar as he tried to continue his Kaden but could feel it beginning to slip. He knew that if he let the technique fail, Sasuke's technique would mean he would be beaten, if not killed. This guy, he's better than me, but I need to live through this, I cannot die here. I cannot. He increased the speed of his rotation to compensate for his useless arm. Sasuke grinned as Sasuke did this. This guy is good, too bad for him. He ran through the seals one more time. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu. The audience was roaring, drowning out the sound of Sasuke's technique as it smashed against Neji's Kaden. Neji knew there was nothing more that could be done at this point. His Kaden began to fail and he closed his eyes. He had failed, despite being a genius, a Hyuga, he had failed his clan and had been defeated by the Uchiha. He deserved this, for being weak. The flames exploded upon impact, throwing Neji's limp body into the stadium wall. Sasuke sighed as his Sharingan deactivated. I didn't think I'd have to use that technique twice, that's really draining. Sasuke watched as the medic ninja ran onto the field and inspected Neji. He walked over to them, just to check on the boy. Some major burns and his elbow is completely shattered, however he is not in any danger. Once he's healed, he'll be back to active duty. Sasuke smirked. He had aimed the techniques at the area in front of Neji, not directly at the boy. He didn't want to kill someone after all. Genma nodded as the medic nins gave him a signal. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. The Hokage was impressed by the Uchiha. He was beginning to show potential that Itachi had exhibited early on in his own ninja career. The thought of the elder Uchiha caused a pang of guilt in Sarutobi, but he shook it off. He would make an excellent Chunin with that kind of power, the Kage stated. Hiruzen nodded. He definitely has the strength to become a Chunin, however that isn't the only thing I need to see from him. He must have the ability to adapt to a situation and plan ahead, not just brute strength. We have yet to see this quality from him in these exams. The Kage glanced at the aging Hokage. Surely he will be promoted though with that strength. After all, he is the last Uchiha. The Hokage remained silent as he watched young Sasuke begin to leave the field. Naruto grinned. That was a crazy attack, Sasuke. He slapped the boy on the back in congratulations. Sasuke smirked at his friend. Think you have anything that can top my great dragon fire technique? Naruto's smirk grew wider. We'll see right now. It is my turn after all. Temari took a deep breath as she felt Gaara's eyes boring into her. I know Gaara. I won't hold anything back. She glanced at her brother. Gaara looked across the stands at the young blonde boy he was eager to face. Do not disappoint me, Uzumaki, he said under his breath. Temari walked away, heading into the halls within the large coliseum. As she took step after step, she began to feel fear claw at her heart. Up until now she hadn't thought of the possibility of dying. However, the more she thought of how Naruto Uzumaki could be a Jinchuriki, the more the fear of death loomed over her. Now she was about to face him and she was looking to prove that he was nothing more than a regular genin. She bit her lip and wished she could forfeit the match if need be, but Gaara would kill her if she did. She gripped the large fan on her back as she rounded a corner and ran into her opponent. The boy seemed surprised to see her as much as she was, but then he grinned. Hey, I know your teammate Gaara is a dick, but I hope you do alright. He extended his hand to shake hers. Gaara must be wrong. There's no way this kid is a Jinchuriki, meaning, these are probably his last moments. She grinned slightly, feeling a weight lifted off her chest. She extended her own hand and shook Naruto's. Good luck to you as well, Uzumaki, but warning, I'm not going to hold back. Naruto's grin widened. I hope you don't, because you're going to need to come at me with everything to give yourself a chance. Temari felt a shiver, but waved it off as an overconfident genin blowing smoke. Gaara was wrong about this boy. No Jinchuriki was ever this happy. Gaara was proof of this. Ino straightened up in her seat a bit as Naruto and Temari walked out onto the field side by side. So let's see if Naruto can beat this sand genin as well. Inoichi noticed her daughter's interest in the coming fight. She's more interested in this than she was in her own teammate's match. She's become obsessed with Uzumaki more than even she has realized. Maybe nearly as much as the Uchiha. A few sections over, Hinata was also equally interested in the match that was about to begin. Hiyashi and Hanabi both noticed her watching the blonde boy intensely. Hiyashi narrowed his eyes. So she is interested in the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. This is troublesome. Even if he is Minato's boy, he will simply bring her down. He was the dead last in the academy and troublemaker. Her fate is not to be intertwined with his. Hanabi snorted at the blonde boy in the arena. Making it this far, he is either extremely lucky or has some hidden talents. Hinata said nothing, blushing as she knew her father was watching her intently at this point. Sasuke watched intently as the match was about to begin. Show me how far you've come, Naruto. I want our match to be the best here. Kakashi had earlier been toying with the idea of reading his new Ika Ika volume during the matches, however he was extremely interested to see how far his student had come along under Jiraiya's tutelage. He was no longer keeping an eye on his surroundings either as he focused solely on his student. Naruto, you're going to win, you're becoming more and more like your father. Kabuto appeared behind Kakashi Hatake and silently cursed his luck. He had not thought he would be here and should have paid more attention. Thankfully, he was disguised as Anbu thanks to a certain dead individual from earlier that day. No one would discover the body, of course, not until after the attack had begun. He glanced up at the cage box and saw that Orochimaru sat beside the Hokage. He grinned beneath the mask. The old man can't see through the disguise, some cage. He then glanced down at the stadium and grinned. And here is the Kyuubi's vessel, competing to become a Chunin. I do hope he makes it far enough to face Gaara. That will be fun to watch. Two Jinchuriki fighting in a stadium full of shinobi. He glanced again at Kakashi and was thankful that he either hadn't noticed him, or simply thought of him as another Anbu. There were a few stationed around the stadium after all. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned forward. This was what he was wondering about. How far had Naruto Uzumaki come along with Jiraiya? What techniques had the boy been taught? How much stronger was he? Was he going to start using the Biju he held at bay? The cage noticed his shift in demeanor and narrowed his eyes. Why is he interested in this boy more than Sasuke? The Uzumaki boy may be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but he isn't in control of the Biju. Genma announced that the match began and Naruto was forced to jump back as Temari, in one swift movement, grabbed the large fan off her back, opened it and swung it at him. Fusajin no Jutsu, dust was kicked up by the technique, essentially blinding Naruto. Temari grinned and jumped back as she prepared to unleash her next technique. That way he won't know where I am, she thought with confidence. However, that quickly changed as she heard movement beside her and on instinct, she shut her fan and spun around, blocking a strike from her opponent's fist. She pushed the boy away, her heart pounding in her chest. He's a sensory ninja, that won't work on him then. She reopened her fan and swung it, a powerful wind hitting Naruto full force. He grit his teeth as he was flung across the stadium before landing painfully. I see, so she prefers long range, fine. Getting to his feet, he brushed his jacket off. Then, quickly building his chakra, he ran through a set of hand seals. Futon. Daitapa. Temari reacted by swinging her fan yet again, pouring chakra into her attack. The two techniques clashed in the middle of the arena, causing dirt and grass to fly into the air as they struggled for dominance. Suddenly, they seemed to mix and a small cyclone appeared where the jutsu had met. Temari narrowed her eyes. It's a distraction. Wheeling around, she closed her fan and swung it like a bat, just barely missing a blonde that had ducked at the last minute and slid towards her. She jumped in the air to avoid the sweeping motion from Naruto and countered with 3 kunai. 2 of the knives missed, but the third stuck into the boy's sleeve. He jumped up to his feet and sent a roundhouse kick at the girl only to be once again blocked by the iron frame of her fan. She's pretty good at defending herself, he thought to himself as he went for a punch only to hit air as she jumped back. She wants to keep a good distance between us. The small cyclone died out quickly as Temari waved her fan yet again. This is getting old, Naruto muttered as quickly pulled the kunai from his sleeve before he ran through hand seals for his fireball technique. Then she did something odd. Instead of sending the blast of air at him, she sent it skywards. He stopped in the middle of his jutsu. What the hell was that? The cage was intrigued. The boy was fast, faster than he remembered. But Temari had begun to get serious, there was little doubt that she would win this match. The Hokage frowned at the two competitors. He recognized the jutsu Temari was using and it could mean the end of the road for Naruto if he didn't do what was necessary. Sasuke smirked. He's so used to close-range combat that fighting a long-range opponent is throwing him off his game. Let's see what you do here. Kakashi was thinking along the same lines. She's a wind user, meaning that his one-fire jutsu would be advantageous if she didn't have any other jutsu to use, but this new jutsu isn't going to give him an easy time of it. He shouldn't have hesitated. Naruto grit his teeth as he jumped back. There's some reason she did that. He stared her down as she smirked at him before he heard something in the air. Looking up, Naruto was surprised to see a tornado descend on him. He had no time to react as it hit him full force. Temari smirked. Futon. Tatsu no Oshigoto. He was stupid enough to stop his great fireball technique when he was confused, definitely not Chunin material. Such a fool, and now he's dead. She turned away, pleased with herself when she heard an odd rumble. She turned just as her tornado broke apart and flung her back, her body striking the stadium wall painfully. The audience in the arena had to brace themselves as the jutsu destabilized. There, where he had been hit by the technique, stood Naruto, slightly cut up but otherwise alright. He narrowed his eyes at the girl. I was fast enough that I don't think anyone saw that I summoned a frog, but I could be wrong. I want to keep that a secret as long as I can in these exams. Kakashi chuckled. Impressive. He destabilized the jutsu when he summoned something of such large mass that the jutsu couldn't handle. It broke apart. He did it quickly as well and I didn't see any seals. Then again it was hard for my eye to see. Smart move on dispelling the summon before anyone could see. Gives him the element of surprise. How did he do that? Sasuke asked his sensei. I couldn't see honestly. Kakashi lied. Inoichi was severely impressed. The boy had the toad summoning contract and was quick about it as well. Not only that, but he was extremely powerful for a genin and he could see which way this match was going to go, that is if the Sand Kunoichi didn't have any more tricks up her sleeve. Naruto just keeps surprising me, Ino mumbled as she watched the match. He didn't pull off any of this in preliminaries. Temari was grinding her teeth in annoyance. She had been sure of the boy's demise, yet here he stood after somehow deactivating her jutsu. Fine, I guess I'll have to use that technique, she growled. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Hey, you messed up my new jacket that Ero Sennin bought me. Pervy sage, what the hell kind of company does he keep? Temari wondered. I'll give you one more shot at me before I finish this match. Naruto declared. You had better give it your all, or else. She was getting extremely angry at this point. The boy was clearly taunting her, and it was working. She opened her fan up. Fine, this is my strongest jutsu, if you think you're up to it, face it head on. She screamed. She bit her thumb, smearing a bit of blood on the fan before swinging it. Kuchios. Kurikiri mai. The wind rushed towards Naruto faster than it had before, and riding the wind, was a small weasel wielding a sickle that seemed too large for him. Naruto found himself being thrown off of his feet by the wind just as the weasel swung its blade towards Naruto. He grit his teeth, making a clone who pushed him out of the way and took strike in his place. Just as the clone vanished, the wind seemed to change direction and the weasel pivoted towards Naruto. Landing, he jumped back just as the weasel lashed out at him. This thing is fucking fast, Naruto thought as he dodged strike after strike. I'll have to lure it towards the girl, he thought as his hair was cut slightly by the blade. Using speed that made even Lee impressed, he began to serpentine towards the blonde girl that had cast the jutsu. The weasel caught onto his plan and directed the wind towards Temari's location, planning on making sure to dodge the girl as to not harm her when suddenly 24 of the blonde boys were on him in an instant. This boy, he's clever for tricking me. Temari's jaw dropped when after a slight scuffle and at least half of the Narutos having been destroyed, Katamari was held up by 4 Narutos, each one holding one of his tiny limbs. A 5th one held his scythe. This is just embarrassing, Katamari growled under his breath. Guess your best just wasn't enough, Naruto's voice came from behind Temari. She wheeled around, her fan at the ready when she felt her feet swept from under her and then a fist punching her into the ground painfully. Her eyes widened as she felt the ground beneath her crack from the blow as well as most of her ribs. In her shock, she nearly missed the intense blue eyes of Naruto Uzumaki. She coughed and a bit of blood splattered his face. And I've had it with that annoying fucking fan, he growled. She felt fear grip her as she stared into his eyes. They were all too familiar. They reminded her of how Gaara would look at people at times. He's just like Gaara, I was wrong then. And her vision faded as Naruto's fist connected to her face. The crowd went wild as Naruto stood over the unconscious Temari. His clones made a poof and disappeared, leaving the weasel and its scythe alone. No reason for me to stay, the weasel thought as he glanced at the unconscious summoner. He disappeared in a plume of smoke, leaving nothing behind. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Genma's voice announced. Grinning, Naruto threw his fist in the air. One down, he yelled. The crowd cheered even louder at this, loving the energy and enthusiasm. Sasuke shook his head as he watched his teammate begin to hop about, blowing kisses to the audience. Of course, it wouldn't be Naruto if he didn't showboat a little, Kakashi chuckled. He's definitely faster and stronger, I can't wait to fight you, Sasuke thought, watching the blonde boy as Genma approached him, trying to get him off the field. Inoichi whistled as the boy walked out of the arena, still waving at everyone. He's got an ego that won, but I can see why. Being that strong at that age is impressive. Ino nodded, a small smile on her face. To think he's taken down 2 of those sand ninja on his own, she said. Inoichi nodded. That girl wasn't a slouch either. It's a shame that Temari girl didn't keep her cool though. Naruto egged her on and it worked on her. She fell for it plain and simple. Ino nodded. She was sure that if Temari had not fallen for Naruto's ploy, she would have been a better challenge for him. The Cage chuckled. To think that blonde child would defeat Temari so effectively. I believe you have 2 genin to promote. Uzumaki and Uchiha. The Hokage gave him a small smile. I'll admit that the 2 of them are definitely stronger than some of their peers, however it is to be seen if they have the strategic ability to become Chunin Cage Dono. Perhaps the next round we shall see more from them. The Cage shifted in his seat a bit and Hiruzen was quite sure that he disagreed with him. Clearly he felt that power was much more important, it seemed awfully similar to one of his students. Looking down at the stadium, the Hokage saw that Gaara was already in the arena, waiting for his opponent, Shino Aburame. This should be interesting, the Cage muttered. Jiraiya-sama, Ibiki barked. Jiraiya turned from the wooden fence that surrounded the hot spring he was peeping into. What now, Ibiki? The old man asked, slightly irritated. You do realize that the spring is closed today, do you not? Jiraiya scowled at the man. I had just figured that out when I saw that there wasn't a single beautiful naked woman beyond this peephole. Ibiki stared stoically at the man. The Sannin, such an odd bunch. Jiraiya-sama, I have been ordered by the Hokage to escort you to the Chunin exam stadium. Jiraiya stood up and huffed at this. Oh please, I take it he's paranoid about the Jinchuriki match that's coming up. Ibiki said nothing but gave a harsh look at the elder shinobi. What, no one is around that doesn't know about it, Jiraiya sighed. The man did have a point, but that was irrelevant. Shall I take you there? Ibiki asked the man, ignoring the earlier comment. Jiraiya snorted at this. I grew up here, I'll show myself. Ibiki nodded as he turned about. One more thing, it is possible that Orochimaru may show up if things escalate. Jiraiya groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. Like I didn't know this already. Ibiki suppressed a shiver when he thought of the other Sannin. Jiraiya noted his discomfort and addressed it. It's nothing, Jiraiya-sama, I just don't like snakes very much. How do you deal with Anko then? Jiraiya countered. Despite being a snake summoner, she doesn't use them around me as much as you might think. She's very effective without them when it comes to gathering information. Jiraiya nodded. Well, let's get going then, not much to do around here anyways. Ibiki nodded. It was definitely a shame that the spring was closed. Gaara watched impatiently as his sand blocked another hail of kunai and shuriken from Shino. It's just like with Sakura, Shino thought to himself. He knew that he was not going to win, especially since his Kikaichu refused to get near Gaara's sand at all. He also had been present when Gaara had gone berserk against some genin in the Forest of Death. Narrowing his eyes, he jumped back as a tendril of sand sought after him. I forfeit, he stated suddenly. Genma appeared next to the boy and nodded. Winner, Gaara. The audience booed as they had just begun, and it looked as if Shino had done nothing other than throw some shuriken only to be stopped. Genma glanced at the boy and then back to Gaara. His bugs must have refused to fight off a Jinchuriki, knowing already what the outcome would have been. Smart of him to check for an alternative before withdrawing. Gaara seemed mildly irritated by the fact that he was not able to fight anything, but said nothing of it as he turned away and began to exit the arena. Naruto Uzumaki, you are my goal. Genma turned and called out. Next match, Shikamaru Nara vs. Gaara. Gaara stopped and closed his eyes, a grin playing at his mouth. I forgot, I have two chances. He turned around, his face still expressionless. Perhaps this next opponent will show me more than the coward before him. Shikamaru groaned, knowing already that no matter what he did would end up with him losing, hospitalization, or death. Maybe I should just withdraw as well, he muttered. Asuma placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Give it your best, even if you lose you can still be promoted to Chunin. Shikamaru groaned as he turned and began walking towards the exit that would take him to the arena. I know, I just don't feel like dealing with this guy, he seems a lot more troublesome than most people. As he walked along, he heard his teammate cheer his name loudly. Go Shikamaru, Ino cried, you can do it, Naruto's voice echoed. He winced at how loud the two blondes were. So troublesome. However, if one looked at him, they could see a smile on his face. Shikamaru, you better be careful down there. This guy isn't normal, I just hope you realize that before you get hurt. Naruto thought as he glanced at the leaf genin before looking down at the sand genin who just happened to be staring up at him. He knows about me, I think. That feeling I got when we first met, the Kyuubi was warning me, I think, about the Aikibi. If I'm right, then his Biju probably warned him as well. Shikamaru arrived on the field fairly quickly and saw that Gaara was staring up at the stands. He looked up to see that Naruto was staring right back at the boy, both with equal intensity. What's with those two? It's like the only reason they're here is to fight each other, not for the exams themselves. I understand why Naruto wants to fight the guy, but why the other way around? He cleared his throat to get the attention of his opponent, however Gaara continued to ignore him. Begin, Genma said suddenly. Gaara continued to stare at the boy. Fine, I guess I can start. He loosed a kunai only for it to be stopped by the sand. Still, Gaara did not even glance at the boy. Then, the kunai exploded. Shikamaru knew that it wouldn't work, but it did provide him with a distraction. The smoke cleared and there was Gaara, staring at Shikamaru now. His eyes seemed murderous. You are interesting, the boy said. He looked down to see that his shadow was now attached to Shikamaru's by a long shadow between the two of them. I know there's very little I can do to harm you right now, but I thought I should just show you that your almighty sand doesn't block everything, Shikamaru said, a grin on his face. I will end up forfeiting as I'm simply not fast enough to avoid your sand attacks for long, and I don't have the necessary skill set to take you down. However, I can tell you that Naruto isn't one you want to mess with. I don't care how strong you think you are, but Naruto's so troublesome, I'd rather face you than him. Gaara remained silent as Shikamaru spoke. Shikamaru sighed and scratched the back of his head. Besides, chances are I'm going to need to conserve my chakra from the Anbu that are stationed here as well as the Jonin that are patrolling the city. He glanced up at the Hokage and then to the hidden Anbu not far from his position. He raised his hand. Not to sound redundant here, but I forfeit as well, Shikamaru announced. He looked at Gaara to see annoyance written all over his face as he had been forced to raise his hand as well. You're as well shielded as you think. Shikamaru released his jutsu and turned around, walking away. That boy, I think I shall kill him once I'm done with Uzumaki, he irritates me. Gaara thought to himself. Naruto sighed in relief. Good. Shino and Shikamaru were both smart enough to just give up. They aren't equipped with the skills to take care of him, thankfully. His next opponent has just the techniques in store if he does release the Aikibi. Of course, he was referring to himself. He glanced around at the stadium that seemed to be in a slight uproar from the 2 forfeits in a row. Come on, these are the Chunin exams. People are supposed to fight, not quit. One man yelled. This is lame, boring. The complaints were all very similar and Naruto suppressed a grin. The next matches were going to be anything but lame. First, Sasuke and Lee are going to fight. Then it Hinata versus me. Once I've defeated her, it'll be me vs Gaara. No way are these going to be boring. He thought. A grin spread across his face. I hope you're ready, Sasuke. This is where the it picks up. His teammate grinned beside him. He had the same train of thought. Kakashi looked between the two and smiled. I'm glad that those two aren't how Obito and I were. This is a good team. It'll be a shame when they're promoted to Chunin. At least Sakura will still be around. He chuckled at himself. The case cage chuckled, causing Sarutobi to glance at him. I apologize, Hokage Dono. I am simply excited for the next round. These will be interesting matchups. Hiruzen nodded. Sasuke vs Rock Lee, Hinata Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki, and the winner of that match goes up against Gaara. I can understand the anticipation. The Hokage was certain that Naruto would prevail against Hinata as she wasn't as strong as Temari had been, and the match between Lee and Sasuke also seemed uncertain. However, he hoped that when Naruto had to fight Gaara, that he wasn't too worn out. Otherwise, the young heir of Minato Namikaze may either access the Kyuubi's chakra, or worse, get killed by the other Jinchuriki. Both scenarios were not ideal and were highly probable. The crowd was beginning to become restless. The proctors announced a brief intermission so that the contestants could prepare for the next round of matches. During that intermission, bets had been placed for the next round on who would emerge victorious. From the talk of the crowd, Sasuke was being bet on winning as was Naruto in his first match. But Gaara of the Sand was bet on winning against the Uzumaki. Very few people would bet on someone going around against the Casecage's son right after fighting a Hyuga. Kakashi of course had bet on Naruto winning and suppressed a grin. He was hoping to get a lot of money out of this. Glancing to his right, Sasuke was attempting to gain information on Lee from Naruto, but the blonde was unyielding and simply ignored his friend's requests. It wouldn't be fair to either of you. I haven't told him about you, and I won't tell you about him. You'll find out soon enough, Naruto said, crossing his arms and turning his head. Sasuke seemed slightly irritated at the display but eventually gave up. Tenten watched as her teammate pledged to their sensei that he would win against Sasuke Uchiha, otherwise he would climb the Hokage monument with one hand while wearing 2 times the normal weight he wore. Tenten rolled her eyes. There's no way Lee could beat this guy. He beat Neji after all and Lee's never beat Neji. She felt a slight pang of guilt for thinking this, but she felt it was true. She glanced over at the boy that had surprised her and saw that he was talking with Naruto. I wonder if Naruto's can beat Sasuke Uchiha. She quickly made the decision that he could not, as during the few times she had met him, Lee was clearly much stronger than him. Well, good luck to you, Lee. The Hokage leaned back and groaned as his back popped uncomfortably. And still you do not choose someone else to take up the responsibilities. The case cage chuckled at the old man. I still have plenty of fight in my case cage, no need to worry about that just yet. The Hokage grumbled as popped his back once again and felt a wave of relief. He glanced at the crowd as they grew more and more restless for the next round. Well, Jiraiya, let us see if Naruto-kun shows off any of those skills you taught him. Ino sat silently next to her father as the intermission was coming to an end. She shifted in her seat, anticipation building in her for the coming matches. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I mean, Naruto and Sasuke have both surprised us so far. She glanced to her father, who seemed to be looking at the 2 boys that were on everyone's minds. The Jinchuriki has become very strong since the academy days. I can see why Ino was so fascinated with him. Same goes for the Uchiha. For Genin, those two are something to be reckoned with. Now then, Genma announced from the middle of the field. The next match, Rock Lee vs. Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd roared at this. To see the Uchiha in action once again excited them. Naruto grinned widely, knowing that this fight was going to be the talk of the village for quite some time. He said nothing to Sasuke this time about winning, feeling that it wouldn't be fair to his friend Lee. He merely nodded to the two and gave them both a thumbs up. At last, I will be able to show everyone here that working hard matches being a natural genius. Lee's fist tightened as he glanced at the Uchiha who was walking just ahead of him through the stadium towards where they would enter the arena. He has definitely improved in the past month, his speed matches my own, and in just a month at that. Sasuke Uchiha is definitely a fantastic shinobi. They finally arrived before Genma and positioned themselves in the middle of the arena facing one another. Sasuke smirked. It's not going to be a brief fight like when we first met. Lee nodded. I have assumed as much, Sasuke. This fight will be a bit of a challenge, however I shall not back down. Genma signaled the beginning of the match as the crowd's cheers swelled. Sasuke moved first, unleashing a barrage of shuriken towards the green-clad boy. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. He's already taken his weights off, Sasuke thought as he recalled what Kakashi had warned him of. Jumping back, he avoided a sweep from Lee who had reappeared beside him. Upon landing, Lee was on him with a barrage of taijutsu that had Sasuke being driven backwards. Damn, this guy is strong, Sasuke thought as he winced slightly from a kick that he blocked with his forearm. Sasuke took a step forward, a risky move as it left him open against Lee's taijutsu, however in his hand was a kunai that Lee had nearly failed to notice. As Lee went in for a blow to Sasuke's ribs, Sasuke brought the blade up towards Lee's chin with amazing speed. Thankfully, Lee's reflexes kicked in and he bent backwards just enough to allow the blade to pass him harmlessly. Flipping backwards he landed just as Sasuke jumped towards him. Lee jumped again and whirled around. Konoha Senpu. Sasuke grit his teeth as he tried to block Lee's kick, but the force of the strike sent him hurtling back. Lee appeared beside the downed Sasuke and jumped into the air to avoid Sasuke's quick shuriken barrage. As he landed, Lee quickly brought his knee up to block Sasuke's foot coming towards him. Narrowing his eyes, Sasuke shifted his foot so that he could push off of Lee's leg and tried to knee him in the chin. The hit connected and Lee winced as his teeth clacked against each other painfully. Sasuke was suddenly sent flying from a kick to his abdomen from Lee. Sasuke rolled to the ground and sprung back to his feet. The two now had some distance between each other. Lee stared at the Uchiha for a moment. He's much better than I had thought he would be. I may need to open the gates in order to defeat him, especially if he begins to use ninjutsu to keep me at bay. Sasuke grinned. Now that I can keep up with him, it doesn't matter that his taijutsu is better than my own. My Sharingan can predict his movements well enough to not be a problem. Sasuke put his kunai back in his holster. Not as confident as you were earlier, I see, Sasuke goaded Lee. Lee did not react immediately. It is true that originally I had thought that I may be able to defeat you quickly, however after watching your fight with Neji, I knew this was not the case. Sasuke nodded. Good, I don't want this to be over quickly. Lee dodged to the side as a fireball roared towards him. His eyes widened in surprise. I barely tracked the hand seals on that, he has become much faster. Whirling around, another fireball raged towards him. It was simple enough for Lee to jump backwards and miss the impact, but from the heat it was generating Lee knew this was not the same technique that had defeated Neji. He's distracting me, Lee quickly realized. He dropped to the ground just as Sasuke's roundhouse kick flew over his head. Twisting around, he swept Sasuke's feet from underneath him. Sasuke merely grunted as he planted his hands on the ground and lashed out with his heel, forcing Lee to block the strike with his own forearm. Sasuke frowned as he had put more force into this strike than he had meant to and Lee had simply blocked it without a problem. No wonder Naruto got so strong. If he had trained with this guy, it would explain a lot. Pushing off the ground, he twisted in the air, sending a roundhouse kick at Lee who just dodged the strike. Lee jumped back avoiding the strike and landing a good distance away from the Uchiha. Sasuke threw another barrage of shuriken at Lee who drew a kunai from its holster and deflected the stars with ease. Lee's eyes widened as Sasuke appeared in front of him, his foot striking him in the chin and sending him into the air. This is the Lotus, Lee thought. slightly panicked knowing how destructive the technique is. Sasuke appeared beneath him grinning, using the shadow of the dancing leaf technique. That time, he copied me. Lee wondered. Lee grit his teeth as Sasuke's foot slammed into his stomach sending him towards the ground. No, this isn't the lotus. As Sasuke's next hit came at him, Lee caught the strike and using their momentum, reversed their positions. Sasuke had no time to react as Lee's foot dug into his stomach just as he hit the ground. The ground buckled slightly beneath Sasuke as the full force of Lee's kick hit him. Lee rolled to the ground and jumped to his feet, falling into his Goken pose. Sasuke struggled to his feet, a slight amount of blood trailing down his chin. This guy managed to stop my lion's combo, damn it, he's good. Sasuke thought as he wiped his chin. His crimson eyes bore into Lee, however Lee was not looking at his eyes but at his feet. Damn it, I can't use genjutsu on him either as he isn't meeting my eyes. Well Sasuke, is that all you can do against me? I was hoping to use some of my more advanced techniques. Sasuke bit his tongue, knowing he was trying to get a rise out of him. I could use my dragon flame technique again, but I want to conserve my chakra for when I face Naruto, but that might not be an option. This isn't over Lee, Sasuke said. Suddenly, the two disappeared in a display of speed, only reappearing when the two traded blows. The cage was impressed. The odd boy was giving Sasuke a run for his money and had not even used any ninjutsu. He knew of course, that Rock Lee had no talent for anything but taijutsu, but it surprised him still. You have some exceptional genin this year Hokage Dono. Hiruzen nodded at this. Each generation of shinobi is set to surpass the previous generation. The cage said nothing at this, but continued to watch as Lee and Sasuke traded blows. The rest of the audience cheered on each of the boys as the battle raged on, neither side seemed to be able to gain ground over the other. An explosion rang out as Sasuke unleashed the same technique that had conquered Neji Hyuga, but Lee had been fast enough to escape the blast. Tenten was amazed at how well Lee was doing against the Uchiha when Neji had failed against the boy. Ino sat there, her mouth open in awe as she couldn't keep track of their movements. This is what Sasuke is capable of. Naruto is right, if I had gone up against him, I'd be taken apart. She glanced over at Naruto who seemed focused on the match, a smile on his face as his eyes darted back and forth, following the two in the arena. If he can keep track of them, then Naruto is probably on their level as well. To think that the Dobi from the academy can keep track of that kind of speed. Kakashi was also impressed at the boy his student was currently fighting. I pushed Sasuke to the limit and beyond and it seems he's equal to Sasuke. I definitely made a miscalculation. I meant to make him stronger. Glancing at his subordinate he was pleased to see that Naruto could keep up with the two. He had shown some amazing speed in the past, but the battle before them was faster than he had seen Naruto perform. He's going to lose, Naruto muttered. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this. Lee, Naruto shook his head. Sasuke, unless he has some technique that can counter Lee's next move he's going to lose. They're even right now, but Lee is going to go further in a bit. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. The Goken style uses the 8 inner gates from what I've seen with Guy, but he wouldn't be so reckless as to teach Lee how to open more than 2 gates, would he? Sasuke went flying back as Lee's foot connected with his face. He skidded to a stop and stared angrily at Lee. This isn't good, we're completely even so far, and yet he's been able to land more hits than I have. Even with my Sharingan, it's becoming more and more difficult to avoid his hits. Lee smiled at Sasuke. You are indeed formidable. To think a month ago I was able to defeat you with little effort, you truly are an amazing shinobi. However, it is time for me to show you a technique that will finish you. Sasuke's fist tightened. I'd use the Chidori to end this, but Kakashi ordered me to never use it against a leaf shinobi. Lee loosened the wrappings around his arms before crouching slightly, his arms crossed in front of him. The air began to ripple around him and loose dirt and rock began to rise around him. What is this? Sasuke wondered. His Sharingan saw that Lee's chakra network began to overflow with chakra. Third gate, Gate of Life. Open. Lee shot forward and clipped Sasuke with a right hook. Sasuke flew back before suddenly he was launched into the air as Lee appeared behind him. Then he was flying back to the ground as Lee appeared again. This speed, what the hell is this? Sasuke knew he couldn't keep up as he felt himself being tossed around like a rag doll. For what seemed like an hour for Sasuke, he was being pummeled by Lee. Then suddenly, it stopped and he hit the ground, unable to move. A wave of pain crashed over him as he lay there for a moment. His vision began to dim and the last thing he noticed was how blue the sky was. Damn it. I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry Naruto, I can't fight you this time. The crowd roared as Genma declared Rock Lee as the winner of the match. Kakashi sighed. He had lost a fair amount of money from betting on Sasuke to win the match. I wonder just how many gates he can open. Naruto sighed. Too bad, I wanted to show Sasuke the new techniques I learned. The healers marched onto the field and took Sasuke's limp form away on a stretcher. The healers will take care of him. He'll be up and running soon enough. Kakashi said nonchalantly. I think it's your turn though. Naruto nodded and he glanced over at where Hinata sat beside her father. So I have to fight Hinata I wonder how strong she is now. Naruto wondered. He began walking away when Ino called out to him. He turned and looked at her. Good luck Naruto, make sure you get farther than Sasuke and me, she sounded as if she was giving him an order. Naruto considered her for a moment before smiling at her. Sure. Ino smiled as well and leaned back in her seat. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Well, it seems Inoichi's daughter is taking an interest. I wonder what Sasuke would think of this, or Sakura for that matter. Hiyashi Hyuga was worried. His oldest daughter was about to face off against the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. A month ago he might not have been so worried about her prospects, however from what he had been hearing around the village as well as his fights in the exams that he had observed, the boy had become quite a genin since the academy. He had given Hinata advice to go all out as quickly as possible and close off his tenketsu before Naruto could have a chance to take her down. Hinata had been more nervous than before as the match began to approach and Hiyashi could do nothing to calm her nerves. Watch closely Hanabi, we shall see if Hinata can overcome her emotions and fight against that which she holds dear. Hanabi nodded silently, knowing what her father meant. Naruto stood in the arena, watching as Hinata slowly emerged from the dark hallway into the same arena. When she finally reached the middle, she looked extremely nervous, her two index fingers poking against one another. Naruto noticed how she avoided his gaze as the proctor announced for the two of them to begin. Hey Hinata, Naruto called out. She glanced at him. Just relax Hinata, you've gotten this far in the exams and have done great, this is just another challenge for you. Give it your all, I want this to be a good match not just for the audience, but for the two of us. He smiled at her, a wide smile that caused Hinata to flush. Naruto-kun, I just wanted to say, ever since the academy, why, you've inspired me, to become a great shinobi, to never give up. Naruto laughed. Never give up, that's the way to do it. Hinata allowed herself a small smile. Naruto-kun, I will not hold back, I want to show you how far you've helped me. Concentrating her chakra, she activated her Byakugan. She was shocked however when she saw Naruto's chakra network. His tenketsu, my Byakugan can't pinpoint them. What's going on? Naruto grinned when she activated her Byakugan. It's not going to be that easy, he said as he shot forward. Hinata swatted away Naruto's fist so that it sailed past her head harmlessly. She went in for a palm strike that Naruto sidestepped, countering with a roundhouse kick which Hinata dodged by bending backwards. Naruto was surprised at her flexibility. Taking a step forward towards Naruto to get in his guard, she went for where she assumed a tenketsu in his arm might be and struck at it quickly. She winced as the small chakra amounts she released seemed to rebound back through her fingers, giving her a bit of a nasty shock. Naruto grinned as she winced and used it to his advantage to kick her away. Hinata grit her teeth as she skidded away, thankfully staying on her feet. Why did that happen? Hinata wondered. Naruto glanced down at where she had struck him and saw that his jacket was unharmed. Thank you Ero Sennin, he thought as he recalled the day he got the jacket. Flashback. Naruto watched as Jiraiya presented him with a brown leather jacket. That seems kinda impractical, Naruto deadpanned. Jiraiya simply laughed. This is a special jacket. The leather is fairly thin so it won't impede your movements, so you'll still be able to move regularly. The special part is the multitude of seals we'll be putting on it to help you out. Naruto took the jacket from him. What are the seals going to do to help me out? Jiraiya grinned. Well, as a sensory shinobi, you know that being detected by other sensors can be a problem, so it'll mask your chakra from anyone trying to find you. Also, you may have to fight against either the Uchiha or the Hyuga. The seals will help prevent the Sharingan from seeing your chakra flow while the Hyuga will still be able to see the flow of chakra but the tenketsu won't be visible. Naruto raised an eyebrow. This was a handy jacket for the exams. It won't do much good in the field as the Sharingan and the Byakugan are only found in Konoha. Jiraiya huffed at this. There are still rogue ninja that have other dojutsu that the jacket could help you against. Naruto nodded as Jiraiya took the jacket from him and laid it on the ground. Using a thin kunai, Jiraiya cut at the seams on the jacket, taking it apart. Also, we're going to put a secondary seal on top and fill it with some chakra. This way if you fight a Hyuga, when they use their technique against you, it'll give some backlash. That won't last forever, so don't depend on that working for very long. Naruto sat beside the old man as he pulled out an inkwell and a brush. Let's begin. Flashback end. Naruto shot forward, not fearing Hinata's techniques. They began to trade blows, as Sasuke and Neji had done earlier that day. With a sweeping motion, Hinata jumped over Naruto, aiming a strike at Naruto's exposed neck. Naruto dropped to the ground and rolled away, running through hand seals for his fireball jutsu. As Hinata landed, she began to spin for her rotation technique while Naruto's fireball roared towards her. The two techniques clashed and Naruto grinned as he remembered Sasuke's fight against Neji. Although this isn't over yet, Naruto made his cross sign and 6 Narutos appeared around him. With a nod, the 6 clones shot towards the Hyuga girl as the fireball technique disappeared and Hinata's rotation ended. Up in the stands, Hiashi frowned. Hinata is doing very well against Uzumaki, Hanabi said, a small smile playing at her features. Hinata is going to lose, Hiashi stated. Hanabi looked to her father. What do you mean? His tenketsu have not been struck. He has used some sort of seal to hide them away so that Hinata cannot effectively close off his chakra network. Hanabi's head snapped back to the battle raging before her as she activated her Byakugan. What kind of seal can do that? She asked her father as she found he was correct. It had to have been made prior to the match in the event he was to fight Neji or Hinata. He had enough foresight to do such a thing, which impresses me. It must be either on his body, or his clothes. Hanabi was impressed. Her sister was basically fighting blind against the boy. The Byakugan was an essential part of their taijutsu, without it there was little they could do. Hinata backtracked as the clones attacked her from various angles, however she was able to fend them off with little difficulty. Naruto-kun has become very fast with his taijutsu, however that is irrelevant against the Juken. Once within a certain range, I can track their movements with my eyes and quickly counter them. However, Naruto-kun is amazing that he has not sustained any damage. She bit her lip as she swatted away a kick from one of the clones before pushing it back with a flurry of strikes. Behind her, she saw 2 of the clones making a beeline towards her. Doing something unconventional, she dropped to the ground and swept the Naruto clone's feet from under him. Without pausing, she spun around and grabbed the clone by its ankles and threw him at the other 2 clones. The 3 of them collided painfully before poofing out of existence. Naruto's eyes widened from where he stood watching. That was different, he said, his mouth slightly agape. The other 3 clones took a few steps back. She's trying something new since nothing has worked so far. I didn't think that the Hyuga tried anything other than their gentle fist stuff. Narrowing his eyes, he decided that he needed to stop pussyfooting around the situation. I didn't want to hurt her, but I guess there's no other way. Stupid of me to try and find a way to restrain her. He swallowed a lump that had formed in his throat. He had always liked Hinata. Sure, she was weird, quiet and shy. She always seemed to stutter when she noticed that he was around, but she had been nice to him during their days at the academy, never laughing at him or berating him. Hinata, I just want to say that I'm sorry, he declared. Hinata seemed confused. I wasn't taking you seriously. I thought that maybe I could just restrain you like I did with that weasel thing my last opponent summoned, but you're a lot stronger than I realized and now I have to start fighting back with my real strength. I didn't want to hurt you, since I consider you a friend. A murmur ran through the crowd at this. Hinata blushed. He thinks of me as a friend. She smiled, his acknowledgement causing her spirits to soar. You really surprised me by stepping away from your Juken for a moment there, and that's when I realized that you're stronger than anyone's realized. You have a lot more to show me in this fight, but I need to end this. In case I need to use that technique against Gaara. Naruto took a deep breath and made a cross seal. 50 clones appeared around him. When you wake up, we'll have to train together sometime. Hinata fell into her Juken stance. Naruto, I will not fail. She smiled, knowing that in the end, Naruto, the one she had admired from afar, the one who had come so far in such a short amount of time was going to win. The clones rushed her as the original Naruto stood back and watched as his clones swarmed her. She fell back into a new stance, her eyes closed for a moment. Hake Rokujuyun Sho. She stepped forward as the first few clones entered within range of her divination, ready to strike them down. Just as she began to deliver the first of the strikes, her eyes widened as she saw the chakra within the clones swell. 5 clones right next to Hinata exploded violently, sending dust into the air. There was a brief interval where the other clones stopped for a moment. Naruto watched stoically for a moment before shifting his foot. The motion prompted the other clones to rush forward again. Another 5 went off, then another 5. Each time, a few seconds would pass before the next group shot forward and did the same. Kakashi paled at the sight. That's a devastating move, especially for Naruto. The amount of clones he can create is amazing. Now that he knows this technique, he could take down a platoon of Chunin quickly if they weren't careful. Hiyashi stood up, his fist tightened as he watched the explosions fill the arena. Hanabi looked away, not wanting to see what would happen to her sister. The final set of explosions died off, leaving the stadium unnaturally quiet. Nobody seemed to move as the dust began to settle. Many people began to strain their eyes, to get a glimpse of Hinata to see if she was alive or dead. Naruto had disappeared from where he had previously stood as the explosions had erupted. Then, they saw it. Where Hinata had been when the first clones exploded, stood Naruto, Hinata unconscious in his arms. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Genma announced, appearing behind him. He glanced at the genin being held by Naruto. Well, she isn't too injured. Some burns and bruises, maybe some broken bones, nothing that can't be healed quickly. Genma smiled. The boy showed restraint. He didn't detonate the clones within the kill radius. Just far enough away to knock her around a lot. No wonder he made so many, just 5 wouldn't have been enough to knock her out doing it that way. The 2 Kage watching were of the same opinion. Naruto-kun has really learned how to use his clones effectively. Not only that, but he knew enough about his technique to not permanently harm Hinata. He has grown so much since he was told of Minato. I am proud of him. The Kage leaned forward. The boy continues to impress me. This match will definitely be one to enjoy. Naruto lowered Hinata onto the gurney that lay before him. Medic Ninja quickly shooed the boy away before taking her off the field and off to the medical wing. Naruto watched their retreating forms, smiling as he thought of Hinata. She's changed since the academy. She was so shy and timid, but fighting her now, I see that she's changing. Just like me. He turned and looked up at the crowd, scanning for someone. Finally, he locked eyes with the Hokage. Old man, that job will be mine. He thought with such force. He entertained the brief thought that the Hokage could hear him. He was taken aback slightly when the Hokage gave him a knowing nod, as if to say he did not doubt it. Turning back around, he locked eyes with his next opponent, the Ikibi Jinchuriki, Gaara. It's that time, I guess. Naruto thought. Ino wiped her forehead, to think that she thought she could contend with Naruto if she had to fight him by some chance. That technique would have decimated her, and she was surprised that Hinata had lived. Her father had explained to her what Naruto had done to ensure that Hinata was perfectly safe. I would have kicked his ass if he had risked her life needlessly. I mean, she's one of us after all. However, a new feeling began to settle over her. She watched as Gaara appeared on the field in front of Naruto in a flurry of sand. This guy nearly killed Sakura, and Shikamaru and Shino both quit against him. If those two thought this guy was trouble, Naruto might be in danger. Glancing at her father, she noticed the look in his eyes as he watched the 2 boys. He knows something about him. He's nervous, expecting something, Ino analyzed. If something goes wrong, it's like he might intervene, Ino realized. She looked back at Gaara and felt a shiver run up her spine. Kakashi noticed Ino's reaction from where he stood. She's a sharp one. She knows that her father and possibly other Jonin are waiting for something to happen. He shifted slightly as he heard someone behind him. Sasuke, welcome back. You're just in time for Naruto's 3rd match. Sasuke grunted, not feeling particularly happy at being beaten. He looked down at the field and flopped into a seat beside Kakashi that was empty. So Naruto is facing Gaara, just what he wanted, to get revenge for Sakura. He glanced at Kakashi and noticed he seemed unusually tense. What's wrong? Sasuke asked. Oh, just eager for Naruto's match to start. The anticipation is killing me, Kakashi said with a wave of his hand. Sasuke returned his attention back to Naruto and Gaara. I hate being lied to, especially by someone who's so bad at it. Sakura tried to lean forward to get closer to the television but winced in pain as her body protested against her. She had been unable to tear herself away from the screen throughout Sasuke's matches as well as Naruto's. But this one was made her feel uneasy. She remembered how Gaara's sand had shielded him from any attack thrown at him from her as well as from his two opponents earlier that day. Naruto, you have to be careful, otherwise, he might kill you. She whispered to no one. She grasped the blanket that covered her and bit her lip. Despite all of her arguments with the blonde, she felt he had become important to her and she couldn't bear to see something bad happen to him. Please, give up, don't let him kill you, she whispered. The classroom was cheering as the camera focused on Naruto's face. Konohamaru sat in a corner cheering Naruto's name but quickly fell silent at Iruka's glare. Shouldn't have gotten caught placing bets with the others, the boy thought to himself. The others had been allowed out of their corners, however since Konohamaru was the instigator of it all, he was to be punished longer. However that didn't matter to him, he had a great view of the screen that was featuring his rival. Naruto, be careful against him, Iruka thought as he watched the screen pan out so that both opponents were seen staring at one another. The match had already started, but the two of them had just stared each other down for a few minutes, neither of them speaking. Finally, it was Naruto who broke the silence. I'm going to cause you a world of hurt for what you did to Sakura. Gaara said nothing, but his eyes did seem to darken for a moment. I just thought you should know why I'm going all out on you when I held back so much against the others. Gaara folded his arms. I will kill you Naruto Uzumaki, the Sand Genin stated, as if it were a simple fact. Naruto snorted. Why? 'Cause you've never been hit before. That'll change. Gaara did not respond and the two went back to staring for a moment. After I've killed you, I'll find the Uchiha, and kill him as well. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Then I'll kill this Sakura you keep talking about. Then the boy in green and eventually, everyone in this village. Naruto clenched his fist. I guess I'll just have to beat it into his head that as long as I'm here, he won't touch anyone. Naruto smirked. Only if you can beat me. If I beat you though, I'm making sure we change that attitude of yours. Gaara's eye twitched. What a strange boy, he thought. I will enjoy crushing his body. Suddenly the cork on his gourd shot out at Naruto who cartwheeled out of the way. Suddenly, a wave of sand loomed over the blonde boy. He shot backwards as the wave crashed over where he had been a split second ago. He's not wasting any time, Naruto thought as he drew a kunai and threw it at Gaara. The blade was stopped as sand shot up in front of the boy and caught it. Just as it halted its progress, the blade exploded. Naruto was forced to duck under a tendril of sand that aimed for his neck. Rolling to the side, he jumped as sand seemed to surround him. A clone appeared underneath Naruto and he used it as a springboard to gain even more altitude. He floated for a moment as he saw that Gaara was unharmed from his exploding kunai. Guess I'll have to do what Lee would do, hit him up close with some taijutsu. After all, his sand didn't seem that fast. As he fell to the ground, the sand seemed to gather beneath him before suddenly forming it together, creating what Naruto would describe as a patch of spikes waiting to impale him. He ran through a few quick hand seals. Kurigakure no Jutsu, a mist began to envelope the area when Naruto formed a few more seals before holding out his hand. The mist seemed to draw towards Naruto's hand as water formed and began to swirl. Suiten. Hahanryu, the vortex of water destroyed the sand spikes, allowing Naruto to land harmlessly. With a grin, he quickly disappeared. Gaara narrowed his eyes when he saw that Naruto could not be seen. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation in the back of his head as he was lifted off of his feet and shot towards the wall. It felt very unpleasant, in fact, it hurt. This was when Gaara realized that he had been struck there by Naruto. Naruto's grin widened when Gaara's body hit the stone wall. I take it this is the first time you've been hit before? He asked. Gaara had fallen to the ground after his impact and it took a minute for him to stand up. Turning around, he glared at Naruto. His skin seemed to be falling off, but there was another layer of skin. Naruto grit his teeth. Damn, he's wearing some kind of armor made of sand. So his regular sand isn't his only defense. No wonder this guy has never been hurt before. He cracked his knuckles as Gaara's sand formed around him and seemed to repair his thin layer of sand armor. I guess I'll just have to beat it off of you. He disappeared again. Gaara flinched as he knew that his sand could not protect him against the boy. Naruto reappeared beside him and sent him flying with a right hook. Gaara grunted as he flew to the side. Naruto was about to charge after him when the sand sprung up in front of him and tried grabbing him, forcing him to jump back again to avoid it. This sand is really annoying, Naruto thought as he avoided another few tendrils of sand. This Gaara guy is really strong. He glanced over at the boy to see that his sand armor had begun to come apart again. I've got to keep up my attack though. He disappeared again and Gaara growled in anger. His sand shot towards him, intent on reaching the boy before Naruto did. Gaara grunted when the blonde appeared before him and hit him with an uppercut, lifting him off of his feet for a brief second. He's really heavy, Naruto realized as he whirled around and kicked him away. Gaara growled as he felt Naruto's foot connect with his stomach. He is very strong, this does not matter though. As he landed, Gaara sprung up to his feet and threw his arm forward. Naruto yelped as he dodged wave after wave of sand. Okay, he's getting more aggressive, Naruto grunted. He quickly preformed a kawarimi when he saw no way of dodging a wave of sand shuriken that had been fired at point-blank range. That's new, he said to himself. He jumped back and used chakra to stick to the arena wall as he ran through set of hand again. He stuck his hand out as it began to swirl with water. Takes a lot more chakra to do this without water around or the hidden mist technique, but I don't have the option of taking my time for that route. He jumped away as another of tendril of sand snaked its way towards him. Spinning in the air, he fired his water jutsu at the sand that was racing his way. If I get the sand wet, that should help slow it down, Naruto thought to himself. The sand suddenly flew apart, letting the water jutsu pass through harmlessly. Naruto yelled out in frustration. This guy is way too good with that sand. He mentally raged. The sand reformed into some kind of lance and flew towards Naruto at even greater speeds. Naruto barely dodged it by throwing himself to the side, but felt the sleeve on his jacket tear. Damn, that was too close. Rolling to his feet, he began to charge towards Gaara. Gaara's arms shot forward and another wave of sand appeared before Naruto. This is getting ridiculous, Naruto yelled as he leapt backwards again. However, he had forgotten about the lance made of sand behind him. It quickly reformed as a tendril and wrapped around Naruto's ankle. Oh shit, Naruto exclaimed as he felt it pull him into the air and swing him around. Gaara grinned as he tilted his hand to the side. The tendril of sand suddenly changed direction and slammed Naruto into the wall of the arena, shattering the concrete and throwing up a slight dust cloud obscuring Naruto's form. Gaara's smile quickly vanished when another explosion erupted from the tendril of sand. His kunai have exploding tags wrapped around the hilts, Gaara observed. The dust and smoke quickly cleared to show Naruto kneeling on the wall, adhering to it with his chakra. Gotta say, you're really sneaky with that sand, Naruto called out. Gaara said nothing but recalled his sand to him. He has something planned. Naruto made the cross sign and suddenly a ring of Narutos appeared along the arena wall, surrounding Gaara. So many clones, Gaara exclaimed. Naruto smirked. Let's see how your sand does against this. Half of the Narutos spread out amongst the ring began to run through hand seals. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Gaara's did nothing as his sand rose to defend him, however when he saw the other clones performing the next technique, he formed a quick hand seal. Futon. Datappa. The fireball techniques quickly amplified as the wind jutsu fueled their fire and roared throughout the arena. Within a second, all anyone could see were the raging flames of Naruto's technique as they engulfed the stadium. Kakashi darted forward as did a few other Jonin in other locations, running through hand seals. Ino watched as her dad did the same. She did not hear the name of the jutsu over the roar of the flames, but watched as the flames raged towards the audience but halted just in front of the balconies. Naruto, this is too much, Ino thought as she watched. The orange flames fill her vision. Many of the audience screamed in fright, but quickly settled down when they saw that they were in no danger. Jiraiya whistled, impressed that his student's technique had caused a pillar of fire to rise out of the arena and into the sky. This is going to be talked about for a while. That kid has got a knack for destruction, that's for sure. His clone technique makes two simple techniques like those into something to be reckoned with. Ibiki stood beside Jiraiya, impressed at how much power the genin was displaying at the moment. This kid just keeps surprising me, he mumbled. Naruto ceased the attack as did his clones. The flames took a moment to die down, but quickly all they could see was smoke and ash. Naruto glanced around and nodded. His clones all disappeared before he felt a wave of pain crash over him. I need to remember not to do that again, he thought as he clutched his head. He dropped off of the wall into the ground. The grass that had once been there was gone, destroyed by his technique. He frowned. Gaara's chakra was still there, and it seemed to be getting stronger. Damn it, it wasn't enough, he frowned as the smoke began to clear. I thought I could at least cause some injury. Then he saw it. The sand from Gaara's gourd had enveloped him and created a sphere around him. This guy is really annoying, Naruto thought angrily. Up in the stands, Ino leaned forward, unable to see anything yet. He must have been beaten by that, I mean, who could survive that kind of attack? Inoichi shook his head. There are many shinobi that could avoid or protect themselves from that attack, and Gaara could be one of them. Ino pursed her lips. Well, I say he's probably beat. Inoichi did not smile but instead focused on the smoke that was beginning to thin. There stood Naruto, and there was the sphere of sand that protected Gaara. Like I said, Gaara could be one of them, Inoichi said. Ino's jaw dropped. Gaara had protected himself with his sand so quickly. This battle is insane. Sasuke was at the edge of his seat. Naruto, that technique beats all of my fire techniques. Kakashi appeared next to Sasuke again. It's an effective combination, wind and fire. However, you still have a lot of room to grow, Sasuke. You have a natural affinity for fire, and you'll be able to master techniques that make that inferno look no bigger than a campfire. Sasuke said nothing as he stared at Naruto. How much stronger have you become? Naruto felt himself stagger slightly. The exploding clones had taken a lot of chakra to do, as the technique was still new for him. Then the combination of his many clones and his wind and fire jutsu hadn't helped his condition. He waited for a moment to see if Gaara would re-emerge from his sphere, but nothing seemed to happen. Great, now I need to break that to get to him. Naruto muttered angrily. With a few quick hand seals, he had water swirling in his palm again. Sweeten. Hahenryu, the water vortex slammed against the sphere but had no effect against the sand. Naruto grit his teeth. Shooting forward, he decided to try breaking the sand shield with his taijutsu. Just as he got within range to strike, the sand contorted and quickly created spikes that Naruto nearly impaled himself on if not for his quick maneuvering. His fist impacted on the sand that felt as hard as steel at this point. It didn't budge at all. Jumping back as the spikes slowly extended, he felt the urge to scream. He hadn't planned on using this technique already, but he had no other choice at this point. He jumped back, putting some additional distance between him and the now protected Gaara. A clone poofed into existence beside him without prompting. Well, it'll give them a good show, Naruto sighed. Naruto held out his hand as his clone began to work his own two hands above Naruto's palm. Chakra began to form in his palm as the audience gasped. Inoichi's eyes widened. That jutsu, he knows that. Ino glanced at her father. What is it? It's one of the Yondaime Hokage's techniques, Kakashi's voice answered. Ino looked over at the man and saw that he too looked surprised, even with the mask on. My own technique, the Chidori, was derived from this jutsu, but pales in comparison. The crowd began to murmur as the blonde formed the powerful ball of chakra. The Hokage had stood at this point, astounded that not only had Jiraiya taught the boy the jutsu, but that Naruto had been able to learn it within a month. It took the Yondaime 3 years to complete that jutsu. Naruto, I have underestimated you. We all have, the Sandaime thought. The Cage also felt dumbfounded. The Rasengan. This Jinchuriki was able to learn such a high-ranked jutsu. Asama's cigarette dropped from his mouth as he watched. This kid is something else. He grinned as he reached for his pack of cigarettes. The crowd began to chant Naruto's name, slowly at first, but quickly it roared throughout the stadium. The blonde had surpassed all of their expectations. Across the village, those tuning in on their TVs even began chanting his name, watching as the Rasengan, fully formed, swirled in the blonde's palm. At the academy, the students had all fallen silent, awed at the jutsu they did not fully comprehend that was about to be used. Iruka sat at the front of the class, smiling softly as his one-time student stood proudly. You'll make a fantastic chunin, Naruto. Naruto glared at the ball of sand. Let's do this, asshole. With that thought, he shot forward, quickly gaining speed. The crowd around him roared, yelling things that he didn't hear, his focus solely on his jutsu. Things seemed to slow down for everyone. Naruto's face was clear as day, and anyone that looked could see the determination to win on the boy's face. His hand shot forward, dodging the spikes that grew yet again from the sphere of sand. The small ball of swirling chakra slowly plunged into the sand, as if it were nothing more than water. And then everything stood still. There was silence, the crowd had stopped cheering, all of them looked intently at Naruto in the sphere of sand. And then, the back of the sphere exploded outward violently, and Gaara's body shot backward, spinning and impacted against the stadium wall with such force, the audience felt their seats tremble. Their cries echoed again, the jutsu having been a success. Even those that had bet on Gaara were on their feet cheering out the blonde's name. The match would be talked about for ages. How Amir Genin had gone against the son of the Cage, and used a legendary jutsu not seen since the Yondaime Hokage. Sasuke himself allowed a quick cheer for his teammate's success, having impressed him with such a powerful jutsu. Ino jumped up and down cheering for her one-time classmate. Inoichi was clapping, a smirk on his face. Minato would be proud of you, kid. Asuma grinned, as did Shikamaru. Kiba howled from where he sat beside Kurenai and Shino while the bug user remained silent. Kurenai was simply awed at the power of the jutsu, as having only heard of the Rasengan herself. Kakashi smiled, glad that his student was progressing so splendidly. Naruto, you're quickly surpassing us all. One day, I won't even be a match for you. Rock Lee and Guy Sensei leapt around much to the crowd's dismay, cheering at the top of their lungs about Naruto's prowess. Tenten sat amazed at the boy since she had last spared against him. Does he train even more than Lee? She briefly wondered. At the academy, the students had gone insane, throwing papers and such into the air. Iruka however didn't even react to it. He simply stared at the TV, swelling with pride. Sakura Haruno sat in her hospital bed, hearing many cheers from the hospital staff that were watching the exams as well in other rooms. Naruto, you did it. You beat him. Maybe when I'm out of here, you can help me become a better shinobi. She smiled and looked outside the window. The day seemed to be a whole lot brighter. Jiraiya beamed as he heard the crowd's cheers. You've done well, but remember Naruto, you haven't won yet. Naruto did not concern himself with the crowd's cheering and continued to stare at the cloud of dust that had been kicked up from Gaara's impact. His chakra, it's still getting stronger, his fist tightened. This isn't good, I'm starting to run low on chakra and this guy just keeps taking everything I throw at him. Suddenly, there was a howl of rage that drowned out every other noise in the stadium. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto quickly drew a kunai, ready to charge when the dust began to clear. Just as it began to clear, feathers began to appear everywhere. Is this Gaara doing this? He quickly formed the ram seal and expelled a large amount of chakra, just as he was beginning to feel drowsy. As the feathers seemed to disappear, he heard the howl of wind. Turning, he was hit with some kind of wind technique that drove him backwards with force that surpassed his Rasengan. Naruto tried to yell in agony as he felt his back break in several places as well as a few of his limbs, but he was traveling at such a speed it was hard for him to make a sound. This is one hell of a wind jutsu. Naruto thought right before he blacked out from the pain. The Jonin had quickly dispelled the genjutsu and had sprung into action. Kakashi glanced at the wall where Naruto had been tossed through. I hope he survived that attack. He went straight through the stadium and then some. He glanced down at the field and saw that Gaara had begun to transform. He hadn't fully released the tailed beast, but it seemed he was halfway there. He had sprouted a tail from the gourd, a beastly arm in place of his left arm, a contorted claw at the end of it. Half his face seemed deformed at this point, a yellow eye and a new ear. His mouth seemed to be growing fangs of some sort as well and a maniacal expression on his face. As the Jonin began to surround the Jinchuriki, the Hokage's seats exploded and the Cage dragged the man to a separate roof followed by the Cage's two guards. Kakashi cursed as Oto Ninja began to appear amongst the crowd. Looks like the Hokage was right, the sound and sand are invading. He glanced over to see a few sand shinobi appear as well. Naruto, I hope you're okay. He looked over at where Naruto had slammed through the arena. Gaara had also seemed to disappear at this point. What's he going to do now? He glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke, I have a mission for you. Kakashi whirled around as two sand ninja attacked and he quickly killed them with well-placed kunai. Find Gaara, install him, by any means necessary. Sasuke nodded, knowing what that meant. Beside him Jiraiya suddenly appeared. Try to find Naruto as well, the man said upon appearing. Kakashi gave him an odd look. I taught him a way to restrain and seal a biju back into its host. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this as he spun around and caught a sound ninja's fist before tossing him into the wall and quickly punching the man's throat in, leaving him flailing on the ground in agony. How? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya threw a few kunai to distract a few Oto ninja that were fighting with Asuma and Kurenai. It'll take too long. To explain, just find him. Jiraiya retorted. He glanced at Sasuke. Go now. Sasuke nodded and jumped into the stadium before running through the hole Naruto's body had created. Jiraiya glanced up and saw a purple barrier appear. Looks like the old man has his hands full with Orochimaru, Jiraiya muttered. Kakashi whirled around quickly and saw that the Sannin was correct. In the middle of the purple barrier stood Hiruzen facing Orochimaru, wearing the Casecage's robes. Clever move, impersonating the Casecage, Kakashi said. Jiraiya nodded. Let's make some Cage Bunshin to track Naruto down and then get rid of these guys. Kakashi nodded. Naruto woke up. His surroundings were dark. Sitting up, he saw that he was in front of a large cage, a paper tag at the middle that had the kanji for seal upon it. Damn it, just when I need to be awake, Naruto muttered as he realized where he was. Naruto, why are you here? A low voice rumbled. A pair of red eyes opened in the darkness beyond the cage, boring into Naruto's blue eyes. The Shukaku, it may have caught me by surprise, Naruto huffed. The fox roared. We had a deal, you simpleton. Its claws rammed against the cage, rattling it and shaking the entire room, but the cage remained unharmed. Slowly but surely, the Kyuubi no Kitsune was revealed in its entirety as Naruto's eyes adjusted to the dim light. It hasn't come out all the way yet, he's just channeling its chakra. Naruto yelled back, plus I still have a chance to beat him, so I haven't gone back on our deal, you dumb fox. The Kyuubi snarled at the blonde. Do not try my patience, you fool. Naruto stood up. I may need you to heal my body quickly. It felt like I got pretty messed up out there, and when the time comes to use that jutsu, I'll call on you, okay? The Kyuubi stood there, glaring at the young boy not answering. Or would you rather the world know that I lost to the one-tailed Biju when I hold the nine-tailed Biju? Like I said when we first met, you may not care what happens to me, but if I lose against the Shukaku, you'll be considered the weakest of the 9 beasts. The Kyuubi snarled again. I understand that, Naruto. I already told you that I would help you out with this sealing jutsu you have planned. Shukaku is no friend of mine. Naruto grinned. To think that pride would be the demon fox's weakest point. Good, then quickly, heal my body and lend me some chakra so I can get this thing going. The Kyuubi said nothing as the water around Naruto began to bubble and turn red. That's more like it, Naruto said. Hanabi Hyuga was not a coward and she would never have considered anything frightening. However, when she had caught sight of Gaara's deformed figure grabbing some random shinobi and tearing him apart, she had felt scared. When the genjutsu had started in the stadium, she was one of the few that were not Jonin, to expel the illusion. Immediately, her father had told her to head towards the Hokage monument where she would be safe with the rest of the villagers that were heading there. She nodded and had set off, not knowing that Kakashi Hatake had been asked by Hiashi to accompany her. So when Gaara had rounded on her, she felt as if this moment was indeed her last. Her eyes had begun to fill with tears, not able to remember her training due to the palpable killer intent the boy was aiming at her. As he charged her, she heard an odd chirping noise before the boy fell to the ground. Well, I was hoping to maybe find Naruto before finding you, Kakashi said as he appeared behind Hanabi. She stared at the man in awe. Keep going, I'll send a clone with you just in case. He smiled at her and she quickly nodded. Kakashi made a familiar cross seal as an exact copy of him appeared beside her. Now go. Kakashi shot forward towards the red-headed boy who seemed to have forgotten Hanabi. Sasuke had better find Naruto fast. If what Jiraiya said is true, he may be our only shot at beating this guy. Kakashi thought. Hanabi whirled around and began running through the streets again. She felt something hot running down her cheeks, but she did not bother to check. She was sure they were tears. Naruto groaned as he sat up, brushing some loose rubble off of his body. Slowly he stood up, wincing as he felt the wounds that the 9 Tails was still busy healing. He glanced around to find he had been thrown into a shop that was currently empty, and slightly demolished. Damn, his attack threw me far. If it wasn't for the fox, I'd be dead. He walked through the large hole in the wall and saw that there was chaos in the streets. Civilians were fleeing from a small group of sound ninja, all in the same uniform, that were cutting down anyone unfortunate enough to get near them. Naruto growled as he shot forward. He was surprised when the group jumped away from him, landing in defensive positions. Was hoping I'd finish it quickly. He heard an explosion off in the distance. Who the hell are you guys? He yelled at the group. One of them sneered at him from behind his mask. Some genin thinks he can take us on, pathetic. Why are you attacking? Naruto yelled. It's war, dumbass, we attack, you die. One of the others yelled. Naruto glared at them. So I guess I'll just have to kill you first, won't I? They laughed. As if you could kill us. Naruto took a deep breath, knowing that once again, he was going to have blood on his hands. At least these guys have a fighting chance. Naruto shot forward, kunai in hand. Ino Yamanaka had run into her two teammates and they were currently looking for someone. So that Gaara guy is a Jinchuriki? Shikamaru asked as they crept through an alley. Ino nodded. That's what the Jiraiya guy said. And Naruto is the only one that can stop him. Shikamaru asked. Ino nodded as she peeked around a corner to see if the coast was clear. She signaled the other two and they ran across the street into another alley. Apparently, Ino mumbled, how the hell is he supposed to do that? I mean, yes, Naruto has gotten stronger than a lot of us, but to take on a Jinchuriki. Ino shrugged. The old guy said he had some kind of sealing jutsu he could use on him. Shikamaru sighed. This is such a drag, having to avoid ninja that are trying to kill us as well as an unstable Jinchuriki just to find someone that might be able to stop him. Ino groaned. I know, okay, but what else are we supposed to do? Fight other ninja that are stronger than us? Or maybe fight that Gaara kid ourselves? You saw how quickly he beat everyone else. Shikamaru nodded. I know that, I'm just saying it's troublesome is all. Ino suppressed the urge to scream. God, this lazy good for nothing is not helping the situation. What happens when we find Naruto? Choji asked. Ino stopped for a moment. I mean, after what Gaara supposedly did, how did Naruto survive that? Ino bit her lip. Choji was right. If what her father had said was true, then Naruto was probably severely injured or dead after being hit through the stadium wall and a few buildings after. Of course that area had quickly been swarmed with sound and sand ninja which had forced them to get to the area in a roundabout way. I don't know, let's just find him, okay? Ino snapped. Find who? Ino stiffened when she heard a familiar voice. The three of them looked up to see Kankuro, the puppet user that Naruto had defeated in the preliminaries. Crap, Ino said. Sasuke jumped back as a barrage of shuriken embedded in the ground. Another kid thinking he's a shinobi, the sand shinobi sneered. Sasuke ground his teeth. I don't have time for this, he said to himself. He was currently surrounded by a multitude of Suna shinobi. 10 of them, at least one of them is on level with a Chunin, this is going to be a problem. His fist tightened. I could use the Chidori, but how will they counter? He took a step back when suddenly one of the men dropped to the ground. What the hell? The man next to the collapsed shinobi yelled before collapsing to the ground himself. The remaining shinobi suddenly fell to the ground without another word. What just happened? Sasuke wondered aloud. Clearly, these shinobi are not educated as to how the Aburame work, Shino said as he appeared beside Sasuke. Shino? Sasuke realized. You are looking for Naruto, correct? Shino asked. Sasuke nodded. Then I shall help you. I wish we could track him, but his chakra is masked and therefore my Kikaichu cannot track him. So we shall have to head in the direction he was thrown. Sasuke nodded. Well, this'll make things much easier. Then let us be off, Shino said. The third Hokage grit his teeth as he glared at his one-time student. Between them stood his two predecessors, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Damn it, Orochimaru, to think you would summon these two of all people with such a despicable technique. I may have to use the Yondaime's jutsu to defeat them. Today may in fact be the end of my life. He glanced at the barrier and saw Jiraiya inspecting the purple wall. Unless Jiraiya can figure a way through that barrier jutsu, I'll hold out for as long as I can, but if this fight drags on, I will use that technique to seal these two away, as well as Orochimaru. Hiruzen mumbled to himself as he tore off his Hokage robes, revealing the black battle outfit beneath. You will not succeed in destroying the leaf. The third Hokage declared. Orochimaru simply chuckled. Interesting, he is not the least bit worried at the prospect of fighting the Senju brothers. Well then, sensei, let us see if your faith is misplaced. Hanabi was getting closer to the monument and could make out the staircase against the rock in the distance. She allowed herself a glimmer of hope. I'm in the clear. As she rounded a corner, the wall of a shop exploded apart, sending rubble everywhere. She skidded to a stop, fearing what was about to happen when she heard a familiar voice. Rasengan. Another portion of the wall exploded out, forcing Hanabi to dive out of the way as a large rock nearly hit her. Rolling to her feet, she saw a figure in the dust. She struck her family taijutsu stance, ready to fight if need be. As the dust cleared, it revealed one Naruto Uzumaki, sporting a leather jacket that was barely together at this point. He seemed to be trying to catch his breath. Are you alright? He panted. She nodded as she stood straight, her normal demeanor returning. You are the Uzumaki, correct? She asked, already knowing the answer. Yeah, that's me. He doubled over for a moment, taking a few deep breaths. Shouldn't you be hiding or something right now? He asked as he looked up at her from his current position. She nodded. I'm trying to get to the shelter right now with the civilians and academy students. Naruto glanced towards the Hokage monument, fully aware of the procedure during such an event. I can send help if you need it, Naruto offered when he suddenly sensed something familiar. Kakashi suddenly appeared next to Hanabi. Sorry for not appearing earlier, had to double back to take care of two sound ninja that were tailing us, the clone said. Kakashi, what are you doing here? He asked. Kakashi was about to answer when an explosion echoed from down the street. Naruto whirled around to see that a large snake had just been summoned. Holy shit, Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi withdrew a kunai. It's okay sensei, I've got it, Naruto said as he held an arm in front of the clone. Besides, you're low on chakra as it is, any more jutsu and I bet you'd disappear. You know I'm just a Kage Bunshin? The clone asked. Naruto nodded. I use it all the time after all, he smiled. Give me a second. He glanced down at his sleeve and frowned. I was really starting to like this jacket as well, damn. He quickly took it off and threw it aside. He bit his thumb, drawing blood and ran it across a tattoo on his left forearm. A summoning tattoo. No wonder he was able to summon without me tracking the hand seals in his match against Temari, he didn't use any. The Kakashi clone analyzed. The tattoo was an interesting one, completely black, it was a small toad, its mouth open and its tongue circling his arm to come back to the image of the toad. Slamming his hand on the ground, a large explosion of smoke nearly knocked Kakashi and Hanabi off of their feet. The snake turned towards the disturbance and hissed. The smoke faded, leaving the form of a large toad in its place. I need your help, Gameken. Naruto yelled from atop its massive head. Very well, Naruto-san, but I apologize in advance, for I am quite clumsy. Naruto said nothing, but Kakashi could see Naruto shake his head. Summons are always interesting, Kakashi thought with a smile. Twirling his Sasumata with surprising grace, Gameken seemed to dance towards the snake which had begun to smash buildings around it in order to toss at the giant toad. Gameken quickly deflected the oncoming remains of the buildings aside using his weapon with ease. As he struck the last oncoming building, the giant snake lunged forward at the toad. Ken, Naruto yelled as a warning, however the toad had already seen the attack. Bringing up his shield, the snake rammed its head into the defense, roaring all the while. Gameken pushed forward, unbalancing the snake before lifting his shield and kicking the snake in the head with his webbed foot. The snake flew backwards, destroying buildings as it landed before disappearing in a plume of smoke. Naruto sighed and looked out across the village. No, there's more. As far out as the village wall to just a few streets away, were more of the snake summons, some of them sporting 3 heads or 2. Damn it, this is bad, Gameken, would you mind helping us out a bit? Naruto asked. Gameken looked around the village at the sight before them. I will do what I can, Naruto-san. Naruto nodded. I'll have to leave it to you and some clones, I have to find the Suna Jinchuriki and stop him before he does too much damage. Gameken said nothing for a moment. So, the Ikibi Jinchuriki fighting the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded. Seems that way. Naruto hopped off of Gameken's head and landed on one of the few intact buildings nearby. He quickly called a few clones forth. I'll have one of them accompany you while the others fan out and track down Gaara for me. I'm going to help her get to the others. Gameken nodded again as one of the clones jumped up onto his shoulder. Thanks again, Gameken. With that said, Gameken leapt away, towards the closest snake. The other clones all scattered away in different directions. The original Naruto leapt down and landed before the Kakashi clone and Hanabi. What's a Jinchuriki? Hanabi asked the Kakashi clone. Naruto smacked his forehead. Damn it, Gameken, you just had to say that loud enough for the girl to hear. Kakashi looked towards Naruto. It's complicated, the man replied. It means human sacrifice. A Jinchuriki is an individual that has had a biju sealed within their body, Naruto explained quickly. The girl looked somewhat intelligent and Naruto didn't feel like beating around the bush at the moment. The red-headed Sangenin is the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi. Hanabi stared at Naruto for a moment. And when the frog said he was going to fight the Kyuubi Jinchuriki he meant you. Naruto nodded. You seem like a smart girl, so know that what you have been told is an S-ranked secret. If you reveal it to anyone else, it's a severe punishment. Hanabi nodded. I have a question though, why does everyone say that the Yondaime Hokage killed the Kyuubi if it's just inside of you? Naruto sighed. We're in the middle of a war and I'm stuck playing 20 questions. It was a lie. The Sandaime Hokage knew of how Jinchuriki are usually treated in their villages, and to protect me, he made it so that nobody knew that the Kyuubi still existed. Hanabi nodded. I see. I have many more questions that I would like to ask of you in the future if we are to survive this, is that okay? Naruto sighed. Yeah, let's just get you going already. He picked the small girl up and threw her over his shoulder as she squealed, surprised at what had just happened. Hey, I'm perfectly capable of walking. Hanabi protested, pounding her fists on Naruto's back. This is faster so just shut it. Naruto snapped as he began running forward, the Kakashi clone beside him. So where's the real you? Naruto asked. Fighting Gaara, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. What? Naruto exclaimed, nearly tripping. Watch it, Hanabi snapped from where she was slung. I said shut it kid. Naruto snapped. Hanabi didn't reply. So where is that? Naruto asked. Right now, no idea, however we can go back to where I last saw them when we drop her off. Naruto nodded. So Ero Sennin told you about my technique. He mentioned it briefly but not in any detail, so you can really restrain the Aikibi. They rounded a corner and jumped over a large pile of debris. Right now, no. Gaara needs to fully release the Biju in order for the technique to work. As far as I can tell, he hasn't done that yet. You can sense him? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. No, he's too far away right now, but Ero Sennin told me that when a Biju's full power is released, every sensor-type shinobi in the area will be able to feel its power, that an Biju is usually as big as Gameiken at least. Kakashi chuckled at this. That's an understatement. Naruto grunted as they had to scale the wall of a toppled building. Be careful, Hanabi grunted. Yeah, sorry, Naruto sighed. Why couldn't Gameiken have just kept his mouth shut about the whole Jinchuriki thing? Kakashi laughed. Luck is rarely on our side. I said I'll keep it a secret, Hanabi said from behind. What's your name anyways? Naruto asked as they reached the staircase that led to their destination. Hanabi Hyuga, she said, pride evident in her voice. Like Hinata and that Neji guy? Naruto asked. Yes, Hinata is my sister. As they ran up the stairs, Naruto became very silent. He's worried that Hanabi might slip up to Hinata. An explosion rang out across the village, some screams in the distance followed. Naruto increased his speed up the stairs. I can get there on my own from here, Hanabi said from Naruto's back. Naruto stopped suddenly, causing Hanabi to squeal yet again. You sure? Naruto asked. Hanabi could hear how anxious he was to go fight the invaders. Yes, I am sure Uzumaki-san. Naruto set her down and considered her for a moment. Another explosion echoed, causing Naruto to look out at the village. In the distance, he could see Gameiken heading towards another snake, having taken care of one of them. Already, I'll see you when this is all finished and we can talk more about this secret and what accompanies it, with the Hokage there. Naruto turned and met her eyes at the last part to drive his point home, just in case. Hanabi did not seem the least bit worried at the prospect and merely nodded. Okay then, stay safe. With that, Naruto and the Kakashi clone jumped off of the stairway and plummeted towards the ground. Hanabi watched as they landed lightly before taking off through the village. That explains quite a bit about him, Hanabi thought to herself as she watched the younger boy run off. So while we're searching for the real me, mind explaining the details of this Fuinjutsu to me? Kakashi asked Naruto as they progressed forward. Naruto nodded. It's a jutsu only I can use, both because of the Kyuubi, and that I'm an Uzumaki. Kakashi nodded. I take it that it requires both the Kyuubi's chakra and the Uzumaki clan's unique chakra. Basically, now I guess my mother's chakra was very unique, even for an Uzumaki, which allowed her to use a special technique if the Kyuubi ever were to get free. Even though I don't have the same chakra as she does, we can replicate the technique using seals, my own chakra, and the Kyuubi's chakra. But in order for that to work, the Biju I'm using it against has to be completely unleashed, otherwise it will fail. How do you know this is going to work? Kakashi asked. Naruto chuckled. Well, Ero-Sennin said it's a slim chance that it won't, but he's pretty sure of his technique. So it wasn't you that created it? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head as they jumped off of the streets and onto the rooftops. I guess he's had this in development before we even met. Something about in the event the Kyuubi were to ever escape, we could use it to subdue him. So it wasn't even designed to be used against a Jinchuriki other than you? Kakashi asked, his heart dropping. Naruto laughed. That's why we use the Kyuubi's chakra for this. The seals Jiraiya sensei had originally developed had to be altered for this technique to utilize the chakra of the Biju to subdue another Biju. Kakashi nodded. Do you have the seal on you? Naruto lifted his right arm up to reveal a seal tattoo on his wrist. This is just a temporary seal to hold the sealing scroll I have. So we're using a scroll to seal a Biju? Kakashi asked, his eyebrow shooting up. Naruto sighed. No, in the scroll are a set of special kunai with the real sealing formula on them. We use them as conduits for my technique. After that, we simply reseal the Biju into the Jinchuriki host. Ah, good, Kakashi said stiffly. Naruto stared at him for a moment as they jumped to another roof. Did you really think I was dumb enough to try and seal a tailed beast in something as weak as a scroll? Kakashi nearly tripped. You're kind of an asshole, Kakashi-sensei. Shino stopped suddenly for what seemed to be the 9th time. What is it now? Sasuke growled. Shino glanced in a few directions. Are we surrounded? Sasuke asked in a low voice. No, it's Naruto. What about him? Sasuke asked as he glanced around. It seems he is in multiple directions. Shino stated. Damn, he must be using his clone technique to help fight. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. If he keeps this up, he's going to exhaust himself. Perhaps, I believe your sensei may have found the real Naruto though. My Kikaichu are sensing 2 Kakashis in the village from my understanding. One is with one of the Narutos. Where's the other? Sasuke asked. Shino turned to the Uchiha. He is fighting an unnatural chakra full of evil. I believe this is Gaara. Sasuke nodded. So if Kakashi has already found Naruto, what do we do now? A new voice answered. You die. The street seemed to explode as a gust of wind tore towards the 2 genin. Both managed to dive into an alley beside them to avoid the wind jutsu. You couldn't sense her, Sasuke yelled as he scrambled to his feet. I apologize, I have had my Kikaichu focusing solely on locating Naruto that they have overlooked everything else. Sasuke glared at the boy. Well, she can't be that hard to deal with, I'm sure she was injured from the fight against Naruto. They glanced at the end of the alley to find that Temari was glaring at the 2 of them. Bold move, attacking the Leaf Village, Shino said as his bugs seemed to flow from his sleeves, surrounding the boy. Sasuke shifted slightly. She had some pretty dangerous moves, but I'm sure I can beat her with my fire techniques. Temari glared at the 2 of them. What happened with Uzumaki? Sasuke grinned. He was kicking your friend's ass when all of this happened. Temari sneered at this. I very much doubt that he could have even touched Gaara. Sasuke withdrew a kunai and readied himself. Believe what you want, but you aren't Gaara, and we can beat you easily. Temari swung her large fan. We'll see about that. Kakashi Hatake was a superb jonin of Konohagakure. He had over 1,000 different ninjutsu at his disposal. His taijutsu was matched only by Maeda Gai. He rarely failed a mission and had not been bested by another shinobi in combat for years. But fighting an unstable Jinchuriki who had no inhibitions about killing innocents was trying his patience. He doesn't tire easily, Kakashi thought as he jumped away from a blast of wind. Slowly, since he had run into him, Gaara had gone from half-deformed to a miniature Ikibi. I will kill you all. The boy screeched. Kakashi felt beads of sweat across his body as he leapt to the safety of a rooftop that was still intact. He had been pushing himself to the limit to avoid the boy's deadly strikes against not only him, but civilians that were trying to flee the area. That was the worst part. He had wasted plenty of time and chakra just on defending others and made no headway in the fight. I've just got to stall him a bit longer, by then, I'm sure someone will have found Naruto. As he withdrew some shuriken, his head throbbed for a moment. The clone was killed. Oh, good, Naruto has a plan. He sighed, now having a light at the end of the tunnel was relieving. Well, I guess I just need a few more minutes and then we'll have our own Jinchuriki fighting this guy. He stowed the shuriken and crouched to the ground, going through 3 hand seals before grasping his wrist. That means, I can finally let loose, no need to worry about chakra. Lightning and chakra flowed around his hand, making an odd chirping noise. This caught the Suna Jinchuriki's attention. "There you are," he called out. Kakashi stood up. "Here I am." Kakashi leapt off the building to the ground, lightning trailing behind him. Gaara shot forward, his claw reared back, ready to cleave the man into pieces. However, Kakashi had landed before Gaara was halfway to the man. Using his superior speed, Kakashi ran towards the boy, his technique thrusting forward. Reikiri! Gaara howled in agony. Kakashi ducked beneath Gaara's claw and tore into his torso. Kakashi jumped off the street and back to the rooftops before whirling around to see what kind of damage he had dealt the Jinchuriki. The boy was hunched over in the street howling in agony. Kakashi sighed as he allowed himself to breathe freely for a moment. He knew that Gaara was going to regenerate quickly, but Kakashi didn't know a way to defeat the boy currently. "Come on Naruto, get here fast." The door to her room burst open violently and there stood Rock Lee. "Sakura-chan, are you alright?" Lee asked quickly as he approached her bed. She nodded. "What's going on? I can see explosions not far from here. We are under attack from the Sound and the Sand villages. I am here to help you get out of here." Sakura nodded and winced as she tried to get out of bed. Her body had healed a lot thanks to the hospital staff and their medical jutsu, however she was still very frail at the moment. Rock Lee rushed to her side and slowly helped her out of her bed. She wore some plain clothes provided by the hospital so that she could walk through the grounds with the aid of crutches, without having to wear the gowns. "I can't run though," Sakura groaned as she grasped her crutches. "That is not a problem, Sakura-chan. I shall carry you to the monument shelter." Lee turned and knelt down. Sakura stared at him for a moment. A month ago she would have laughed at the prospect of depending on the boy, however after seeing his fight on the TV, she knew he was a powerful shinobi not to be trifled with. He had after all beaten Sasuke Uchiha. "Thank you Lee." She slowly crawled onto Lee's back. Once she was properly situated, Lee slowly stood up. "Let us be off then, Sakura-chan." He quickly exited the room and darted down the hall past the hospital staff that were running room to room, gathering patients to take to the shelter. "Why isn't help here?" Sakura asked Lee. "The attacks are happening from within the village as well as at the village walls. Also the Hokage is currently trapped in some jutsu with an enemy known as Orochimaru." Sakura gasped as she heard the name. The pale face practically flashed before her eyes at the mere mention of his name. "How are Sasuke and Naruto?" she asked quickly. Lee jumped over a gurney that was exiting a room before turning down a hall towards the hospital exit. "Sasuke is fine from what I saw. Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sama have sent Sasuke out to look for Naruto." "Why? What happened to Naruto?" The TV shut off after he hit Gaara with his technique. Rock Lee was silent for a moment as they exited the hospital and took off down the street before veering off down an alley. Gaara recovered from the technique and hit Naruto with some wind jutsu. He was carried away by the jutsu out of the stadium. We do not know for sure how he is doing. But Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei and Jiraiya-sama all assured us that Naruto was alive and that he must be found. They have sent multiple teams to search for him. Why are they looking for Naruto though? I know he's strong, but what can he do in this war that would make him such a priority? Lee stopped suddenly and glanced around a corner before taking off down a separate alley. It is still something I do not fully understand as I only heard pieces of it. Our senseis were very quiet about it, but I did hear that Naruto has a technique that can defeat Gaara. Sakura was quiet for a moment as they turned in a new direction. Why does he need to stop Gaara though? I am unsure, but Jiraiya-sama did refer to him using a word I have not heard before. "Jiraiya, of the Sannin?" Sakura asked. "Sorry, you keep mentioning him but I wasn't sure." Lee nodded. "Yes, that is him. From what I could gather, he has been training Naruto for the past month." This surprised Sakura. It was no wonder Naruto had learned such a powerful technique. What did he call Gaara? Something known as a Jinchuriki. Lee said as he turned unexpectedly. "That sounds familiar, but where have I heard that?" Sakura wondered. Suddenly, Lee skidded to a stop. They could hear a rattling noise nearby. "What is that?" Sakura asked. Suddenly, a wall exploded and a familiar wooden puppet was flung through it. Nikuden Sensha, Choji's technique was not far behind as it hit the puppet into another wall. Ino Yamanaka quickly emerged from the hole as well. She spotted Rock Lee and Sakura and quickly waved them over. "What are you doing here?" Ino basically yelled at the two. "I am trying to get Sakura-chan to the shelter." Lee defended himself, causing Ino to go pink. "Oh, okay, I thought you were trying to fight or something. Shikamaru's voice echoed behind Ino. He's coming. Ino whirled around, her hands going through seals. She spotted the boy that was controlling the puppets trying to jump away from a shadow that was extending towards him. Sweeten. Tepidama. The ball of water rushed at Kankuro, who was in midair, unable to dodge the blast. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted in the building beside Kankuro, throwing him in the air. The shockwave of the blast disrupted the bullet of water, the heat evaporating the water instantly. Lee looked on in horror as time slowed down. Beside him was Ino, who looked on in shock. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Choji, back to his normal size, running towards them. Then of course, Sakura was on his back. He could not see any way of this ending well, what with Sakura's injuries, and the explosion being so close. Suddenly, a large shield dropped before them, straight through the buildings, blocking the explosion from their eyes. They could still feel the heat through the shield and the sound was deafening, but they were safe. Lee wheeled around and saw a large magenta toad wielding an odd weapon. I apologize for my clumsiness, the toad said calmly to those in the alleyway. Without warning, it suddenly jumped straight up, avoiding a now visible snake that had tried to bite the toad. With surprising grace, the toad twisted in the air, spinning his weapon so quickly, not even Lee could trace its movements, and brought it crashing on the snake's head. The impact crushed the snake's head, causing it to explode and gore. Dust and wind battered at the genin in the alleyway. The toad landed softly on the corpse of the snake, whipping his weapon up. I shall now take my leave, the toad stated as it reached over them all and pulled the shield free from the buildings it had been embedded in. It quickly secured the shield on his back and glanced side to side a few times before jumping away. Wow, Sakura stated. Yeah, wow, Choji agreed. Shino burst into a cloud of bugs as the wind jutsu tore through him. Sasuke's fire jutsu was quickly overpowered by the wind jutsu. Damn, how is this happening? Fire element is supposed to be strong against wind. Sasuke thought as he was sent flying back by the blast. He skidded to a halt, his Sharingan scanning for where Temari had disappeared to. If Naruto could beat her, then so can I. Sasuke thought fiercely. He darted forward to where he had last seen the girl when Shino's voice called out. Behind you, Sasuke. He dove to the side, narrowly escaping the invisible blades of wind that carved through the ground where he had just been. Didn't know Shino could be so loud, was Sasuke's thought. He jumped up and off the side of a building, as Shino appeared next to him. I can finish her off, but you need to keep her occupied. Sasuke said. What are you going to do? Shino asked. Sasuke smirked as they landed on a roof. A special technique Kakashi-sensei taught me. Was going to save it for Gaara, but this'll work. Very well. I shall keep her occupied while you get this jutsu ready. How long do you need? Sasuke smirked. Just a few spare seconds. I don't have a lot of chakra from my matches, but it'll be enough. Shino nodded as he walked to the edge of the roof. Be quick then. He jumped from the edge and plummeted to the ground. Temari had spotted him quickly and sent a wind jutsu towards the falling boy. Shino's bug suddenly buzzed forwards from his sleeves and seemed to push the boy out of the way of the jutsu. Shino landed safely and turned towards his opponent. I am surprised you have this much energy after fighting against Naruto. Temari sneered at Shino. I still have enough chakra to deal with you too. She swung her fan at Shino, who darted into an alley, effectively dodging the wind jutsu. That's getting annoying, Temari thought as she prepared her next jutsu. She was surprised when suddenly, Shino appeared next to her, engaging her in taijutsu. She dodged the first few hits, closing her fan quickly before using it to block a kunai from the boy. She swung at him with the metal frame, missing and tearing through a wall. That is surprising strength, Shino thought to himself. She planted the fan in the ground, and using it as leverage, planted a kick on Shino's chest. The boy suddenly exploded into bugs once more. Ugh, disgusting, Temari thought as they swarmed her. She swung her fan back open, poured chakra into it, and blew the insects away from her. She staggered to the side as she did this and nearly lost her balance. Damn it, his bugs are stealing my chakra, she realized. She looked around for any sign of the boy when she heard an odd chirping noise from somewhere down the street. What the hell is that? Temari asked herself. Suddenly, she saw Sasuke Uchiha drop from a building, wielding what looked to be some kind of lightning jutsu. She smirked. I thought the Uchiha were supposed to be smart, but clearly you don't realize that wind beats lightning. Sasuke smirked. Time to beat the odds then. Suddenly he shot forward, the lightning streaking behind him. Tamari grit her teeth as Sasuke rocketed towards her. Damn it, just like that Uzumaki kid, he's fast. She swung her fan, pouring her remaining chakra into her jutsu, intending on leveling not only the Uchiha, but the buildings in the immediate vicinity. Suddenly, Sasuke shot down an alley. She unleashed the jutsu, sure that he would still get caught in the blast. As soon as she unleashed her technique, the buildings began to crumble, the street tearing apart, the howl of the wind the most prominent noise. She was sure she had won. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the flash of the blue lightning from Sasuke's technique. She had no time to react as her eyes met with red eyes. She knew there was no time to block or dodge the technique. Just as Sasuke was about to reach his target, a building nearby exploded with such force, Sasuke and Tamari were thrown aside like leaves. Sasuke was dazed as he flew through the air. The only sound he could now hear was the ringing in his ears from being so close to the blast. Then a wave of pain crashed over him. He felt the ground rumble a bit as he realized he was staring at the sky. The smoke from the burning buildings looked like oil against the blue sky as Sasuke struggled to move. Glancing down, he realized that a wall must have collapsed on top of him, pinning him to the ground. Another wave of pain racked his body suddenly. He tried to free one of his arms, but it was nearly impossible to move. This isn't good, Sasuke thought as he fought through the pain and continued to struggle for freedom. Suddenly he heard something that sounded like footsteps. Maybe that's Shino, or an enemy. Sasuke waited with bated breath when a shadow fell over his face from the figure that stood over him. Still alive, Uchiha. A bleeding singed Tamari taunted. Her fan was missing and a large amount of her torso was left with a torn mesh undershirt. If it was a different situation, Sasuke would have had the decency to blush. Damn it, this can't be it. His Sharingan activated from the stress of the situation and suddenly a new pain engulfed him. Sasuke screamed out, his neck feeling as if it was on fire. Then slowly, his system was flooded with chakra. Not his normal chakra however. This one felt much more potent than anything he had felt in his life. He grinned as he locked eyes with Tamari. It's simple, but it'll do. Tamari's eyes seemed to glaze over for a moment as she raised her kunai and positioned it beside her neck. To think that a simple genjutsu would be what kills you, Sasuke murmured as with his newfound energy, he lifted the rubble off of himself. He stood up as soon as it was clear and checked himself. Feel like shit, but otherwise I'm alright. He glanced over at the blonde girl who had remained still, her kunai pressed against her neck. This power, it's useful. Sasuke muttered. He had tried before during his training with Kakashi to use a powerful genjutsu using only his Sharingan but never with such success. He walked over to her and looked her up and down. He shook his head as certain thoughts came to the forefront of his mind. This isn't like me, what am I thinking? His hand shot towards his neck, where the source of this new power had come from. This thing, it's doing more than giving me power. He glanced at Tamari and he once again thought of taking away her life. An internal struggle began to surface. There have been so many deaths because of the sand and sound today, taking her life is just a form of repayment. Besides, Naruto has killed before, looks like it could be fun. Suddenly, Itachi's face seemed to materialize in his mind. The night of the massacre, where everything he had known was taken from him. This is what Itachi would do, Sasuke frowned. I am not that monster. Then another face seemed to surface. A certain blonde grinning teammate. Naruto, he's more of a brother than Itachi, he grimaced as he felt the power of the curse seal ebb away, followed by a sharp pain in his neck that seemed to continue lingering. Tamari snapped out of the genjutsu and dropped the kunai, surprised what she had been about to do. She looked at the Uchiha who collapsed to the ground with a groan, clutching at his neck. She took one step towards the boy and kicked him in the chest, causing him to fall to his back and stare up at the girl. I hate genjutsu users, Tamari growled as she placed her foot on Sasuke's throat. Sasuke tried to cry out in pain, but couldn't as Tamari applied more and more pressure. The young boy began to claw at her leg as his heart began to pound. Tamari smirked at the boy as his limbs began to feel numb. His panic for air began to recede. So this is dying, it's not terrible, Sasuke thought as his vision began to darken. Just as he began to accept what was happening, the pressure disappeared and Sasuke felt a warmth spread among his neck. Then he sat up, coughing painfully. Careful, a female voice rang out. He glanced at the woman the voice belonged to and saw the nurse from the preliminary matches, her hands glowing green. He looked around for the blonde girl and saw her unconscious on the ground, Shino standing over her. It is good to see that you are okay, Shino said, not bothering to look at the Uchiha. Sasuke tried to speak but found that he couldn't. I'm not done healing you yet, Kagome answered his unasked question. Sasuke nodded as her glowing hands reached for his neck. It seems that there was a fight in the building that exploded between a few sound shinobi and 2 Konoha Chunin. From what information my bugs can gather, the Chunin were winning, so the sound shinobi used some kamikaze tags to take them all out. Sasuke sat and listened while Kagome healed him. Aren't you Naruto's teammate? She asked Sasuke. He nodded and glanced at the girl. Did he win his fights? I wasn't able to catch them. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this. The Chunin exams were televised and very few people would have missed them. On top of that, she was involved with the medical team charged with healing the contestants. Or so he had assumed. Slowly he nodded, indicating that Naruto had indeed won his matches, for the most part. Kagome smiled. I'm glad, he's an interesting boy. Sasuke chuckled at this, or at least tried to. It ended up sounding more like a cough than anything. That's when he heard some familiar voices approaching them. Sasuke quickly stood up, withdrawing a kunai. It is fine Sasuke, they are not imposters. Shino said as Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Rock Lee, and Sakura rounded the corner. Sasuke relaxed at this. If Shino said they were really their allies, he wasn't going to doubt him. Shikamaru caught sight of them first. He lightly jogged over, the others trailing behind him as they saw Sasuke and Shino as well. Have any of you seen Naruto? Sasuke croaked. Choji gave Sasuke an odd look. You sound like Asuma-sensei in 20 years. Shikamaru chuckled at the joke, but no one else did. No, we haven't, Shikamaru answered. Just some enemies, and a giant toad. Sasuke gave Shikamaru an odd look, but he did not explain further. I have located him, Shino said suddenly. Where? Sasuke asked as he massaged his throat. He is currently stationary with a dozen Anbu and another man who seems to be of some significance. Sasuke nodded. Then I'll go get him. I'll need you to come with me Shino in case he starts moving again. Shino nodded when Ino piped in. What about us? We were asked to find him as well, she said, placing her hand on her hip. Sasuke looked back at the girl and then to Sakura. He gave her a slight nod, causing the pink-haired girl to blush lightly. Protect Lee and Sakura. Get them to the shelter. Before continuing he glanced at Kagome. Take her as well. As far as I can tell, she isn't a shinobi, he stated. The group looked at the woman chuckled. I'm not a shinobi, but I was ordered by the medical corps to help with healing the injured that are fighting. Sasuke nodded. Then you'll need someone to make sure you're safe. The medic is the most important part of a squad. Choji, Ino, can you accompany her? Shikamaru grinned. Good call Sasuke. Keeping me with Lee and Sakura means that if we get ambushed, I can hold them with my Kajimane no Jutsu while Lee can hide Sakura before engaging in combat. Same goes with Ino and Choji. Sasuke nodded. Let's get going. Gaara may be the key to the whole war, so let's get Naruto to kick his ass. Naruto was surprised as his opponent dropped to the ground dead. He and Kakashi's clone had been ambushed by a squad of sand ninja and had successfully killed the clone, leaving Naruto to deal with them alone. He had been doing surprisingly well, using as little chakra as possible to conserve for the sealing jutsu he was sure he was going to use soon. But as soon as he had killed 2 of them, he knew he was going to need more than just taijutsu. As he had begun to curse his luck, a squad of Anbu had appeared and taken care of them. But they were unlike Anbu he had encountered before, which made him wary. He was now surrounded by several shinobi that had just proved they were stronger than Naruto and he was worried. None of them had said a single word to him and had not put their weapons away. He had a kunai in hand and was ready to call on the Kyuubi's aid when a familiar voice echoed through the street. Naruto Namikaze, you may put that away. 2 Anbu parted and revealed the man that Naruto had met atop the Hokage monument. Danzo right? Naruto asked. Danzo stopped before him and stared at the blonde boy. You have gotten stronger, it wasn't a question. Naruto still felt uneasy and wasn't sure he wanted to put the kunai away. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Despite your progress you are still no match for me. Naruto knew this, but it still felt good to hold a weapon. What do you want? I'm kind of busy. Naruto snapped. Danzo smirked. Right to the point, I like that. I assume you are intending on taking care of the Jinchuriki. Naruto felt a pang of anger at the word. Not the way I'd phrase it, but yes, I'm headed towards Gaara's position. Danzo nodded. It would make sense to send our own Jinchuriki to fight theirs. There are very few who could contend with the power of a Biju, especially if it were to be unsealed. Naruto said nothing as an explosion echoed from at least 2 miles away from their position. Why aren't you out there helping? Naruto asked. That is not what you wanted to originally know. You are quick to forget your original question, young Namikaze. The reason I am here talking to you. Naruto glared. It's not like you're forthcoming with that information anyways. I have come with information about Orochimaru. He is in the village. Naruto felt his chakra flare at the mention of the bastard's name. Where? Naruto roared. He is at the stadium. He has trapped the Hokage in a barrier jutsu of some kind. He intends on killing him. Naruto's jaw clenched. Why challenge the Hokage? That's a stupid decision. Danzo nodded. Normally I would agree, but Orochimaru was taught by Hiruzen. He knows many of the Hokage's techniques and he is not a rash man. If Orochimaru is challenging the Hokage, he is sure of his victory. Naruto took a deep breath, processing this information. Where's Jiraiya? Jiraiya is unable to get to the Hokage because of the barrier jutsu, and even then victory is not guaranteed. From what I have gathered, Orochimaru has a trump card that would destroy us all. Naruto was about to ask if it was Gaara, but Danzo quickly cut him off. It is not the Jinchuriki. However, Gaara is Tsunagakure's key to winning the war. Orochimaru's trump card is much worse. My information states that he has a technique to raise the dead with. Naruto said nothing for a moment as he thought of what that could mean. Naruto, he could raise anyone from the dead, even the previous Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened. But, there's no way the old man could take on the other Hokage. Danzo nodded. Hashirama Senju was considered a god amongst shinobi. Unique amongst even our Kage. If he were to be summoned, that would mean the end of Sarutobi. Naruto bit his lip at the thought of the old man dying. What do you expect me to be able to do? If Jiraiya can't beat him, it is possible that we could win if we were to take down that barrier. I am not saying you are able to fight on even ground with Orochimaru, you would just be in the way. However, I think you could take the barrier down. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How? I've never dealt with a barrier jutsu. I believe that if you use the Kyuubi's chakra in conjuncture with your Rasengan, you could destroy the barrier. The Rasengan is pure shape manipulation of the chakra, but with the Kyuubi's chakra, it would be much more potent. Naruto's fist clenched. But I need to take care of Gaara. Danzo nodded. Indeed, you may be the only one available that can defeat him if he unleashes the Aikibi in full. However, even then victory is not guaranteed. You need to choose which path to take. You can go after Gaara and seal the Biju away, at the cost of Sarutobi's life. Or you can go to the stadium and destroy the barrier that separates our forces from Orochimaru. However, that would allow Gaara to roam free, killing civilians, shinobi, your sensei even. Naruto looked around at the Anbu surrounding him. What do I do? This seems like an impossible situation. He then glanced up at the monument. What would you do, Dad? I can't use my clones for the sealing jutsu, and I don't know of a way to access the Kyuubi's chakra through a clone. Whichever decision you choose, my associates here shall escort you there. Naruto took a breath, weighing each decision. He looked at Danzo before speaking one last time. Either way, he was going to have something to regret, but he had to choose between the two, and he had made his decision. The door creaked open to the Hokage's office. A lone figure stood in the doorway staring at the desk. Danzo Shimura stepped into the room and took a deep breath. Everything in the room seemed quiet. He slowly made his way to the desk that belonged to his one-time squad mate. He still resented Hiruzen for his bravery the day he had received the title of Hokage from Tobirama. Still, he had been a decent Kage in the years that had passed despite their differences. Danzo sat in Sarutobi's chair, not caring for the slight moan of protest. On the desk sat the crystal ball that Hiruzen used frequently to check on the village. Running his hand along the smooth glass, an image flickered to life in the orb. Danzo smirked. So you were keeping an eye on young Sasuke, a good shinobi, but you've placed your chips on the wrong genin. Sarutobi, closing his one exposed eye, he lay his hand on the glass orb. The image morphed into one of a young blonde boy surrounded by what seemed to be an Anbu guard escorting him somewhere quickly. He stared at the boy's image for a moment before speaking to himself. Sarutobi, this boy not only harbors the Kyuubi, but is of the blood of Minato and Kushina, and yet you squandered all that potential. Fool, he leaned forward. Show me young Namikaze, Prove to me that I am correct in my assumptions of you. Naruto shot through the village as the Anbu guard Danzo had placed under his command flanked him. Remember, once we're there you need to get Kakashi-sensei out of there immediately as well as anyone else nearby. The Anbu nodded silently. Once I start you need to stay out of my way unless I ask otherwise, it'll be hard to beat Gaara with others distracting me. But keep us within sight at all times. Naruto's fist clenched. The others had better relay my message to Hokage Jiji and Jiraiya-sensei. Kakashi cursed as Gaara burst through another building with ease. A quick Kawarimi gave him enough distance that he could quickly hide. A few quick hand seals for the hidden mist jutsu and a second shunshin for good measure kept him well hidden for the moment amidst the rubble. This Gaara is strong, he's got Naruto's stamina and his healing to a certain degree, then his control of sand and ferocity are frightening. If I hadn't been quick his last technique would have killed me. He winced slightly as he shifted his weight. He had been surprised by Gaara's ability to create sand from the ground beneath their feet and had been temporarily caught in a cocoon of sand. A powerful lightning current had definitely saved him before the life had been squeezed out of him, but he hadn't gotten away unscathed. Several of his ribs were cracked at the very least. This game of cat and mouse is beginning to bore me. Gaara's voice yelled out. Kakashi began to think of a way to keep him occupied longer. Naruto needs to get here soon if that technique can really subdue him. Anbu is tied up with trying to free the Hokage and the rest of our forces are spread throughout the village in smaller scrimmages. There's no way I can expect any backup other than Naruto. Kakashi heard a wall collapse in the distance, possibly from an attack by Gaara when his heart sank at the sound of voices. What was worse was that they were familiar. Choji, can you make out anything in this fog? Ino Yamanaka's voice echoed. I think this is Mist Ino, Choji corrected her. Kakashi groaned at this. Gaara had 2 new targets. I've found someone, another voice called out. Kakashi did not recognize this voice but felt the urge to smack his forehead. 3 potential targets for Gaara. Things were just getting worse and worse. More blood for mother, Gaara's voice seemed to growl. Kakashi could hear the deafening silence as the 2 genin realized what was happening. Choji, I think we may have found Gaara, Ino's voice squeaked. Ino, get behind me, Choji's voice seemed to waver slightly. Kagome, run away as fast as you can. But this man needs healing. Forget that run, Kakashi yelled out as he ended his hidden mist jutsu. He needed to keep Gaara's attention on him at all costs and he wasn't about to let 2 genin and a civilian die with him around. As the mist cleared, Kakashi saw Gaara whirl around to face the new arrivals. They seemed to be frozen to the spot in fear from what they saw. They hadn't expected Gaara to look this deranged and demonic. Die, Gaara shot towards the 2 genin. Damn, Kakashi cursed as he went to intercept the boy, but something beat him to it. Dainamiku Entori, Gaara was struck in the side of his head and was sent through the window of a building nearby. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Naruto had finally arrived. Sorry about the delay Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled as he stared at Gaara's shifting form in the darkness beyond the shattered window. Naruto, Choji declared in relief. Naruto grinned. I'm glad you guys are okay, but this is my fight from here. Gaara stepped out of the window and smiled maniacally. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm glad you survived. Naruto's grin did not falter as he stared at his fellow Jinchuriki. That wind jutsu you used on me was pretty strong. I didn't expect it, that's for sure. I'm surprised at how far it threw me, it was really disorienting. Ino interjected at this point. Naruto, we have to get the hell out of here, this guy is too strong. Kakashi glanced at the blonde girl, thinking the same as her. Not to sound ungrateful, but she is right. I've been fighting him for a while now and I haven't been able to beat him yet. He's just been wearing me down. Kakashi had failed to mention that was also due to the fact that he had been protecting innocents from Gaara's wrath rather than take him out as quickly as possible. Naruto and Gaara continued to stare at each other in silence. Naruto, I know that you and Jiraiya have a plan but I don't think you should take this guy on alone. You need some kind of backup, Kakashi said as he stepped towards his student. Who said I don't already have backup? Naruto asked. At this, a large group of Anbu appeared surrounding the area. Kakashi was somewhat surprised, but did not show it as he remained stoic. These Anbu, they're different, is this Danzo's work? He wondered. He looked at the mess of blonde hair in front of him. Why would he give his forces to Naruto? What does Danzo want from you? Kakashi asked quickly. Not the time, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said quickly. Escort the 4 of them to safety, Naruto ordered. 6 of the Anbu nodded and broke from their ranks. Gaara seemed to shift slightly at this and was about to attack when Naruto yelled at him. They're just getting rid of all distractions, that way you and I can fight as freely as we want. Gaara hesitated and glanced from the blonde to the 4 individuals being gathered by the 6 Anbu. Gaara growled to himself, Uzumaki is the only one I care to kill right now, but once I'm done with him, the silver-haired man is next to die. Gaara returned his gaze to Naruto. Why save these insects anyways? They're nothing but dead weight. Naruto frowned at him. Don't worry, I don't need to explain it to you right this second, cause over the next few minutes I'm going to beat my reason into you. Kakashi walked towards the 2 genin and the civilian that he could see was using some medical ninjutsu to check on a body of an innocent that Gaara had managed to kill. Kagome, let's go, Choji said as nudged her shoulder. Yeah, it's too late for this man anyways, Kagome muttered sadly. Ino stood her ground, glaring at the blonde boy in the distance angrily. Why the hell doesn't he just leave it in the hands of the Anbu? She snapped at Kakashi as he got closer. The tall man sighed as he stepped past her. Because it's his job, he's a shinobi like us and he has the tools to detain Gaara. For now we have to just put out trust in him. Ino whirled around on Kakashi. To hell with that, if Naruto is staying then we are too. Kakashi turned to look at her and stared deep into her eyes. Ino stared back defiantly for a moment until her eyes rolled into the back of her head and she fell backwards. Kakashi moved swiftly and caught her before throwing her over his shoulder. He glanced over at her portly teammate who seemed to be staring back at Naruto. So Gaara is a Jinchuriki? Choji asked Kakashi. Looks that way, he sighed. But Naruto is going to try and fight that. Yeah, Kakashi began to walk away as Choji turned to face the Jonin. So what does that mean Naruto is? Without missing a beat Kakashi answered, a shinobi willing to lay his life on the line to protect his friends. Silently Choji followed Kakashi as he took off down what was currently left of the road. One of the Anbu had slung a protesting Kagome over his shoulder silently and they all followed Kakashi and Choji. Naruto continued to wait as they left the area, maintaining eye contact with Gaara. So, back to staring each other down, Naruto smirked as his observations made Gaara snarl. Well then, let's get this straight. Gaara's arm shot forward, the sand exploding out and racing towards the blonde. Naruto jumped away as it crashed violently where he had just been standing. Enough talk Uzumaki, your jokes annoy me. Gaara ran towards Naruto, his speed causing Naruto to grunt in frustration. When Gaara was within 5 feet of Naruto, the blonde promptly exploded causing Gaara to scream in frustration. Calm down already, you want a fight I'll give you a fight, but since you're already using your Biju give me a second to catch up. Naruto's voice yelled down to him from atop a pile of rubble. Gaara wheeled around snarling. So I was right, you are a Jinchuriki as I am. Naruto grimaced slightly as his body began to glow red. Why, yeah, that's right, now shut up for a minute, Naruto grunted as he fell to the ground as the chakra from the Kyuubi began to ooze through the seal. Good, the damn fox knows it's time. Gaara shuffled slightly, anxious to prove himself against someone just like him, against a fellow monster. Naruto Uzumaki, finally, against you I can ultimately prove my worth. What better way than to kill a monster just like myself? Had Gaara not been used to a Biju's power he may have been worse off, however the look that Naruto gave him at this point sent shivers down his spine. Monster, Naruto growled out, his blue eyes slowly turning red, his pupils turning to slits. That's what you think being a Jinchuriki means? The red chakra that was surrounding Naruto began to take shape of a fox, a single tail waving behind him. You really think that lowly of us? Naruto's voice was increasing not only in volume but ferocity. Danzo's Anbu wavered slightly from where they all stood. They had of course been purged of emotions, however being near to Jinchuriki had set them all on edge for reasons they couldn't fully comprehend. Naruto roared like a wild beast, his chakra amplifying the force, dirt and dust flying up off the street. Gaara had to squint slightly from the force of Naruto's power. Naruto was on all fours, his eyes boring into Gaara's. I'll show you what we really are. Naruto growled. Gaara began to laugh. Yes Naruto Uzumaki, show me. Show me just how right I am. Sasuke grunted as he was thrown to the ground none too kindly. Glancing over he saw Shino was also bound tightly. What irked him the most though, was the fact that their captors appeared to be Konoha Anbu tasked with following Naruto's orders. The reason he knew this little piece of information? Because when they had been cornered by the Anbu, they had informed them that Naruto had ordered that they be taken to a safe zone. Sasuke had of course not believed a single word they had said and responded with, well, it was safe to say there was a reason why he was bound and gagged at the moment. Shino had been the opposite of Sasuke and had been very compliant with them when he sensed an Aburame amongst them, but because he was associated with Sasuke, he had also been restrained. He had not complained about it one iota. Sasuke began to once again struggle against his restraints and was only met with silent stares from the 3 Anbu guards. Damn, at this point I don't doubt they're Anbu with how they have us tied up. I can't get out of this. As he struggled he heard footsteps approaching them before Choji Akamichi came into his line of sight. Sasuke? Choji asked. Sasuke gave him an odd look and Choji looked past him. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke is here, Shino as well. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at this. Kakashi is here, what the hell? His bounds suddenly became loose and Sasuke shook them loose and stood up, wrenching the cloth that gagged him away from him before spinning around to meet his sensei's stern look. Right now is not the time for questions, Sasuke, just keep quiet until later, Kakashi ordered without pause. Sasuke did not show it, but he was seething on the inside. He had just been bound and dragged across half the village by mysterious Anbu and now his Jonin sensei was telling him to be quiet like he was some academy student. Kakashi would be hearing about this when everything was over with. Turning to Shino, he saw that the Aburame had already been released from his restraints and was on his feet. Can you sense Naruto? Sasuke asked Shino. The boy did not answer and simply glanced at Kakashi. I said be quiet, Sasuke, Kakashi snapped. Sasuke was surprised. He had never heard Kakashi snap since they had first met on the roof of the academy building. Something was wrong. Looking over at Choji, he saw the portly boy sitting next to an unconscious Ino Yamanaka and Kagome the medic. Well, at least Ino's not awake right now. Sakura winced as Rock Lee slowly lowered her to the ground. They had successfully made it to the shelter with the civilians and once they had entered the monument Iruka-sensei had spotted them and had a spot with the academy students cleared away. Shikamaru sighed as he saw that a great deal of the civilians had made it here safely. Still, at least a tenth of the civilians aren't here, he thought sadly as he surveyed the group. Not many of them had injuries and the few that did were being treated by medics that had gotten there safely. Iruka walked over to Shikamaru, Rock Lee, trailing behind him. So Naruto is being told to go after Gaara? Iruka asked the dark-haired genin quietly. Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, which is why we have to leave and go find him now before Gaara does any damage. Iruka was about to respond when his eyes widened. He felt a familiar chakra fairly far away, but he was certain that every sensory-type ninja knew what it was. The Kyuubi. Iruka shook his head. No, Shikamaru, I think you and Lee should stay here and help protect the civilians. We don't have many shinobi in here and in case something happens, the two of you could really help. Iruka knew it was a stretch, but he had to try and keep the two of them in there in case Naruto wasn't in control of whatever was happening to him. He swallowed the lump that was forming in his throat when another shinobi came up to them. Iruka, do you feel that it must be? Iruka shot the man a look that promptly shut him up. Shikamaru took notice of this and stared at his one-time teacher. He's nervous about something, they both are. There's something everyone is hiding from us. Rock Lee however saluted Iruka. Absolutely Iruka-san, Shikamaru-kun and I shall stay behind and help protect and aid you in any way you need. If we fail at this I shall move 100 boulders from the Hokage monument to the main gates. Iruka smiled at Lee, thank you, both of you. He glanced at Shikamaru and faltered at the look he was being given. So troublesome, Shikamaru groaned and scratched his head. He didn't need to deal with all of this right now. Jiraiya and the Anbu surrounding the purple barrier frowned at the new arrivals. They were clearly not typical Anbu but had quickly dropped Naruto's name in order for the Sannin to listen to them. Very quickly they relayed Naruto's plan to them and Jiraiya had to admit that while it was very risky and destructive, it could actually work to their advantage. That kid, he clearly is thinking like his mother, with no regard to his own safety. The old man thought as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Looking over his shoulder he saw that Sarutobi had effectively sealed the second Hokage with a well-placed cage buncheon, a sealing tag, and the coffin that had initially summoned them. Orochimaru was not happy that Sarutobi was able to resummon the coffin using his Edo Tensei, but that was why he was considered the professor. He knew of Tobirama's forbidden jutsu and had used it to restrain him. But the Shadaime Hokage was proving much more difficult to restrain. The same trick would not work twice, not for lack of trying though. Orochimaru simply stood back and watched as Sarutobi evaded strike after strike from the Konohagakure founder. Poor Sarutobi-sensei, and to think that Hashirama is merely toying with him and he still can barely keep up. His tongue flicked out to taste the despair hanging in the air. Hiruzen was clipped by an overly large shuriken, blood spewing out of the wound on his shoulder. Growling out a curse, he flipped through two hand seals and unleashed a torrent of fire that seemed to engulf the first Hokage. Jumping back, he got close to the wall of the purple barrier. Glancing back, he saw Jiraiya give him a sign. So he has a plan, good. Once this barrier is down with Jiraiya at my side and a platoon of Anbu, we can at the very least keep Hashirama busy and then deal with Orochimaru. He glared back as the smoke from his technique cleared and revealed Hashirama standing perfectly unscathed. If I can survive much longer. Hiruzen thought bitterly. Orochimaru chuckled at it all. It's too bad I can't let Hashirama let loose, but it is indeed fun to watch Sensei squirm. Gaara roared in frustration as he was thrown through another building by a red chakra arm. Ever since Naruto had unleashed the red chakra, he had been dancing about, luring Gaara away from the area and back to the stadium. To the redhead, it didn't matter why he was doing it, but it did frustrate him to no end. Stop prancing about and face me, coward! Gaara roared as he unleashed a wave of sand from his arm. Feeling it latch onto something, he pulled it in. Through the remains of the building came a feral-looking Naruto, grunting as Gaara's sand began to crush the boy's arm. Gaara roared again in frustration when his sand blew apart and in Naruto's hand was a partially formed Rasengan. Flying towards him, there was no escape from the attack for Gaara and he was flung into the air by the technique. Naruto grinned as Gaara went airborne. Good, now I can take care of that barrier. Turning around, he shot towards the stadium, which was now in full view. Jumping up, he cut through air like an arrow. Soaring over the stands, he saw a purple cube surrounded by Anbu and Jiraiya. Grinning, he began to form a Rasengan in his hand when he heard another rush of air. Unable to turn and face the attack, Naruto was pegged by an air bullet from Gaara, who had recovered faster than Naruto had anticipated. Naruto plummeted into the stadium and into the stands. Naruto groaned as he felt the Kyuubi's chakra begin to fade. No. Damn it, what the hell? Naruto thought in a panic. Slowly he lifted himself up and saw that he had not landed on anyone, which gave him some relief, but there were still unconscious shinobi and civilians that had not been able to repel the genjutsu from earlier, and in the middle of the arena stood Gaara, his sand beginning to recede from his body. Within seconds the Jinchuriki looked as he had before his Shukaku transformation. What is this? Gaara wondered aloud. What did you do? Gaara screamed at Naruto. That wasn't me, what the hell is going on? Naruto wondered, and just like that, Naruto was in the sewer facing the demon he contained. Was this you? Naruto asked the fox. No, it's the Shukaku. He's trying to drag us into a shared level of unconsciousness. What the hell do you mean? Naruto yelled. The Kyuubi snarled at the blonde. It's not working, but Jinchuriki and Biju can converse in a shared mental plane. Naruto felt his stomach drop. So he's trying to kill us there? No, however it would provide enough of a distraction for his host to kill you. The seal you have is preventing it to some extent, as am I, but I had to stop supplying you my chakra. Naruto swore. Well, let me back out so I can take care of the Hokage really quickly, then we can get back to Gaara. It takes him a moment to transform, right? Without an answer, Naruto shot back into reality, the Kyuubi's chakra beginning to flood his system again. Guess he took care of it, Naruto thought with a grin. The Kyuubi cloak surrounded him and he jumped away, leaving a confused Gaara to look around the stadium before spotting him retreating. Uzumaki. The boy yelled after him, his sand beginning to transform him back into a miniature Ikibi. Naruto wasn't worried though, he had enough time to accomplish what he needed. Move, guys, Naruto yelled as he rocketed towards the barrier jutsu. Jiraiya and the Anbu quickly scattered away as Naruto formed a Rasengan. The ball of chakra shone with a purple light as he slammed it into the barrier. Rasengan, Naruto roared. Inside of the barrier, the Sound Four groaned as they felt the force that was being applied against their jutsu. What the fuck is happening? Tayuya screamed as she felt the jutsu beginning to collapse. It's some kid. Jirobu roared in anger. How can a kid do this? Kidomaru yelled as the barrier bent and contorted. Sakin grit his teeth as he tried to maintain the jutsu when it suddenly failed. One of the others had dropped the barrier for some reason. Then all hell broke loose. Gaara had arrived on the roof near Kidomaru and quickly tore him into two pieces without him realizing what was happening. Orochimaru-sama, Sakin yelled. Jirobu attacked Naruto, who was closest to him, only for Naruto to ram a Rasengan into him and sending him flying off of the roof into the streets. Immediately upon seeing two of their own fall before them, Tayuya and Sakin activated their curse seals. Naruto glanced at Sakin and noticed the markings but was forced to dodge an air bullet from Gaara before jumping away to another building. What the hell were those kids? Tayuya wondered before looking to Sakin, who was running to Orochimaru's side. We have to leave Orochimaru-sama, Sakin said as he arrived next to him. Kidomaru is dead and Jirobu might be as well. Our forces are spread too thinly and reinforcements for the Hokage are coming. Orochimaru's eyes followed the two Jinchuriki that were retreating into the distance. Interesting boy that Naruto. To think that he could break the barrier using the fourth's technique as well as the Kyuubi's chakra. He may hold some value after all. He quickly formed a seal and glanced at the two Hokage who were currently engaged. Grinning, he jumped away, his two remaining guards with him. You have some surprising genin, Sarutobi. The third Hokage heard this but was unable to reply as the first Hokage suddenly exploded 2 feet from him. Naruto ran through the village, Gaara hot on his tail. I need to get to a deserted area to use this technique. He thought to himself as he jumped through some foliage. I'm surprised he hasn't transformed all the way yet. Feeling he had run enough, he skidded to a stop and whirled around to face his oncoming opponent. Gaara exploded through the brush to face Naruto, breathing heavily as he did. I am sick of this, all of you Konoha shinobi, running about. Naruto grinned at this. Maybe you should stop kidding yourself, there's no way you can keep this up as you are. Take the bait, come on. Gaara didn't seem to disagree with Naruto as he stared angrily at the boy. To think that you would push me this far, Uzumaki, you are very interesting. The ground began to rumble, causing the blonde boy to grin. Finally he would be able to defeat the Jinchuriki. Thank God, my body can't take much more of the Kyuubi's chakra, he thought as he glanced at his left arm. Despite all the power he had received and the constant healing, for some reason he was having a hard time feeling anything from his left arm. Then the ground seemed to explode, tossing Naruto back some way. Rolling to a stop, he jumped to his feet only to feel his heart skip a beat. Standing before him was the true form of the Aikibi, Shukaku. It's bigger than Gameiken. Naruto gaped. I'm supposed to seal this. Naruto wondered aloud. No wonder Kakashi-sensei was so worried, this thing is massive. Slowly the chakra shroud around Naruto faded, leaving him feeling slightly weaker. He staggered forward slightly at the loss of power. Naruto then heard something from above before realizing that Gaara had just activated a jutsu. I'm free. The voice was high-pitched and caused Naruto to yelp in pain from being in such close proximity. He let the Biju take control. Naruto wondered, where is that Kyuubi brat? It roared. Naruto was suddenly very happy that it didn't know where he was and briefly considered hiding before remembering that he had to set up his technique. Gotta do something for chakra, he mumbled as he closed his eyes. Focusing, he dug deep, remembering what Gai-sensei had taught him when he was learning some Kaimon, release. Chakra flooded Naruto's body as he released the first chakra gate. Biting his thumb, he drew the necessary amount of blood and swiped it on his summoning tattoo before slamming his palm down. An explosion of smoke erupted and caught the Aikibi's attention. Where the hell am I? A voice bellowed. The smoke cleared, leaving a frustrated Gamabunta. Sorry, I just need your help is all, Gamabunta. I need you to distract Shukaku while I prepare my technique. Naruto pleaded from atop his head. Grr, you're just as bad as that pervert of a sensei. Gamabunta yelled at the blonde. Sorry, but we warned you I might have to do this. The toad grunted as he withdrew his knife. Naruto jumped off of the toad's head and took off running through the forest while the two giants stared at one another. Another Biju fight. Takes me back, Bunta thought to himself as he recalled the last time he had seen the Yondaime. Diieee. The Aikibi screamed with delight. Naruto swiped blood on his other tattoo and a scroll popped into his hand, the tattoo now gone. Unfurling the scroll showed that it contained 6 different kunai all strapped to it. 5 of them looking all the same, each of them gold in color. The 6th one resembled the Yondaime's famous kunai, but orange. Running along, Naruto created 5 clones, giving each of them one of the gold kunai while taking the orange one for himself. Without a word, the clones jumped off into different directions as Naruto skidded to a stop. Just a little bit more time. With this he sat down and began to meditate. Just need to clear my mind, nothing that can distract me. The ground rumbled as he heard Gamabunta shout out painfully in the distance. Naruto winced at the sound of his comrade's pain. Just a bit longer, his eyes snapped open as the memory of one of his clones hit him. One in position, Naruto muttered. Kakashi stood staring at the Anbu that were guarding him. Why would Danzo be helping Naruto of all people? It doesn't really make sense. The Anbu were all ignoring Kakashi however. Their attention was on the form of the Aikibi in the far distance. Surely all the ninja in the village could feel its chakra at this point and were possibly panicking. It didn't help that you could hear its high-pitched voice halfway across the village with ease. What surprised Kakashi was seeing the form of Gamabunta engaging the Biju in question. So Naruto can summon the Chief Toad, that's very impressive, he thought. Beside him was Sasuke who was gaping at the titanic battle taking place. That's Gaara, what's with the toad, what the hell is Naruto going to do to defeat that? Choji sat in a tree watching worriedly. The only way Naruto can beat that, is if he's got a monster in him as well, and all the adults are banking on him. Is Naruto the same as that Gaara guy? The portly genin wondered, but why would he have a monster in him? Kagome lay next to Ino on the ground in blissful unconsciousness. When the Aikibi had emerged she had lost her cool and began to ramble on until one of the Anbu had pinched a nerve on her neck and she had slumped to the ground. Kakashi knew of the technique and did not worry about it, she would be up and running soon enough. Shino looked paler than usual however. His Kikaichu were very sensitive to chakra and had been on edge the closer they had gotten to Gaara's position. Once Gaara had given over control though, they had freaked out and it had taken a lot out of Shino to calm them down as they had not experienced this before. Then again, neither had he. Naruto grinned when he felt the final clone's memories hit him. Seriously, without that technique I'd be lost. Getting to his feet he ran towards the two titans fighting each other. Bunta, you can get out of here, Naruto yelled as he jumped to the top of a tree. The toad heard the boy and was able to plant one final kick on the Aikibi when it was distracted by Naruto's yelling. Then, he was gone, leaving Naruto and the Aikibi alone. The beast turned to look at the tiny speck of a genin and cackled. What a puny vessel, to think Kurama was shoved into a brat like you. Who the hell is Kurama? Naruto wondered. He quickly shook his head, not needing the distraction. Game over, Naruto declared as he dove off the tree. Quickly he drove the kunai into the ground before quickly running through seals that he had been practicing all month before landing on the tiger seal and then slamming his hand on the ring of the kunai that was protruding from the ground. Immediately 5 golden chains sprung forth from the orange kunai in different directions, each one heading towards one of the golden kunai spread throughout the forest then heading to another kunai until each chain was connected to each kunai before impaling the Aikibi from 5 different directions. The beast screamed in agony and fear, knowing what was about to happen. You can't do this to me. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching into his mind. Now, I need your help, Naruto said. He felt the Kyuubi's chakra surge forward and into the chains, causing them to glow orange. The Aikibi's screams grew louder when there was a bright flash of light and then what sounded like an implosion. A shockwave shook the trees in the forest as the silhouette of the Biju stood motionless for a few seconds before slowly it began to crumble into sand. Naruto fell to one knee as he watched grinning. One tail doesn't have anything against 9, Naruto then felt his world shift before meeting blissful unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes he was greeted with the sterile white that was the ceiling of a hospital room. Oh God, Naruto groaned when he realized where he was. Should you be so lucky, a voice said from the corner. Naruto turned his head to see Iruka and Kakashi sitting playing a game of Go. No shogi, Naruto asked as he tried to sit up. Kakashi shook his head. That's Asuma and Shikamaru's thing, I tried it with you guys and couldn't really get into it. Figured I'd try this. Naruto remembered vaguely when Kakashi had tried that and none of them save for Sakura had enjoyed it. Go looked just as boring to Naruto though. So did we win? Naruto asked. Iruka chuckled at him. Well, Konoha is still here, so yes we won. Naruto sighed in relief. That's good. They all stayed silent for a moment when the door opened and in stepped Jiraiya. Naruto chuckled, drawing odd looks from all 3 of them. Sorry, just 3 of my teachers are in here, I'm just glad Guy isn't here right now. Jiraiya's laughter boomed throughout the room as Kakashi chuckled lightly. Iruka smiled and shook his head. Guy isn't that bad, Iruka defended. You don't have to train with him, Kakashi and Naruto said in unison. When the laughter died down, Jiraiya walked to Naruto's bedside and ruffled his hair. Good work, kid, you did well, the Sannin praised. So the seal is in place, it didn't kill him? Naruto asked happily. Jiraiya paused at this point. I'm not sure. Naruto was still smiling, clearly not understanding. Jiraiya sighed and sat on the edge of his bed. Something else happened when you sealed away the Ikibi. Flashback. Jiraiya landed beside an unconscious Naruto, 3 Anbu behind the Sannin. Quickly he checked for a pulse and breathed a sigh of relief to feel that it was steady. Just chakra exhaustion, Jiraiya muttered. One of the Anbu scooped up the ragged boy in his arms gently. Take him back to Konoha and find a medic to check him over. The Anbu nodded before taking off into the trees, leaving Jiraiya and the other 2 behind. Let's go find Gaara then, Jiraiya muttered. They continued forward until they came to an area where the trees had been uprooted from when Gaara was fully transformed. However, before they could continue any further, a large snake burst from the ground and swallowed one of the Anbu. Jiraiya and the last remaining Anbu were able to jump away in time, flying through hand seals and unleashing a torrent of fire on the beast. Its head was quickly burned when it suddenly fell off, revealing the second Anbu unharmed, his tanto unsheathed and covered in blood. It looks like we both have a mutual interest, Jiraiya-kun, a chilling voice called out from the clearing. Jiraiya felt his fist tighten involuntarily. Orochimaru, he growled. Sure enough, there stood the pale man, 2 others beside him. Come to check on Tsunagaku's Jinchuriki? Orochimaru asked. Narrowing his eyes, Jiraiya saw that the female was carrying Gaara over her shoulder. What interest do you have in him? Jiraiya asked as he slowly approached the group. Orochimaru chuckled. He's such a fascinating specimen, what with his ability to transform into the beast without breaking his seal. The only others able to do that are the current Jinchuriki of Kumogakur, not to mention he killed a few of my associates throughout the exams. Jiraiya stopped a few feet away from his one-time friend. If you do this, Suna will come after you with everything they have. Orochimaru laughed at Jiraiya. Such a meek threat, I've already managed to kill their leader and then infiltrate their ranks. I know what kind of military might they have, and let me tell you that even with their Jinchuriki, I am not worried. Besides, they won't be the only ones after me if I take a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru gave Jiraiya a knowing smile. Looks like he knows about my research into Akatsuki, Jiraiya thought with a frown. Oh, don't worry my old friend, I wouldn't dare tell them how much you know. After all, I'm not exactly on the best terms with them as it is, and this will only infuriate them more. You certainly haven't lost your touch with people, Jiraiya stated. There's that classic Jiraiya wit, oh how I've missed it so, Orochimaru taunted. You know I can't just let you take the Jinchuriki. Oh I know, but I also know that the Kyuubi brat is being carried off by one lonely Anbu, so here is your choice, pursue me and maybe get Gaara away from me but lose Naruto. Or you can go after your protege and save him and let me get away with Gaara. Your choice, Jiraiya-kun. Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru could be bluffing, but he couldn't take that chance, not with Minato's son. Without a word, Jiraiya turned around and ran off in the direction he knew Naruto would be. Good choice, Orochimaru growled. Flashback end. The room was silent as Jiraiya finished retelling what had happened. So he took Gaara, Naruto said slowly. Jiraiya simply nodded. Did we at least save Hokage Jiji? Naruto asked. Jiraiya smiled. Sarutobi-sensei is alive. He was caught in a blast from a reanimated Shadaime Hokage but escaped with a broken arm. Naruto sighed in relief. At least there is some good news. Kakashi glanced at Jiraiya, who was staring at the young blonde boy. Naruto, I have some questions for you though. Jiraiya's tone had turned serious. Iruka, I'm afraid I have to ask you to leave for a few minutes, Kakashi said to the academy teacher. Iruka nodded, but cast a worried glance at his one-time student. Naruto looked confused but bid Iruka goodbye. Once the door shut, Naruto felt fear claw at his heart as Jiraiya's eyes bore into his own. Start from when you first met Danzo. Shimura, Jiraiya said, killer intent starting to fill the room. Naruto felt his mouth go dry and his heart rate quicken. Why, what's going on? Naruto stuttered. When did you first meet Danzo? Jiraiya repeated, his temper starting to show more and more. He snuck up on me a month or so before the exams. He said if I needed help he'd offer it, and he knew who my parents were. Naruto ran through the encounter quickly. Then when I was looking for Gaara, he showed up and told me what was happening with the Hokage and that I needed to choose whether to go after Gaara or go help break that barrier jutsu. Then he gave me some Anbu to help out." Jiraiya sighed as Naruto finished his retelling. "So Danzo has not asked you for anything?" Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. "Just to help save the Hokage, I guess." Groaning, Jiraiya rubbed his face, looking his age for the first time Naruto had seen him. "Naruto, be very careful if he approaches you again. Danzo isn't the noblest man around and is considered treacherous even by shinobi standards. If he has taken notice of you, it's very likely that he will ask you for something at some point in the near future." "What would he want from a genin like me?" Naruto asked. "You're not just any genin, Naruto," Kakashi explained. "You are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the son of the Yellow Flash. You carry more weight and responsibility than any genin and even chunin in the village." Jiraiya nodded as the two of them stared at Naruto. Danzo knows this and will use that to his advantage if need be. Naruto pursed his lips as his mind began to race. He was important. A few months ago when he had learned of who his father was, he felt that he should be honored to be connected to someone important, but to actually be important was something he didn't imagine happening until he was a Hokage. "I'll be careful if I see him again," Naruto finally muttered. "Good, and if he does approach you, then let myself or the Hokage know immediately," Jiraiya said as he reached into a pocket and pulled out a scroll. Naruto gave him a questioning look as Jiraiya tossed it to him. "It's got some more of those leather jackets." Naruto lit up at this before Jiraiya continued. "Without the seals, when you have time you're going to have to apply the seals so that sensory ninja can't detect you." Naruto pouted at this point. "I have to do that again. That's so complicated though." Kakashi chuckled as he said to no one in particular, "To think that Naruto Uzumaki is becoming proficient with seals, what an odd thing." "Well Naruto, I'm off," Jiraiya said as he began for the door. "Where are you going? What about my training?" Naruto asked. "I'm going to try and track where Orochimaru took Gaara. A biju in his hands is bad enough, but he could glean some information off of that jutsu you used on him given enough time." Naruto gulped. "Not that he'd be able to use it," Jiraiya said. "But it's still an important piece of information." Naruto nodded. "Just take it easy and stay safe, and when I get back I can show you a few other techniques." Naruto grinned at this. "I'll hold you to it, pervert." Jiraiya scoffed at this. "No respect this new generation." With that said, Jiraiya left the room, leaving Naruto and Kakashi alone. "What about Team 7? Naruto asked. Kakashi shook his head. "It may be a bit before we go on missions together, Naruto. With the attack on the village, we're mobilizing all of our active shinobi on missions and repair duty. I myself just got back from a mission today and am going back out tonight. Sasuke was sent out with a squad yesterday on some cleanup duty at the edge of the village, and Sakura is healing at home now. More than likely you'll be sent out on some missions with other teams." Naruto groaned. "But we still have all that teamwork we have to work on." Kakashi smiled at the blonde. "I'm sure it'll be fine, Naruto." When he first opened his eyes, Gaara noticed how dark the room he was in happened to be. "I must be in a Konohagakure holding cell," he first thought as the memory of his fight with Naruto Uzumaki came to him. What he found odd though was the fact that he was not shackled or chained to anything as he sat up. His gourd lay in a corner of a small room with nothing but a desk and a bed. A candle sat upon the desk illuminating the room. "Where am I?" Gaara wondered aloud. As he stood up he noticed something was off. "It's very quiet," Gaara thought to himself as he listened to the distinct lack of noise. He stood there taking it in, listening for anything at all. "What did they do to me?" he wondered as he shook his head lightly. "Mother is silent. Where did it go?" Closing his eyes he focused on where he normally would feel the Aikibi's whispers come from. What he found surprised him as he gasped aloud. "You should thank Naruto Uzumaki for that," a voice crept from the darkness. The gourd in the corner exploded into sand and shot towards the voice. Gaara was surprised to hit nothing but a stone wall when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Now Gaara, you shouldn't just blindly attack an ally." The voice chilled Gaara's blood. "Who is this?" The sand had returned to him and lashed out at the stranger only to stop in its tracks. "I'm surprised your father never introduced us young Jinchuriki," the voice said from the darkness once again. "Who are you?" Gaara asked, feeling fear from the situation. So much had changed and he didn't like it, it made him feel vulnerable. "I am Orochimaru," the voice said. Slowly the pale man walked into the lit room, a grin upon his face. What did Naruto Uzumaki do to me? Tell me or die, Gaara said as he tried to calm himself, his sand beginning to swirl around him. The young genin resealed the Ikibi into you when you awakened it, quite an interesting fuinjutsu if you ask me. Overriding the unstable seal that was there since its inception, clearly the boy had helped devising it, the pale man said as he took a few steps towards the red head. Gaara's sand shot forward only for it to stop an inch from the Sanin's face. Gaara turned pale and nearly fell to his knees at the amount of malevolence that was radiating off of Orochimaru. Foolish boy, Orochimaru growled, his demeanor changing suddenly. Just because you are a Jinchuriki doesn't mean you can contend with the likes of a Sanin. Gaara looked down at his hand to find it shaking. Chuckling, Orochimaru patted the young boy on his head. I must admit though, I enjoy the killer instinct in you boy. Where am I? Gaara asked. Just in one of many of my hideouts, but that doesn't matter right now. Tell me, can you still feel the link with your Biju? Slowly Gaara nodded, causing the Sanin to smile. Excellent. Come with me young Gaara, it is time for you to find a new purpose. Naruto had been discharged from the hospital not long after Jiraiya and Kakashi had left for his room. He still felt like crap however, which surprised him. The fuinjutsu had taken a lot out of him and he was still recovering from the effects. Walking through the village he saw how much damage had been wrought by the sand and sound shinobi. I'm sure it didn't help to have Gamaken running amok, not to mention me and Gaara. What really hit it home for him though was when he found what was left of his apartment. The building must have been the battle zone of a summon because there was only a pile of rubble left. So, I'm homeless, Naruto said, somewhat in disbelief. Walking forward slowly, he kicked at a loose brick. He stared at the rubble for a few solid minutes before he sat down and began to chuckle. Quickly that chuckle turned into laughter. He sat there laughing like a maniac for a moment when his tears began to fall. I'm homeless, great. The blue sky was turning orange as the sun was setting. I'm a homeless genin that just happens to be a Jinchuriki, that's awesome. Standing up, tears silently streaming down his face, he began to dig through the rubble. Maybe some of my stuff is still here, he muttered as he dug through everything. As he kept digging he began to think of his few valuable objects that he had stashed away. His father's coat, some books from the library, his wallet, his money that he stashed in a box, his bed, his clothes. As he kept digging, things began to look more and more bleak. A few people walked by, whispering and keeping their distance from the boy. Guess they didn't hear who helped out during the attack, Naruto thought bitterly. His hands began to bleed as he clawed through dirt and moved brick and rock around. By the time he found something, the sun had been gone for a few hours and the night sky shimmered overhead. Panting he lifted out the one object he had found from the rubble. It was his father's coat. Tattered, singed and in shambles. Falling to his knees, Naruto took a deep breath of cool night air. I don't even have something to remember him by now. Getting to his feet he let the cloth fall from his hand and walked away. Well, at least I'm still a shinobi. Ino Yamanaka groaned as she flopped into a chair beside her pink-haired friend who was lying on a bed. You're so lucky you're not on the active duty roster, Sakura, Ino choked out. What were you doing today? Sakura asked as she flipped through a book. I got teamed up with that Rock Lee and Tenten for clean up at the stadium, Ino said as she undid her ponytail and shook some dust from her hair. Sakura glared at Ino for getting dirt on her bed, which Ino ignored. Well, at least you're not cooped up in your house going stir-crazy. I haven't seen anyone since the attack ended until now. You haven't seen Naruto or Sasuke? Ino asked. Sakura shook her head. I think Sasuke is out on a mission and Naruto is still resting in the hospital. Ino shrugged her shoulders. It's so weird to be going on missions with other teams, especially after the exams. I can only imagine. It would be awkward to have to readjust to other people in the field. Ino snorted. In the field? It's just D-ranked missions, Sakura. Yeah, but eventually it won't be right. Sakura asked. Well, yeah, but that's a long ways off I think, Ino said as she picked up a brush on Sakura's dresser and began to brush her hair. Thanks for asking, Sakura said, her eyes narrowed. Again Ino ignored her. So any word on when you'll be able to join in a mission or two? A few more weeks from what they've said, Sakura said as she snapped her book shut. Ino nodded as she set the brush down and inspected her hair in a mirror. Well, maybe I'll get some alone time with Sasuke-kun in the meantime, Ino snickered. Sakura didn't rise to the jab but sighed instead. I just wish I could be training right now. Ino raised an eyebrow at this. That's weird. What's weird? You just said you wish you were training right now. Ino sat on the edge of Sakura's bed. Well, the exams showed just how far everyone has come. You gave Hinata a fight and Hinata really showed her all against Naruto. If I had gone up against any of you I would have lost. Ino was shocked. Sakura, are you showing humility? A pillow found its way to Ino's face. Shut it, pig, Sakura growled. Ino laughed for a moment before speaking. I know what you mean though, Sakura. I didn't think Naruto was much in the academy, but here he was going against the likes of Gaara and winning. I hate to admit it but I feel inadequate compared to him, or even Lee. Sakura groaned. Well, at least you can train. I have to sit here and do nothing. Ino shook her head. Nope, no time to train lately. Just been doing these missions from the crack of dawn until the sun sets. By the time the day is over with I'm too tired to do anything but sleep. Sakura huffed. Well, still. The door closed as the council of shinobi sat down to discuss what they had been putting off for some time. At the head of the table sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, his arm in a sling from his fight against two resurrected Hokage. Beside him were his two advisors Koharu and Homura. Amongst the rest of the table were the heads of many clans. Some were absent however due to the influx of missions the village was accepting to ensure they would not be seen as weakened nation. Thank you all for making time to come here and help us with the task of promotions to Chunin. The Hokage said from his seated position. Now then, I have the list of all the finalists from our village. Sasuke Uchiha, Neji Hyuga, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Shino Aburame, Rock Lee and Choji Akamichi. If any of you feel that they should be promoted now would be a good time to speak. Ibiki was the first to answer. I like the Uzumaki kid. He has a lot of spunk and ability, not to mention that he's the reason we have one of Orochimaru's lackeys in our custody. I agree that he is quite strong, but is he Chunin worthy? Hiyashi Hyuga questioned. Shibi Aburame spoke up at this point. Strength is not the only aspect of a Chunin, however Naruto Uzumaki did display some interesting tactics even if it was somewhat unconventional and flashy at times. My vote however would go with Shikamaru Nara. He displayed enough intelligence to at least see if his jutsu would be effective against Gaara before realizing it was a futile effort. A Chunin must always be careful when possibly confronting a powerful enemy by taking more of a tactical approach rather than trying to blow it up. A few people snickered at how Shibi referenced Naruto and Sasuke's tactic of using powerful explosions and fire jutsu against their enemies to win. Shikaku nodded. I agree with Shibi to an extent, however I would say that Naruto has displayed a lot of growth since becoming a genin. I say let the boy promote. However, being a Chunin doesn't mean that they must have the ability to grow Shikaku, they have to have the mindset for it, which I am unsure of when it comes to the young Uzumaki, Inoichi chimed in. He is clearly as strong as many Chunin, but I have yet to see anything that proves that he has the mental capacity to be one. I saw many impressive jutsu, but a shinobi with 1,000 jutsu can be killed by an enemy with a well-devised tactic. I do not believe the boy is ready for such a responsibility. A loud cough interrupted the debates, causing everyone to look at the culprit. I believe we should promote Naruto Uzumaki, Danzo Shimura stated. The Hokage was somewhat unsurprised at this. Everyone else in the room was the opposite however. Come again Danzo, Koharu asked. Naruto Uzumaki should be promoted to Chunin. Hiyashi, I am surprised you are against this as you are one of the few people to have noticed the seal he had prepared prior to the match to counteract any dujutsu. That was why young Hinata could not pinpoint his tenketsu, am I correct? Hiyashi nodded. I am ashamed to admit that I had forgotten about that detail. Danzo nodded. It is understandable considering everything that has happened since then. Hiyashi. He was also clever enough to compensate for his lack of precise chakra control for the Yondaime's technique by using a clone to help create the jutsu. Something many people would not have thought of doing, another sign of the young man's adaptability. A murmur ran through the crowd. No one had forgotten about Naruto's ability to use the Rasengan. Not many have been able to lay a finger on the boy Gaara, however Uzumaki pulled it off more than once. And then, during the assault from the Sand and Sound, he managed to help bolster our forces through the use of his clones while fending off a rabid Jinchuriki and also breaking the barrier that held the Sandaime Hokage prisoner while also taking command of my personal guard to help round up anyone that was in Gaara's way. If those aren't qualities of a Chunin then I am sorely mistaken. The Hokage had to admit that Danzo was correct about all of this as he was thinking the same thing. If it had not been for Naruto's intervention, anything could have happened when he was against Orochimaru and his Edo Tensei. What bothered him though was that Danzo wouldn't do something without cause, and he clearly wanted Naruto for something. I say we promote Naruto Uzumaki, Danzo said one final time. There is no way the council will say no when it is clear he is more than Chunin material. Danzo thought to himself. Slowly the room began to agree with Danzo. Naruto Uzumaki had gone above and beyond what it meant to be a Chunin and had outperformed some Jonin already. Very well, the Hokage stated. Naruto Uzumaki is hereby to be offered the position of Chunin. Is there anyone else we shall promote? By the end of the deliberations, there were two people that were promoted. Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara. As the Hokage watched everyone leave, Danzo remained seated across from the Hokage. When the room was empty, Danzo spoke. I know what you are thinking, Sarutobi. I don't think that you do, Danzo, Hiruzen said as he used his good arm to reach into his robes for his tobacco pipe. I am not after Naruto for root, Danzo said simply. You wouldn't be that foolish, the Hokage stated as he stuck the pipe in his mouth and used his good arm to quickly light it. Naruto Uzumaki is the Yondaime's legacy and is therefore a great asset to Konohagakure. We must ensure that he becomes a great shinobi, Danzo said as he stood up. That is unlike you, to believe in someone other than yourself, Sarutobi said as he remained seated. I am not saying that I believe in Naruto, however, I am saying that we can make him into a man that can be believed in. The two men stared at one another, the tension in the room growing thicker. Be careful how you tread, Danzo. I am not to be trifled with, and Naruto is under not only my protection but Jiraiya's as well. Danzo chuckled. You would think that I would be up to something nefarious, wouldn't you? You know me all too well, old friend. The Hokage said as he watched Danzo leave the room. Well, there is the newest chapter. The Chunin exams are finally finished and now it's on to a new story arc. If you can't tell, the search for Tsunade thing will not be happening, but that doesn't mean she won't show up at some point in the future. Also, Orochimaru has Gaara in his clutches, which isn't good news for the rest of the world. I'm making Orochimaru more of a villain in this F than he was in canon. He's an awesome villain with the strength of Jiraiya, they never utilized that much in my opinion. Akatsuki will also show up at some point, albeit in a different manner, since Itachi doesn't have to show up to threaten Danzo since the third Hokage lives. So from here on out it's not going to follow canon very much, here and there events will line up but not much. So for now I say goodbye until the next chapter, but feel free to review or PM me. P.S. As an apology, below is written a preview of something that happens a little further into the new story arc. Naruto panted as he collapsed in the alleyway. He tore at the black buttoned shirt that was drenched in blood to reveal a deep laceration in his left side. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the blade slowly, causing him to gasp in pain. He stopped for a moment, the pain too much for him. Sneaky bastard, he panted as he glanced up and down the deserted alley. Looking away, he grasped the hilt of the odd-shaped kunai and wrenched it out of the wound. His breath caught in his throat as he dropped the kunai to the ground. Come on, Kurama, just heal it please. There was no response from the fox. Thanks for nothing, he grunted. Taking his shirt, he quickly tore the remains off and wrapped his torso with it, making sure that it was tight enough to put pressure on the wound. I have to get back to Kurenai and the others, Naruto said to himself as he climbed to his feet. Using the wall as support, he slowly made his way down the alley, thinking of everything that had happened up to this point. I missed the Chunin exams, he laughed to himself. So you were in Konoha recently? A voice called out to him. Damn it, Naruto, you had to open your big mouth. Even Lee was more stealth than you. Turning around, he saw his assailant from earlier. I have to say, you don't seem like the type of shinobi to last very long. Yeah, well, Naruto stopped talking as he tried to make a cross seal, only for him to stretch out his wound, causing a wave of pain to crash over him. He dropped to the ground holding his wound. Damn it, this isn't good. The sun beat down on the Genin squad, hard at work moving debris. Shikamaru, Kiba and Naruto all grunted as they moved large slabs of broken concrete at one of the breach points on the wall surrounding Konoha. Normally, Shikamaru would be thinking how troublesome it would be to do this with the two loudest genin of the Rookie 9. However, both Kiba and Naruto had been working tirelessly on another cleaning project near the Hokage monument and had been called over to the wall when they were done. Needless to say, the two of them were too tired to talk. So for once, Shikamaru somewhat enjoyed the mission at hand, until Kiba finally decided to speak up at that very moment. "Naruto, why can't you use your shadow clones to help out?" Kiba asked as he wiped his sweaty forehead. Both he and Naruto had not worn their jackets due to the heat. Naruto didn't answer right away as he moved a large slab out of the way. "Too tired. I did that yesterday and wore myself out halfway through a clean-up, nearly dropped a pile of bricks on a civilian." Naruto sighed as he remembered the sling of verbal insults thrown his way by a few other civilians that had seen what had happened. Kiba muttered a few well-placed curses about the invasion causing the current situation. Shikamaru groaned. "Man, just when I thought I'd get through the day without them talking." He was surprised again though when Naruto didn't continue talking and just kept on working. Is he really that tired out? Shikamaru stopped for a moment and watched as Naruto slowly trudged back and forth, moving all of the destroyed materials from the wall out of the way when he noticed Asuma walking towards them. Getting up, Shikamaru approached his Jonin-sensei. "I thought you were out on a mission?" Shikamaru inquired. Asuma smiled at him. "Hello to you as well, Shikamaru." Asuma took a drag of his cigarette. "In a sense I am on a mission. I need you and Naruto to come with me." Hearing his name, Naruto dropped what he was carrying and quickly joined the two. "Why do you need us?" Naruto asked, adjusting his headband. "Just here to escort the two of you to the Hokage's office. Other than that I have no idea," Asuma lied through his teeth. Of course he knew what was going on, but he wasn't going to let them know. Seeing the look on Shikamaru's face told Asuma that he already assumed what it was. Naruto was confused though. He was sure it wasn't mission-related, and he hadn't done any pranks. Of course there was the fact that both he and Shikamaru were asked to report to the Hokage, not just him. Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Well, I guess let's go then." "Oye, what about me?" Kiba called out at them. "I can't do all this on my own." Naruto could only blink as the news rolled around in his mind. He was a Chunin and had just been handed his Chunin flak vest. Looking down, he turned it over and saw the spiral on the back of it. "Is it required to wear this?" Naruto asked the Hokage who stood beside Asuma. Normally Kakashi would be here for this, but he was out of the village on a mission, therefore Asuma was standing in for Kakashi, not to mention his own student had also been promoted. The Sandaime was surprised at Naruto's question. "It is customary for a new Chunin to wear, however it is not required of you." Naruto nodded. He didn't think it was really his style, although the spiral did make him think of a new addition to his current jacket. "I guess I'll wear it for now," Naruto finally said. Once he got to his current home he would store the vest in a scroll for safekeeping. Slowly he pulled it on over his black shirt and looked down at how it fit him. "It suits you well, kid," Asuma smiled at him. Naruto grinned back at him before looking over at the other new Chunin. Shikamaru didn't look too thrilled at the promotion. "Let me guess, you don't want the responsibility," Naruto deadpanned. It's so troublesome, Naruto, being required to lead missions, too much responsibility I say." Shikamaru groaned. Asuma merely shook his head in embarrassment. Any other genin would be ecstatic to become a Chunin. Speaking of being ecstatic, Asuma noticed that Naruto Uzumaki wasn't jumping up and down at the prospect of a promotion. Sure, he looked happy, but normally he'd have been much more exuberant about moving closer to the position of Hokage. The Hokage was thinking along the same lines, but there was no time to dwell on the subject as there were things that needed to be done. "Now that the two of you have officially been promoted, it's time for you to step into your roles as Chunin fully," the Hokage said as he approached the two. Shikamaru suppressed a groan, knowing that it wasn't going to be something easy. Naruto on the other hand had perked up a bit, guessing what it could possibly be. "Perhaps an important mission. I will be assigning the two of you two different missions that require our attention. Both of you will lead a squad while being observed by a Jonin superior. The squad will not be one of your own, however. We have already selected who shall be in your squads and they will be informed later today and given the details as well." Naruto grinned. Finally, here was a chance to prove that he was no longer just a genin. He would show them that his promotion was the right decision and that he would be a Jonin sooner than later. The Hokage pulled from his robes two scrolls and handed one to Naruto, then the other to Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, you are to deliver this message to the Waterfall Village and from there obtain the target and take it to the location detailed in the scroll." Shikamaru said nothing but glanced at Asuma, as if to say he blamed him for this newfound responsibility. "Naruto, your mission is to provide bodyguard detail to the heiress of the Soma Corporation and escort her home from Tanzaku Town." The full details for both of your missions are written in the scrolls as well as who will be on your teams. You will have full authority over those on your team. This is your first step away from being genin." Naruto nodded, his grin growing wider. It had been quite some time since he had left the village, and even though he loved his hometown, he felt the itch for adventure. Without saying a word, Shikamaru turned and left the room as he opened his scroll. Asuma bowed to the Hokage somewhat stiffly before following his student. As Naruto turned to leave, the Hokage spoke after him. "Naruto, do you mind if we speak for a moment?" Sure," Naruto said uncertainly. He had not talked to the Hokage one-on-one for some time now. The Hokage sat at his desk and gestured for Naruto to sit as well. Complying, Naruto sat in the chair opposite the old man. "Your first Chunin exam and you've already been promoted. Your parents would be extremely proud of you," the aged Kage said with a soft smile. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "I hope they would be if they could see me, especially since I used my father's technique." The Sandaime nodded. "That was extremely surprising, Naruto. I did not think you would be able to pull off such a high-ranking ninjutsu so early in your career. Then again, you do have some amazing teachers. Don't forget that they're perverts as well," Naruto added, laughing. Hiruzen chuckled at the boy. "Now then, Naruto, for the reason I asked you to stay behind. As I suggested when I first told you about your heritage, the Chunin exams have come and gone, and it may do the village some good to know that the reason we are here today is that Minato's son stopped the Sans Jinchuriki and also saved the life of the Hokage." Naruto had completely forgotten that the Sandaime had wanted to release the information to the village after the Chunin exams. "So, you want to tell everyone who my dad is?" he asked. The Hokage nodded to the boy. "It was a request you gave me, and as I had promised, I would consider it once the exams were over. So here we are, Naruto. Do you still want me to reveal this information to the village?" Naruto was silent for a moment and remembered the looks he'd still receive. The backhanded comments that no one thought he'd hear. Granted, it wasn't as bad as it had been, especially since the fight against Gaara had aired. "Sure, when do we do it?" Naruto asked. The Sandaime nodded. "After you return from your mission, and then we shall announce it to the village that you are a namikaze." The news of Naruto and Shikamaru's promotion spread throughout the village fairly fast. Of course, the citizens of Konohagakure were impressed by Naruto's fights, however many of them felt that he should not have been promoted due to the demon he had sealed within him. Other reactions weren't as bigoted as the civilians though. Asuma had informed the remainder of his team who had not been there about the promotions. "Well, he did kick Gaara's ass after all," Ino remarked, somewhat miffed that she wasn't the first to know. "If they hadn't promoted him after that, then it wouldn't be right." Choji declared that they should all go get barbecue in celebration of Shikamaru and Naruto's promotions, and they should drag Naruto with them. Of course, Asuma had to break the news to Choji that his favorite place to eat had actually been damaged during the invasion by a giant magenta toad, leaving the plump boy to sulk about the news, forgetting completely about the promotions. From there, Ino had made her way to the Haruno residence to tell Naruto's teammate about the promotions. Sakura's reaction wasn't what Ino had imagined, however. Instead of asking about Sasuke or any reaction that would be construed as surprised, Sakura had just shrugged. "Well, we all saw his fight. There'd be no reason to keep him as a genin at this point. It was obvious to anyone watching that Naruto was going to be promoted." "I didn't think it was obvious," Ino said to the pink-haired girl. "Maybe I just had faith in Naruto is all." Kiba found out from his sister, who had heard from her mother, who had heard from one of the dogs, who had heard Shikamaru complaining being promoted at some ramen stand with a plump boy. Kiba of course had ranted and raved that he could have become a Chunin if he had been given the chance to show his moves to the stadium, and that Shikamaru hadn't even done anything to be promoted. From there, Kiba had gone to find his teammates to complain when his sister kicked him out of the house for irritating her for going on about the subject for too long. Hinata expressed her happiness that 2 of the rookie 9 had been able to promote already, although she was thinking of how she wanted to prove to Naruto next time that she could become a Chunin as well. Perhaps even after they could spar and see how far she had progressed. Shino had simply told Kiba that if he wanted to become a Chunin, that perhaps he should go to Naruto for advice. Hinata was surprised by Shino's attempt at annoying Kiba, however even she had to admit that Kiba was making a bigger deal out of it than was necessary. That had Kiba in an uproar by the time Kurenai had shown up to meet with her team. Sasuke hadn't been told yet, as he was out on a clean-up mission out of the village where the frog that Naruto had summoned and a snake summon had wound up fighting. Guy Sensei had proudly informed his team when he found out from the Hokage about Naruto's promotion, forgetting completely who Shikamaru was at the time. Lee had declared that in honor of Naruto's promotion he would defeat Neji right then and there. The Hyuga had called him an idiot and walked away from the green-clad genin, not saying a word beyond that. Tenten was happy for Naruto, but her concern was with Neji, who had been in a foul mood ever since he had lost to Sasuke. Naruto walked through the forest, far beyond the training grounds until he came upon the spot where he trained with Jiraiya. Near a few trees was a crudely constructed tent made from concrete and other bits of rubble from the village. Naruto sat beside the small construct and took off his newly acquired Chunin vest before setting it beside him. Well, at least I have one more piece of clothing, Naruto muttered to himself. Most stores in the village were closed for a while due to the clean-up effort, which was bad for Naruto, who had one shirt and one pair of pants. He had plenty of leather jackets though, courtesy of Jiraiya. He looked up at the sky, which was quickly darkening as the sun set. So my first mission is a Chunin, hope I do alright, Naruto said to himself. He glanced around and got back up off the ground, picking up his vest and tossing it into the hut. Gotta wash my clothes in the river, then go to the bathhouse to clean myself, Naruto thought to himself as he found himself really wishing he had a shower of his own. Since the missions they had been going on were to repair the village, the pay for everyone was significantly lowered to cut costs, so Naruto was back to eating only ramen for now. Then of course the bathhouse wasn't the cheapest thing around, but he needed to be presentable for the next day. Especially since Kurenai was the Jonin that would be supervising him and probably wasn't okay with Naruto being a complete mess. Also there was the matter of his pride, which would not allow for others to know of his current situation. With that decided, he left his camp and went to the bathhouse, which had been unharmed during the invasion. Once he had paid the entry fee, he went to the men's side and undressed while wrapping a towel around his waist. Opening the sliding door, he was greeted to the sight of an empty hot spring. This was something Naruto had been looking forward to all day, a relaxing soak. Slowly, he dipped himself into the high-temperature water, sighing as a wave of relief hit him. That's nice, Naruto moaned as he found a comfy spot to sit in the spring and stare up at the sky just as the first few stars were becoming visible. Naruto sat there contently, watching as star after star popped into existence as the sky became darker and darker. This was something he didn't get to enjoy too often when he did have his own apartment, because he didn't feel it necessary, but now that he was here he was sure that this would become routine for him. The noise of the door to the spring sliding open drew Naruto from his hazy relaxed state. Hey Naruto, Choji greeted. Naruto waved lazily from the spring. Behind the plump boy was Shikamaru, who looked rather happy to be there. That's weird, Naruto stated, a grin on his face. Choji gave him a questioning look. I'm not used to seeing Shikamaru looking happy about something, Naruto answered. Shikamaru very quickly slid into the water and sighed. I enjoy the hot springs, Naruto, it's almost as fun as watching the clouds. Choji got in after his friend, causing Naruto to almost comment on how the water level seemed to rise, but remembered that Choji was rather sensitive about his weight. So who's going to be on your squad tomorrow? Naruto asked his fellow Chunin. Shino and the Tenten girl were assigned to be on the mission. Also my Jonin babysitter is going to be made a guy. Naruto tried to suppress his laughter but couldn't hold it back. You have Guy-sensei. You and Shino are in for a treat, Naruto said. What's so funny about it? Choji asked. Shikamaru also looked somewhat confused. You haven't dealt with Guy-sensei, but it's funny because Shikamaru is the laziest guy the first know and just as quiet as Shino at times. Guy-sensei is all about the power of youth and always working hard, not to mention he's just as loud as me. Shikamaru smacked his forehead. I can't believe they'd pair me up with someone like that. Naruto shrugged, still chuckling. Well, I've got Kurenai, that lady in charge of Kiba and his team, as my Jonin superior. I'd rather have her. She seems to be a quiet person from what I've seen of her, Shikamaru said enviously. Yeah, and I'm sure Asuma-sensei wouldn't be dating her if she wasn't a great shinobi, Choji said as he moved to eat a chip only to realize that food was not allowed in the area. Wait, your sensei has the hots for Kurenai? Naruto laughed lightly. Shikamaru groaned. It's so troublesome because whenever she's around he totally forgets about us and just chats her up most of the time, which is just annoying when he's supposed to be helping us catch that damn cat. Ino thinks it's adorable of course and is always giving Asuma-sensei dating advice, Choji said with a chuckle. It is her specialty after all. Naruto laughed at this. Of course she'd think it is, even though I'm sure she's never been on a date before. What about the date between the two of you? Choji asked, at which Shikamaru suppressed a snicker. Naruto got flustered at this point. God, first Jiraiya-sensei, then Tuki, and now you guys. It wasn't a date. At this point he had stood up and was shouting. Choji was laughing at the boy and Shikamaru had even begun chuckling. Ino had the exact same reaction. Naruto huffed at the two of them and sat back down in the water. Shikamaru decided to spare the boy and change the subject. So who's your squad comprised of? Just Ino, myself and Rock Lee, Naruto mumbled. Just a bodyguard mission for some rich lady. Shikamaru nodded. Sounds like an interesting team. Naruto shrugged. It'll be easy to deal with Rock Lee. We haven't done missions but we've trained together a lot, so I know his abilities pretty well. Shikamaru nodded. What about that Tenten girl? Is she only a weapons specialist? Naruto nodded. She's got above average taijutsu though since she's been training with Lee and Neji, but she's deadliest with her tools. Never seen her use other jutsu though. Shikamaru nodded as he began to think of different strategies he could incorporate her style into. So I've got a bit of an unbalanced team, but that shouldn't be a huge problem for me. Naruto laughed. Tell me about it. Lee and I are short-range fighters, and then there's Ino who has nothing great when it comes to long-range fighting. True, but between your shadow clones and Ino's ability to take over others, if you need to do any reconnaissance work it'll be perfect. It'll be difficult with combat though, Naruto mumbled. If it comes to fighting, it's possible you might not need to, Choji stated. That would be a dream mission for me, Shikamaru said as he closed his eyes and visualized it. Sounds boring, Naruto murmured. The three of them sat in the hot spring chatting here and there, not about much, just the state of the village and Shikamaru's and Naruto's promotions. Finally Naruto was the first to call it a night and left Choji and Shikamaru to their own devices. The two friends were quiet as the Uzumaki boy left and waited until they were sure he was gone before talking. Again, I thought you wanted to ask him, Choji, Shikamaru wondered. Choji scratched at his cheek. It just didn't feel right to ask him that kind of question. I mean, if he is like Gaara, wouldn't he want to keep that a secret? Shikamaru nodded. Probably. I mean, look at how he's been treated by a lot of the adults around the village. It's too much hatred to be for some stupid pranks he's pulled. It's got to be that he's a Jinchuriki. Choji stared at the reflection of the moon in the water. That's why I think we shouldn't let him know that we suspect anything. I mean, he has it hard enough without thinking we're judging him for it. Shikamaru nodded. Well, eventually we can try talking to him about it, but for now we keep it between us. I wonder how Sasuke's going to react to you and Naruto being promoted. I don't care because I won't be here for the meltdown. As Naruto lay down under his makeshift hut, he felt a pull in the back of his mind. Shutting his eyes, he suddenly was back before the cage that held the Kyuubi. What was that? Naruto asked as he stared past the bars into the darkness. Nothing happened at first, but slowly a ruby eye opened and stared back at him. Naruto Uzumaki, or should I start saying Namikaze? I don't care, but while we're on the subject of names, I assume yours is Kurama. The Nine-Tails stared back at the young boy with his one open eye for a moment before slamming against the bars, causing the Uzumaki boy to bolt backwards in fear. What makes you think that's my name, boy? Naruto grinned as he felt his courage quickly return to him. Because that's what Shukaku was saying. He was yelling about someone called Kurama. I can only assume that was you. After all, it's not like the Aikibi made friends with someone in Konohagakure recently. The Kyuubi stared at Naruto, analyzing him before taking a step back from the cage. Why would you care if that is my name? Naruto was confused by the question and struggled to find an answer as the Kyuubi's stare bore into his eyes. I guess it's just common courtesy to call someone by name. Naruto said slowly. The Kyuubi tilted his head, slightly reminding Naruto of when a dog would be confused about a situation. Common courtesy? Naruto nodded. I mean, it's kinda rude to not know your name. I mean, you did help me out with the Aikibi. There was silence for a moment when suddenly the Kyuubi roared at Naruto, the water around them being pushed back by the force of it. Naruto felt his entire body rattle from the roar as it began to die down. Then suddenly, Naruto was back in the real world. Wow, what's up his ass? Naruto wondered. With the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon signaling a new day, Naruto waited at the gates for his team. He was dressed in the same outfit he had worn during the Chunin exams, as it was the only outfit that he had left. He had expected to wait for a while before anyone showed up, but was surprised to see that Kurenai arrived just a minute after he had. "You are early, Uzumaki," Kurenai observed somewhat coldly. Naruto groaned. He had a headache and was not feeling like putting up with another person that hated him for Kurama, or Kyubi or whatever he was calling him now. Looking around very quickly, he made sure that no one that wouldn't know about the fox was around before speaking. "No disrespect, Kurenai sensei, if you're just going to treat me like most civilians do, then fine. I'll go meet with Sarutobi Gigi and ask for someone else to accompany me that isn't going to be bigoted and short-sighted." Naruto's fist tightened, half expecting Kurenai to attack him for being so forward, and even though he had said no disrespect, he had been pretty damn disrespectful to her. The red-eyed woman blinked at the blonde boy in surprise. Sorry, it wasn't my intention to come across that way, I'm just not a morning person." Naruto nearly fell over. He didn't think someone would be cold towards him for anything other than the Kyubi, but now he understood perfectly. It was 6:30 in the morning after all. "I am so sorry, Kurenai-sensei, I didn't realize that would be why you seemed so unhappy with being here. It's just I'm so used to it being because of my Jinchuriki status that I didn't think," Naruto babbled as he bowed profusely to the woman. He continued to apologize over and over again when a finger on his lips made him stop. Kurenai gave him a soft smile. "I understand, and frankly I'm glad that you're starting to stand up for yourself. However, never talk to a jonin like that unless you're prepared to have to fight them." Naruto nodded fervently. "Good," Kurenai said as she went and leaned up against the wall of a building and rubbed her eyes. "Now, as I was going to say, you are very early, Uzumaki, which is a great thing, as I was worried that you may have picked up someone's habits." Naruto nodded, completely understanding. "Sasuke and I made a pact to never be like Kakashi-sensei." "A good pact to make. Now then, I wanted to go over some things about the mission with you before the others got here, so this works out very well. First off, you are in charge of the mission nearly in full. However, if I feel you have made a dangerous call, I will step in and take charge for the remainder of the mission. Now both you and I will make separate mission reports when this is all over and give them to the Hokage at the same time for him to review. My report will merely go over your performance as a leader in the field, while yours will be a standard mission report. I assume you know how to do this." Naruto did not answer right away as he felt his mind halt. This was something they taught in the academy. Shit. Kurenai sighed when Naruto didn't say a word after 20 seconds of silence. "When we make camp tonight I will go over it with you." "Sorry," Naruto apologized. "Now remember that you will be my leader as well during this mission, just as much as you are Ino Yamanaka's and Rock Lee's leader. I will follow your orders and battle plans without fail." Naruto nodded, knowing that he would need to find out what Kurenai's strengths and weaknesses were sooner rather than later. "That's why they have me with people I haven't been on missions with before," Naruto mumbled to himself. "Exactly," Kurenai answered Naruto. Naruto felt a bit of irritation for the unwarranted answer to his musing. "Now then, the mission is to retrieve the target, and get her home unharmed. From there we shall protect her during the event the Soma Corporation has scheduled." Naruto understood. Last night he had gone over the mission scroll at least a dozen times. The woman they were to protect was an heiress by the name of Toru Honda, while her father Shigeru Soma held some type of festivity. It seemed that Toru was adopted into the Soma household at a young age when her parents passed away and was chosen to be Shigeru's successor. This was to be a celebration where she would be given control of the Soma Corporation, a publishing company that was worth millions. So obviously she could be a target for many. There had been no threats of any kind and no inclination to believe that there was a plot against her, which is why this was only a C rank mission. "I read the mission report, so I know what we will be doing." Kurenai smiled. "Good, you'd be surprised at how many new Chunin simply skim the mission reports at first." Naruto shook his head. "Details are important in missions, even if they can change at the drop of a pin." "Very wise. I understand that you had a C rank mission that turned out to be an A rank mission. That would be our team. Also we had another C rank mission that got upgraded to A, B ranked." Kurenai snapped her fingers. "That was Team 7, I knew it. Guess Asuma lost that wager." Naruto gave her an odd look. Anyways, anything else I should know? If you encounter any insubordination, it is up to you to resolve it unless it threatens our lives in any way. I will not interfere if someone is not following your orders unless it puts our objective in danger or any of us, do you understand? Naruto nodded. "I guess when someone gets promoted over others, issues can come up, Naruto thought to himself. At that exact moment a green blur shot down the street and skidded to a halt. Naruto-kun. Lee's voice echoed through the street. Naruto winced as the boy was only 5 feet from him. It is an honor to be on your first mission as a Chunin, Naruto-kun. It's good to see you too, Lee, Naruto smiled. Lee saluted him and then turned his attention to Kurenai. I apologize but we have not been introduced, I am Rock Lee. He extended his hand to shake hers. She raised an eyebrow but shook his hand anyways. Such an odd boy, just like Guy. I guess you didn't notice me at the exams. I'm the Jonin captain of. She couldn't finish though as Lee interrupted her. I apologize Kurenai-sensei for not recognizing you from the exams. For this transgression I shall run to the Hokage monument and back 200 times, and if I cannot do that then I shall. And we've lost him, Naruto said to the Jonin as Lee listed what he would do if he failed his own challenges. Kurenai wasn't sure about this team. Sure, she had seen Rock Lee fight, but this was just odd. She was so used to Shino and Hinata's quiet demeanors. Sure, she had Kiba, but he wasn't as exuberant as Rock Lee was. Guy did a number on this kid. Naruto was able to quickly quiet Lee down and soon they were waiting for the final member of their team. And waiting. Are the Yamanakas related to Kakashi at all? Naruto asked. Ino scrambled through her bag once again for the 12th time that morning, and the 50th time since the night prior. I've never been on a mission away from the village for more than a few days, Ino complained to herself. There's no way I can fit enough outfits in here for a week, let alone 2. Of course the scroll had warned that it may be just a week, but that didn't stop Ino from thinking about 2 weeks of clothes. She grumbled to herself as she wished she had learned some basic fuinjutsu for packing. Suddenly there was a knock on her bedroom door. Not now, Mom, I'm packing. Suddenly the door was kicked in and slammed against the wall. What the hell? Ino yelled when she suddenly shrank back. Standing in the door was her father looking out of his mind. So I just ran into your team, do you know how long they have been waiting for you, Ino? Inoichi nearly growled out. Before Ino could answer, Inoichi answered. 5 hours, Ino. I find it surprising that you came to me before the exams, wanting to become a better shinobi, then this happens. He tossed a scroll to her. I have packed essential items for a C-rank mission in there. You have 5 minutes to finish packing and leave for your mission. Ino opened her mouth to say something but Inoichi had already closed the door. Shit, Ino thought to herself. She hadn't realized how late it was having been so busy packing. Ino quickly threw the scroll she had been given into her bag and threw a few clothes in haphazardly before shutting the bag. Quickly she left and headed for the gate where she was supposed to meet her team earlier. This was the first time she had been this late. Sure, with her team there had been a few instances where she had shown up an hour or two late due to her making sure she looked good, but never this late. Even then, Asuma hadn't really said much about it and neither had her teammates. With each step she took, she wished that she could just not go on the mission and have someone else go in her stead, but it was too late for that. They'd have to find someone that would be willing and able to go on a mission, and the chances of that were slim this late in the day. Her heart began to beat quickly and her palms felt numb with fear. Her team must have been livid with her. She didn't do well when someone was angry with her. Then she remembered that there would be a Jonin on the team as well, Kurenai. From what she remembered, Kurenai seemed like a strict teacher. Gulping, Ino quickened her pace until she was sprinting down the road to get to the gate as fast as possible. She arrived at the gate to find only one person there. Hello, Ino-san. Rock Lee greeted her happily. Ino was panting at this point as she had not been used to running that fast at that distance. Tree hopping took less out of her than sprinting. Where are the others? Ino gasped as she breathed raggedly. Naruto-kun and Kurenai-sensei are past the village walls in a training area out there sparring at the moment. I was asked to wait here for your arrival. I can't believe how late I am, Ino panted. Now that you are here, let us go meet up with them and begin our mission. Lee turned and jogged out the gates, Ino following behind, thankful that they were not sprinting. It only took a few minutes before they reached where Naruto and Kurenai stood. Well, that gives me a few good ideas, Naruto said as he wiped his forehead before tying his headband on. He glanced over and saw that Ino was here but didn't greet her despite Ino giving him a small wave. Well, let's get going then, Naruto said as he turned around and began walking. Kurenai looked at the blonde girl and nodded, a small smile on her face. Ino could tell that it was somewhat forced, however. As a Yamanaka, she was trained to read someone's body language as well as their mind. Clearly, Kurenai was not that impressed with the girl. Great. I really messed this up. For a majority of the day, the group stayed very silent, switching from the road to the trees as they traveled towards their first destination. As per Naruto's orders, he was at the head of the group with Rock Lee behind him, and trailing behind were Ino and Kurenai. Ino felt it was somewhat pompous of Naruto to assume he should be in the lead, even if he was the squad leader. Kurenai was obviously a better choice in her eyes. She didn't voice her opinions though, as she knew she lost the right to question any of Naruto's actions when she showed up nearly 6 hours late. What really irked her most of all though, was the fact that Naruto had said that they would not be stopping until well into the night. Kurenai had not argued this at all, and Rock Lee only seemed excited. Ino was beginning to feel fatigue wash over her when Kurenai called her name out. "What's going on, Kurenai-sensei?" she asked as they continued forward. "Take this, it'll help you push on." Kurenai tossed a soldier pill to her, which Ino caught and glanced at. Are you sure? I mean, is it safe?" she asked. "Asuma hasn't had you take a soldier pill before." Ino shook her head. "What do they do?" "Take it and you'll find out," the Jonin simply said. Ino hesitated a bit longer but eventually threw the round pill and chewed. The pill tasted terrible, but as soon as she swallowed, the round object energy flooded through her body. "You didn't need to chew it," Kurenai said. Ino swallowed. "Sorry, I didn't know." "You're fine, it's just the taste is atrocious is all." They continued forward without another word. As the sun began to set, Ino saw Naruto stop ahead and signaled for them to do the same. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Lee asked quietly. "2 chakra signatures ahead, I'd have to say they've stopped to camp." "Are they shinobi?" Kurenai asked. Naruto closed his eyes for a few seconds before shaking his head. "I can't tell honestly, but to be safe let's deviate from our path and walk from here on out until we're far enough that we won't be noticed." Naruto jumped from the branch to the ground as silent as possible. The others all followed suit and began to walk from there. Naruto made sure that they gave the 2 signatures enough distance just to make sure they wouldn't be detected. By the time they took back to the trees, the sky was full of twinkling stars. 2 cloaked figures sat before a campfire. "You sure you don't want to visit home, Itachi?" the larger of the 2 asked. "There is no reason to," the smaller answered. The larger one stood up and grinned, the firelight dancing off of his sharp white teeth. "It seems that those 4 chakra signatures made sure to avoid us, they probably have a sensor with them. Should we go after them?" Itachi said nothing as he stared at the flickering flames. "I guess I could just go after them myself," the large one muttered. "No, Kisame, it would just delay us. Let the shinobi be, they aren't a threat to us." "You're in a merciful mood today, Itachi." Itachi said nothing. This was the first time in quite some time that he was this close to his village. The closest he had been to his brother. Sasuke stared at the moon hanging in the sky. He had felt a chill run up his spine for some reason. "Hey Sasuke." The Uchiha glanced over at the voice to find Iruka walking towards him. "Iruka-sensei." Sasuke greeted. Iruka chuckled. "I haven't seen you in a while, Sasuke. How are the missions going?" Sasuke shrugged. "Slow. I'm sure you know that as well though. Didn't they shut the academy down since the exams?" Iruka nodded. "The village needs every able ninja to help with repairs, but we start again next week. Maybe you can come down and talk to the kids." Sasuke made an odd noise at this request. "Not really something I'd be interested in, maybe ask Naruto." "Naruto isn't here though, off on his first Chunin mission after all." Sasuke didn't respond to this right away. So they did promote him. He seemed somewhat irked by that, but he understood why he was promoted. Naruto had basically saved the village from what he understood. "Soon enough you'll be right there with him," Iruka said as he ruffled the Uchiha's hair much to Sasuke's annoyance. "Come by sometime next week when you're free so my class can meet you," Iruka said as he left. When Iruka was gone, Sasuke began forward down the road, heading home after the long day that was ending. Tomorrow was going to be just as long with all the D-rank missions. Inoichi entered the dim-lit room where a large man was chained to the wall, seals having been drawn all over him by Jiraiya earlier that week. The Yamanaka approached the man who had just woken up. "More Konoha weaklings," the man wheezed. "Not doing too well, I take it?" Inoichi asked him. The man ignored Inoichi's words but glared into his eyes. "Well, I'm just here to see if we need to send you to Ibiki or if we can save you some pain." Jirobu was it. Jirobu ignored him, which didn't bother Inoichi at all. He preferred to have them be quiet rather than ranting and raving during the process. "Very well then, let's begin." Inoichi rolled up his right sleeve and ran through a few hand seals before laying his palm against the large man's forehead. Suddenly Inoichi was seeing flashes of Jirobu's memories before him. It was all very disjointed and the Yamanaka could barely make sense of it all. Orochimaru clearly has placed some seals on him to ensure that if he was captured we couldn't glean any information out of him this way. But just in case, Inoichi began to press on, looking for some kind of weakness in the man's mind. Then he was submerged into a recent memory, something unprotected. Inoichi was now looking through Jirobu's perspective of the event. Orochimaru-sama, you called for me? Jirobu asked. The pale-faced man was sitting in a dim room, not unlike the one Inoichi was actually in. Yes, my dear Jirobu, I have. I would like for you to send someone of your choosing to meet with an informant from Iwagakure in a few weeks. Jirobu bowed to the Sannin. Will it be safe? I understand that he has been watched very closely by one of your old associates. Orochimaru chuckled lightly when Jirobu said this. He will be able to deliver the information to us in Tanzaku town, however I'm sure that he will not survive long afterwards. If he truly is watching him, our informant is not long for this world. At this point Orochimaru jotted down some information and handed it to Jirobu. Here is a dossier on our dear Shisudaroku. Jirobu looked down at the note and Inoichi began to memorize the information when suddenly it ended and he was thrust out of Jirobu's mind. Inoichi cursed as he fell backwards onto the ground. Behind him the door swung open and a pair of medics rushed past Inoichi to Jirobu who was suddenly convulsing violently. Damn it, a seal to destroy his mind if certain information was accessed by a Yamanaka. Orochimaru is crafty. Quickly picking himself off the ground, he heard the gruff voice of Ibiki Morino behind him. Well, looks like that was a dead end. Inoichi turned and grinned at the man. Maybe not. Get a squad of Anbu ready for an undercover mission to Tanzaku town. I'm sure the Hokage will want to send them once he hears what I found. Naruto finally called for them to stop for the night and by Ino's rough estimation it was at least midnight. When they stopped, Ino set down her pack and began gathering wood when Naruto quietly told her not to. No fires, we're in an area that has known bandit activity, we don't want to attract attention. Well then why did we stop here if you knew this? Ino hissed. Naruto shot her a look. Because I was hoping to pass through here about 3 hours ago but for obvious reasons that didn't happen. We need to rest otherwise we're going to wear ourselves out. Ino was about to suggest pushing on a bit more when Naruto made a seal and 5 clones popped into existence. Establish a perimeter and set a few traps to ensure nobody gets close, then create 3 more clones and begin a patrol within the perimeter. Notify me if you sense anything. The clones all nodded before jumping off in different directions. Kurenai watched as Naruto did all this and nodded to herself. The boy is making great use of his cage bunshin technique to ensure the safety of his team. We can rest a bit easier. Naruto signaled for the 3 others in his squad to gather near him. I figure we should go over this now before we get to our target. 2 teams of 2 is what I'm thinking here. First line of defense will be Kurenai and Lee. Lee, you're great with your taijutsu and with your speed you can slip past someone's defenses before they try using any sort of jutsu. Now if it turns out that they're giving you some trouble, Kurenai-sensei is a genjutsu user, so she can provide support by casting genjutsu on anything you can't handle. If anything it can help slow someone down for you to get the drop on them. Rock Lee nodded, understanding what his role would be if something were to happen. Don't forget that many of my genjutsu can be lethal, Naruto, Kurenai added. True, but I figure that you can keep those to yourself until we get into something Lee can't handle at all. Can't just use your trump card right at the beginning and let the enemy know just how powerful you are, especially if someone attacks and is just testing to see how strong we are. Kurenai nodded at Naruto's answer, glad that he had some common sense contrary to popular belief back in the Leaf Village. Now Ino and I will be close to the target, that way if anything slips through we can take care of them. I can handle most close range fights and any jutsu that's thrown my way. Plus we need to make sure that Ino isn't injured in a fight if it does turn out that someone is after our client. Ino puffed up at this. She wasn't just a cute face and how dare Naruto make her out to be just some silly girl. What the hell, Uzumaki, I can fight. Naruto shook his head. I know you're capable of fighting but your jutsu would be best used for interrogation. I mean you can get into people's heads to find information, right? Ino was surprised that Naruto was thinking this through and had taken that into consideration. Well kinda. I mean, Daddy was teaching me the jutsu before the exams and I feel pretty comfortable with it, but I can't go too deep with it. I can take over people's bodies if someone protects my body. Naruto shrugged. We can make do with that, just the threat of having a Yamanaka will make any sort of interrogation go smoother. Plus if I need support you have that water jutsu, it's long-range right? Ino nodded. Yeah, I can use it to distract someone if need be. Good, then we have that settled. Now for tonight I have my clones patrolling and looking out for anything, but I still say better to not just rely on clones, so we'll take shifts on keeping an eye out. I'm thinking 2 hours each. Any volunteers? Lee was the first to volunteer. I shall take the first shift Naruto-kun, I'm not very tired at the moment. Naruto smiled at his friend. He was glad he was on a mission with him, it made Naruto appreciate his friend a bit more. Okay, I'll take the second shift if that's okay, Naruto said as he looked amongst them for any complaints. There weren't any. Now for the last shift, Ino, would you mind doing it? Naruto asked. Why me? She asked. Because you're a genin and Kurenai is a jonin, seniority, Naruto said. Ino and Kurenai both stared at Naruto incredulously. I'm kidding, somewhat, Kurenai has done this a dozen times I'm sure and you haven't, so I figure it's experience for us. Ino pouted. Fine, I'll do it. Naruto nodded. Great, eat what you need to because tomorrow we won't be stopping too often. Lee jumped up into the nearest tree and perched on a sturdy branch to look out. Naruto sat down in the spot he was standing just a moment ago before laying down and staring up at the stars. Kurenai pulled out a scroll and unsealed a sleeping bag which she laid down beside Naruto. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto began. It's always best in my experience to keep the squad close together when sleeping, she said simply. Oh, okay, Naruto said as heat flooded his cheeks. He had never slept in such close proximity to a woman before, so this was new to him. Ino felt somewhat uncomfortable with sleeping too close to Lee or Naruto, so she decided she'd lay her bag on the other side of Kurenai and hope that Lee didn't decide to lay next to her when it came to time for him to sleep. Quickly the three of them had laid down and were staring at the star-filled sky above them. Kurenai fell asleep first, most comfortable of the three of them, by far, leaving Naruto and Ino trying to fall asleep next. Naruto was thinking of how the rest of the mission could possibly progress in the coming days, but he was feeling confident in his abilities and doubted that anything crazy would happen this time around. Ino on the other hand was feeling awkward about Naruto. She had jeopardized the mission with her tardiness and had questioned his motives a few times, but so far he was proving to be an adequate chunin. A lot had changed in the few days since the exams. The invasion had definitely put her on edge now that she thought about it. She had been high-strung after seeing all the casualties in the village before and after it had ended. Hell, now and then they'd find remains of some poor soul during the cleanup, but they had been so busy that no one had the time to even think about it. Just a week ago she would have been more excited about being on a team with Naruto to learn more about him. Things change quickly when you're a shinobi, Ino thought to herself as she stared at the twinkling lights in the sky. Hey Naruto, Ino whispered out. What's up? Naruto asked. I'm sorry about earlier. Ino was only met with silence for a bit, but she waited. Just don't let it happen again, Ino, then we'll be fine. Okay, Ino said. With her apology having been put out there, she turned to her side and closed her eyes. In the trees, Rock Lee smiled at the interaction. Naruto-kun is a good guy, just like Guy-sensei. Kabuto adjusted his glasses as he traveled down the dark hallway that led to Orochimaru's lab. He had just finished assessing the newest addition to Orochimaru's forces and was pleased to find that Gaara was progressing quite well. He had been more docile now that the boy was able to sleep courtesy of the new sealing formula that caged the Aikibi. That Naruto is an interesting genin, Kabuto thought as he had been testing the seal extensively. Not that he was any expert when it came to seals, however he had plenty of experience. Plus it was one of few times where he had worked with Orochimaru on Fuinjutsu and he always found it fascinating to watch the Sannin work. He remembered when they first began to test the ins and outs of the seal and was surprised at Orochimaru's humility. This seal is definitely beyond something I can create, the Sannin had admitted with glee. It is definitely a byproduct of ancient Uzumaki Fuinjutsu with Jiraiya's own research. Kabuto had heard of the Uzumaki clan's expertise with seals, but since the Uzumaki clan was nearly extinct, he had never run across anything of their design. Orochimaru was hard at work studying how to reverse engineer it and find new ways to improve the cursed seal with their findings. However, it was proving difficult. Kabuto stopped in front of a large ornate door and slowly opened it. Inside was Orochimaru at a table littered with scrolls. Without looking up, Orochimaru greeted his subordinate. "Ah, Kabuto, how is our young Jinchuriki?" Kabuto walked in and closed the door behind him. "Docile for the moment, Orochimaru-sama," he answered. Orochimaru picked up a scroll and inspected it closer. "That is good news. How is progress on the seal?" Kabuto felt his heart quicken. It always surprised him at how his master could elicit fear from him when nothing else could. "Not as well, but the reason I am here is that I have a theory." Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto. "A theory, you say?" He set the scroll down on the table. "This had better be good then, otherwise you will pay for disrupting me," he said with an ice-cold glare. Kabuto swallowed the lump in throat. "I believe that there is one factor we have overlooked with the sealing formula. When I was inspecting Gaara, I noticed an abnormality with his chakra patterns centralized around the seal." Orochimaru stood a bit straighter at this. "The seal is siphoning minuscule amounts of chakra through the old seal from the Aikibi. I believe it is using the Aikibi's chakra to maintain the seal." Orochimaru just about growled at Kabuto. "That is something I have already found, Kabuto." He took a step towards the boy. "Orochimaru-sama, I understand that you know that, but it isn't the only abnormality I found. There are trace amounts of another Biju's chakra laced throughout the seal. It's drawing the Aikibi's chakra and converting it to match this chakra." Orochimaru smirked. The boy had found something that he had not. "I believe that Naruto Uzumaki used the Kyuubi to override the first seal and amplify the seal he applied to Gaara. It would explain how he was able to suppress the Aikibi so easily." Orochimaru's mind began to race at the implications of this. "Interesting. So Gaara could have more use to us than just a replacement for Jirobu and Kidomaru. We can use his Biju to possibly amplify the curse seal." Kabuto nodded. "Yes, but finding the right balance will be difficult to do between the variations in both Biju chakra and natural energy." "Well then, let's start finding a balance. I want you to go retrieve something for me then, Kabuto. Take Gaara with you in a week's time and retrieve Jugo. I believe we should start experimenting with the two of them together." Kabuto nodded. Gaara and Jugo in the same place, this should make for an interesting journey. Ino watched as the sun rose over the horizon. It had been an uneventful night, nothing happening whatsoever. Lee was the first one awake and had quietly said hello to Ino. Soon after, Kurenai and Naruto had awoken at the same time, ready for the day. They all ate a small breakfast consisting of ration bars before packing up and taking off into the trees once again. It didn't take long for the forest to disappear, and from there they had to run across vast plains. None of them really talked as they traveled, all of them too tired to really waste their energy on talking. Around mid-afternoon though, they spotted a town in the distance. "There it is, and we actually got here early," Naruto shouted. It was the home stretch at this point, and already Ino was imagining sleeping in a hotel bed instead of on a small patch of grass. As they got closer to the town they slowed to a walk. "There's a lot of casinos," Naruto said as they passed a few at the edge of town. "It's a popular town for gambling," Kurenai said. She knew this all too well as she was obsessed with games of chance. Rock Lee seemed somewhat fascinated by the buildings as people bustled in and out of the buildings. "It seems that gambling is a fun hobby," Rock Lee said in mild amazement. "Why not? The opportunity to get rich in a game of chance, even I'd be excited," Ino commented as she glanced at a man that somewhat resembled an older Sasuke. She blushed as the man gave her a handsome smile. "Well, maybe we can try it out later," Naruto commented as he thought of his own money troubles. Kurenai shot Naruto an odd look at this comment, but Naruto figured it was because they were young and she disapproved of gambling. "So we're to meet our client at a certain casino?" Ino asked Kurenai. "That one to be specific," Naruto said. He stopped walking. Before them was a large building, neon signs adorning the entrance. "It's so fancy," Rock Lee gawked. Naruto had to admit that it was pretty ritzy by his standards. "You know this town isn't a shinobi town, so they don't have the same laws." "You're all underage," Kurenai said. "The only problem will be Lee. Ino and I can use a henge to fake our age," Naruto said. "What we'll do is two of us stay out here and wait, while the other two go in and meet the client, or we can cast a genjutsu on any attendant at the entrance so the Lee can get in with us." Kurenai didn't much like the idea of using a jutsu on an innocent, but it was a valid option. "I'd prefer your first suggestion," Lee said. "I will stay out here with Ino-chan while you and Kurenai go in and meet the client." Naruto nodded. That sounds like a good idea, Lee. Making a quick hand seal, Naruto transformed into an image of himself, but aged. He was at least as tall as Asuma now, with his hair a bit longer. His whisker marks and eyes remained the same, but gone was the youth that showed on his face. His clothes also remained the same. Ino had to admit, if he actually grew up into what he imagined, he'd be quite a catch. Almost looks like the pictures of the Yondaime, Ino realized. Maybe he's related to him, like a distant family member, Ino wondered. Kurenai was surprised at how alike Naruto looked to his father. She had known the Yondaime somewhat, having gone on missions with Kakashi's team once in a while back in the day. If people don't realize who he is now, they will soon. She thought to herself. Naruto glanced at Kurenai. So let's go, I guess. As he walked forward, Kurenai right behind him. Ino and Lee watched as Naruto and Kurenai entered the casino. A man cried out in pain as a blade found its way through his hand. I will ask one more time, a deep voice asked. The man looked up at the owner of the sword. A mask concealed his assailant's face, but he knew full well who this was. Please, I don't know where Orochimaru is, the man gasped. The assailant's one visible eye narrowed. The man whimpered as the blade was withdrawn from his hand, letting blood gush from the wound. Let's go over this again. You were sent here by Orochimaru and yet you don't know where he is because you weren't actually in direct contact with the man. The assailant had an odd accent for the region. Why, yes. The man whimpered as he cradled his hand, his eyes staring up at the mask of orange and black. Then you aren't of any use to me alive, correct? The man cringed. If he leaked any information on Orochimaru he'd be hunted down, however if he kept his mouth shut he would clearly die now. Slade, I beg of you, we fought together, and we were partners. Until you gave me up to that damn snake for his experiments, Slade said coolly. The man stared at the mask, the right side which was completely orange while the other side was black. He'll kill me if I say anything, he cried out. No, he won't kill you. But trust me when I say that death is a better option. Before the man could reply, Slade sank his blade through the man's neck. I'm tired of this interrogation, old friend. With a sickening squelch, he removed the sword and watched as the body hit the ground. Better scout out the casino for any other informants, Slade murmured to himself as he quickly cleaned the blood from his blade before sheathing it. Tsunade was not happy. She had just been cleaned out by some young girl who had never been to a casino before. From there the girl's companion had ridiculed the blonde woman about how terrible of a gambler she had been. This wasn't new to Tsunade, but something about the red-headed boy had irritated the hell out of her. So to ensure she didn't pulverize the boy, she had left the table and visited the bar for something stronger than the sake she was being served earlier. One thing she liked about this casino was the assortment of alcohol choices from other countries. Sake could only do so much for her at times. But things had gotten worse when she was drinking some amber liquid she couldn't remember the name of when a familiar one-eyed man sat beside her. Mind telling me why you're bothering me? Tsunade about growled at the man. She looked over at him and stared him in his one eye, an eye patch covering where his other eye would have been. She knew from experience though that there was nothing underneath. Now is that a way to treat an old friend? Slade asked with a grin. You're going gray, Tsunade said as she took a drink, the familiar burn of the alcohol letting Tsunade know that it would be doing its job. The man was indeed starting gray along the edges of his hair and his goatee. Not all of us are afraid of letting the years show, Tsunade, Slade said as he waved at the bartender. He quickly ordered a drink for himself. Still looking for Orochimaru, I take it? Tsunade asked. My motives have not changed as of yet, the man said as he received his drink. Tsunade glanced at the man again. Nothing I can help you with, Slade, haven't seen that snake in years. Slade nodded. I didn't think you had, I'm in the area because of his invasion. This caught Tsunade's attention. Slade noticed her reaction and leaned back. You haven't heard, have you? It wasn't a question. Who did he invade? Tsunade asked, knowing full well of what the answer was going to be. Your old village, of course. Quite a few casualties, including a cage from what my sources have told me. Tsunade didn't seem shaken by the news at all. So Sarutobi-sensei finally kicked the bucket, she whispered as she finished off her drink. She signaled the bartender for another. I said a cage, not the Hokage, Slade said as he took a sip of his own drink. Who then? Tsunade asked a little quickly. Slade smirked. So you do care for your old sensei. Tsunade shot him a dark look. Orochimaru had slipped into Konohagakure under the guise of the case cage. Once everything was said and done, the Sand Village began looking for their missing leader. My sources say that they'll find his body in a few days. You have sources now, Slade. Tsunade scoffed. I've changed quiet a bit since we first met, Tsunade. Tsunade received her new drink from the bartender and quickly took a sip, grimacing a bit from the taste. Jiraiya filled me in a bit about what Orochimaru did to you the last time I ran into him. Slade frowned at this. I thought Jiraiya was a man of his word. He is, but he had me analyze some samples of you to ensure there wasn't anything else that could happen to you. He made sure to let me know to keep my mouth shut about your new abilities. I appreciate that. Few people know what I am now and I'd prefer to keep it that way, Slade spoke in a dark tone. Slade was about to drink a bit more when he paused, his exposed eye narrowing. That can't be right, he whispered. He slowly turned around and stared at something. Tsunade didn't bother to look at what had grabbed his attention, but she was surprised at Slade. He wasn't a censor before. I don't think Jiraiya was telling me the whole truth about Slade and what he is, she thought to herself. I hate to cut this short, Tsunade, but something just came up, Slade nearly growled out as he slammed his drink down on the bar counter. He quickly stood up and walked away, leaving Tsunade confused as to what Slade had just seen to cause him to lose composure. Only a few people could have that effect on him from what she remembered. Iwagakure shinobi are odd, Tsunade finally thought to herself as she grabbed her drink again. Naruto had spotted the client almost immediately upon entering the casino with Kurenai and he quickly pointed her out. Good work, Naruto, Kurenai had praised, although it wasn't hard to spot her as she was with a red-headed boy who stood out amongst the people there. Naruto grinned as they approached the pair. Toru Honda, Naruto asked as they approached the girl who was sitting at a cards table. Yes, the girl asked as she turned to the two of them. Naruto had to admit she was a cute girl, but the redhead beside her gave him an angry look which didn't sit well with Naruto. But since this was his first mission he was in charge of, he decided to contain his irritation. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and this is Kurenai. We're from Konohagakure, he introduced. Toru smiled at the two and stood up before bowing. Aw, thank you so much for coming. This is my bodyguard Kyo-soma, she motioned to the redhead. He was only a few years older than Naruto was. His eyes studied Kurenai briefly before moving to Naruto. You look familiar, he said to the blonde. Naruto shrugged at this. I don't think we've met before, but maybe I have one of those faces. So when do we leave? Naruto asked. Right now is as good a time as any. Toru just cleaned out some blonde lady a few minutes ago, Kyo said with a grin that almost reminded Naruto of a cat. Kurenai was looking at the poker table with an odd look in her eye as Naruto glanced at her. What's up with her? We have two others waiting outside the casino for us, do you guys need to grab anything before we leave town? Naruto asked. Toru shook her head. No need, Kyo has everything we need sealed in a scroll. Are you a shinobi? Naruto asked the redhead. He was surprised that a client was able to use fuinjutsu. No, but I've trained with shinobi and samurai so I know a few things, Kyo said with his cat-like grin. Naruto was surprised. He had heard of some civilians with a bit of shinobi training in the village, but to meet someone who lived somewhere without a shinobi militia who had some training, but to have samurai training as well was unheard of. Even Kurenai looked surprised at this. An interesting kid, she thought to herself. Well, let's go and meet the others and then leave this town, Naruto said as he turned to leave. Toru gathered her winnings and followed Naruto and Kurenai with Kyo directly behind her. Once outside of the casino, Naruto let his disguise drop and Toru gasped. You're just a kid. Naruto turned and grinned at her. Had to make myself look older or they may not have let us in. So are you the one in charge then? Kyo asked Kurenai. No, this is Naruto's mission and I am just part of his team, she answered politely. Why though? Kyo asked. Naruto's fist tightened but he maintained his composure. Because I was promoted to Chunin recently. This is my first mission in charge. Kurenai is here to evaluate me. Kyo nodded. This kid is younger than I am but I'm supposed to leave Toru's safety in his hands. Don't worry, I've read Naruto's file, you will be fine. Kurenai assured the redhead when she saw his reaction. Kyo said nothing but was staring at Toru with concern. He clearly cares a lot for the girl, Kurenai thought to herself. Naruto continued forward until Lee and Ino came into sight. That was fast, Ino commented as they approached. What did you think would happen in there? Naruto asked. I don't know, maybe you'd gamble or something, or piss off a bouncer and get into a fight, she teased. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Naruto sighed. Kyo, Toru, this is the rest of my team. Rock Lee and Ino Yamanaka. The two of them bowed to the clients. Pleased to meet the two of you. I promise we shall protect you with our lives. Lee saluted. Kyo raised an eyebrow at the boy's behavior and the way he was dressed. Shinobi are weird. Toru had a different reaction however. Her cheeks flushed red at the sight of the green-clad boy. Ino caught sight of this and grinned before nudging Naruto in the side. Check it out, looks like Lee has an admirer, she whispered. To him, Naruto looked at Toru but couldn't see what she was talking about. How can you tell? He whispered back. Ino shook her head. You can't tell, she's fallen for the guy. Naruto continued to look at her reaction to Lee. Her face is red, but that could mean anything, he thought to himself. Lee-san, it is an honor to have you with us, Toru said. Lee flashed her a smile. With Naruto and myself here I can guarantee that you are as safe as can be. Kyo noticed Toru's reaction and bit his tongue. Why is she reacting like this with this guy? As they began their journey out of Tanzaku town, Toru had begun to ask Lee about himself. Well, I mainly train with Guy-sensei when I am not out on a mission, he explained when she asked what he liked to do. If I cannot accomplish a goal I shall give myself a greater challenge to accomplish. That way I can become a great shinobi without the use of ninjutsu or genjutsu. Genjutsu? Toru asked. Lee began to explain in detail what genjutsu and ninjutsu were to the girl who held on to every word he said. Kyo walked closely behind the two, glaring daggers at the back of Lee's head. Ino and Naruto walked in front of Lee and Toru talking to each other about the situation. So you're saying that Kyo likes Toru, but she likes Lee? Naruto whispered to Ino. She nodded. Looks like it, I mean can't you see it? Naruto shook his head. No, I mean she's just asking about shinobi stuff is all, why does that mean she likes Lee? Ino scoffed at Naruto. She's interested in him. No girl would ask about that boring stuff unless they were interested in the guy. I don't really get it, but how do you know Kyo likes Toru? Because of how he's looking at Lee right now. With all of her attention on Lee, Kyo is jealous. Naruto looked behind them at the three individuals. I just assumed he always looks like that. Ino smacked her face. You really can't see it, can you? Nope, but if you say so. Naruto muttered. Ino glanced back as Toru giggled at how excited Lee was as he talked about taijutsu now. I wonder if Lee likes Toru though, Ino thought to herself. So the Nine-Tails brat isn't here? Kisame asked his partner as they walked through the Leaf Village. It looks like he left on a mission the other day and was headed towards Tanzaku town. I wonder if he was one of those people Samahade sensed the other day, Kisame pondered. It is likely, Itachi said. As they walked through the streets Itachi felt a wave of nostalgia. Place got pretty trashed thanks to Orochimaru, Kisame commented. Itachi said nothing as they headed for the gates to leave the village. Something wrong, Itachi? You're broodier than usual. No, let's go and find Uzumaki. Itachi said softly. Sasuke walked down the street towards Sakura's house. Kakashi had come back and had asked him to check on his teammate. Why can't he do it himself or wait for Naruto to come back to do it? Sasuke complained to himself. He narrowed his eyes and groaned. He was complaining a lot lately. He needed to stop hanging around Naruto so much. While consumed with his thoughts he accidentally bumped into someone. Sorry, Sasuke muttered. He glanced at the large person he had just come into contact with. They were wearing a black cloak with red cloud patterns on it. A large hat concealed their face, but he did see a smile full of serrated teeth gleaming. No problem, kid, the man said, sounding somewhat amused. On his back was something large wrapped in bandages with an odd hilt and a skull adorning the top of the hilt. Overall the man caused Sasuke's skin to crawl for some reason. Beside that man was an identically dressed man but much shorter. His face was also not visible but something seemed familiar about him to Sasuke. Without another word Sasuke turned and continued walking, but that smile had unnerved him and the short man, there was something about him. As Sasuke continued walking, he looked back to find that the two men had disappeared. Who the hell were they? Trying to forget the two mysterious men in cloaks he continued on to Sakura's house which wasn't far from where he was currently. Upon reaching Sakura's house he found her sitting on the steps, a pair of crutches beside her. Good to see you're able to get around now, Sasuke said as he approached her. Sasuke-kun. Sakura was surprised to see him at her home. Kakashi-sensei sent me to see how you're doing, he said as he stood in front of her. Better, another week or two with the healers and I'll be ready to start training again with you and Naruto. Sasuke shifted at this. I wouldn't say that would happen. Sakura tilted her head. What do you mean? Naruto was promoted Sakura, meaning he's going to be taking missions with other shinobi. What may happen is we might get a new team member. Sasuke said, his eyes narrowing at the thought of it. Maybe I'm wrong though. I would prefer they keep our team together since we've got a good idea of each other's abilities and we work well together. Sakura nodded. I see. Well, I guess time will tell. Sasuke turned to leave when Sakura called out to him. Sasuke, wait. He looked back at the pink-haired girl. Thank you Sasuke-kun, for dropping by. Ino's the only other one that's visited me since I left the hospital. Sasuke gave the girl an odd look before turning his head and continued to walk away. Sakura didn't know what to expect to happen, but she thought he'd say more. I'll drop by tomorrow when I get the chance, Sasuke said to her as he walked away. Sakura stared after the raven-haired boy, shocked at what he had just said. Sasuke was going to visit her tomorrow. Not because Kakashi had asked him to check on her or anything. Just to see her, and that's all. It wasn't a date, but Sakura didn't care. Sasuke was beginning to acknowledge her at last. Naruto had called for them to all stop as the sun began to descend towards the horizon. It had been quiet some time since they had left Tanzaku town and had made some good time from what Kurenai had told them despite only walking. Toru had not left Rock Lee alone the entire time they had been traveling, but that didn't seem to bother the green-clad boy one bit, as he enjoyed talking to the girl about his dreams and accomplishments. Kyo on the other hand had been seething silently behind the two but had not made any attempts to break them apart. Naruto had been surprised at how nice Ino had been thus far to him, not having been around her for long periods of time in the past, and had found her to be a fun person to talk to. After getting past the subject of Toru's affection for Lee, Naruto had been very interested in her knowledge of plants when she had spotted some exotic flowers on the path. She had seen them before in her shop, but they didn't have many, so Naruto had done her a favor and sealed the plant within a scroll for her to take home with her and see if she could produce some back in the village. She had been very thankful for this, and from there told Naruto about the varying applications of different flowers, from shinobi tools to gifts and more. Naruto was awed at how much she knew about botany and was somewhat envious of her passion. He didn't really have anything like that other than his dream to become a Hokage, and even then he hadn't really talked much about that dream lately with anyone. Not like he used to. When he wasn't talking to Ino, he was focusing on sensing for anything unusual. There was a point where he sensed someone coming up the trail, but it was just a group of traders. Kurenai had been extremely quiet and had been behind the entire group, watching them, Naruto in particular. It was the reason she was here after all. So now here they were, setting up camp for the night. Naruto had quickly made some clones to fetch firewood, the area being relatively free of bandits and any other known malicious activity to their knowledge. As they were doing that, the real Naruto and everyone else began unpacking for the night. Kyo unsealed a small tent for Toru and a sleeping bag for himself and laying it beside the tent. Naruto set his sleeping bag on the ground not far from where they were intending on building a fire. Lee followed suit and laid his bag beside the Uzumaki's. Naruto, would you perhaps enjoy a quick spar? Lee asked the blonde. Naruto was about to answer when Kyo spoke up. I wouldn't mind sparring. Naruto remembered what Ino was saying about Kyo being jealous about Toru's crush on Lee and was about to intervene when Lee took control of the situation. Kyo-san, I would very much enjoy sparring against you, but it does seem that would be unwise as you are the client we were hired to protect, and if something were to go wrong we would not want you injured. This only seemed to anger Kyo, but Lee continued on. However, once we have completed the mission, I would be more than willing to test my abilities against someone with samurai training. I believe it would be a rare opportunity. Lee smiled and gave the boy a thumbs up. Kyo seemed a little surprised at Lee's reaction but quickly smirked. Sounds like a plan. Once it's all said and done we'll see who's stronger. Yosh, it will be a youthful battle between the two of us, Lee declared. He clearly had forgotten about sparring with Naruto, which was okay with him as Naruto wasn't really feeling like sparring at the moment. Naruto looked over and saw Ino approaching Toru. I'm surprised they didn't talk much yet. Toru smiled as the blonde girl approached her. Ino, right? She asked. Yep. So what's up with you and Lee? Ino asked in a low voice. Toru instantly went red at this. Ino didn't feel like beating around the bush with this situation. She had been talking to Naruto all day after all. Well, he's really sweet, Toru whispered as she glanced at the boy who was currently talking with Kyo about sparring. Wait until you see him fight. He's pretty amazing, Ino said as she sat on the ground beside the girl. He did say he trains a lot, Toru said with a giggle. I don't doubt that after the show he put on at the Chunin exams. Ino said as she briefly remembered his fight. I've heard of those actually. My family was thinking about going this year but some things came up. Ino chuckled. It's best that you didn't show up actually, it got kind of hairy. How so? One of the villages tried to start a war during one of the fights. Ino said. A war? Toru exclaimed. Ino nodded. Yeah, it got pretty crazy. There were quite a few casualties actually, but we were able to drive them out of the village. What happened exactly? Toru asked as she leaned forward. Oh well, not sure on all the details actually, and some of it we aren't supposed to talk about, but what I can tell you is that the exams aren't usually like that. Ino chuckled. She couldn't tell this girl about Gaara, which was basically the only detail she knew about other than it was the sand and sound that had invaded them. In the distance Kyo glanced over at Ino and Toru talking. So you guys were in a war recently? He asked Naruto. Kurenai, who was currently writing something down, looked up at the blonde. What happened? Kyo asked. How did you know about that? Naruto asked. I have pretty good hearing, and the blonde girl is talking to Toru about it, he answered nonchalantly. Wow, that's some hearing you have, Naruto muttered as he strained his ears to try and hear Ino and Toru. So what happened? Kyo asked. He was intrigued about this aspect and how much of it these two shinobi had seen. Well, it's complicated, Naruto muttered. He had been told to stay quiet about the details of Gaara and Orochimaru as it was all on a need-to-know basis. So you don't know anything about, too bad. Kyo taunted the blonde. He was trying to get a rise out of the boy and have him slip up, but Naruto had made a promise to the Hokage not to say anything of import. I mean, we were there and we did fight, but why they invaded we don't really know, Naruto said to the redhead, choosing his words carefully. So you killed a few people? He asked. Yeah, I guess, Naruto answered. What about you? Kyo asked Lee. I did not fight too many people actually. I actually helped make sure Sakura-chan got to the shelter. This was something Naruto had not known. You helped Sakura get out of the hospital. Rock Lee nodded. I wanted to ensure that she was safe. I did make a promise to her after all. Kyo grinned. Sakura-chan, is she your girlfriend? He made sure to say the last part loudly. Rock Lee did not show any embarrassment however. She is not my girlfriend, but I did promise her that I would protect her with my life, and I never break a promise. At this point Lee had given Kyo a thumbs up. Wow, this guy is way too nice, Kyo thought to himself. Naruto was now happier than before with the face that Lee was on this mission. He was the type of person to go out of his way to keep a promise and keep his friends safe. Kurenai smiled at the two young shinobi. That's good, Naruto didn't let any confidential information leak out, he was careful when he was questioned by the client. Very good. Ino got up and told Toru she was going to set up where she would be sleeping for the night. At this, Toru began to search through a small bag from her tent for a moment before sighing. What's wrong, Toru? Kyo asked as he approached her. We're out of tea, Toru said sadly. Kyo nodded. He had been with her for many years and knew one of the things that Toru loved was tea. It wasn't just for the taste, but making and drinking tea was very therapeutic for the girl, and with the stress she must have been feeling since she was to inherit the Soma Corporation, she definitely would want that comfort. I'll see what I can do about that for you, Toru, Kyo said softly. The girl smiled at her red-headed companion. You are so sweet to me, Kyo, thank you. Kyo nodded and decided to ask the others if they had any sort of tea on them, although he doubted they would. After asking Kurenai and Ino first, he wasn't surprised to find that they hadn't brought any with them on the mission. Kyo didn't think that Lee and Naruto would have any on them, but when he asked Naruto he was surprised by his answer. No, I don't, but we're in a forest, I'm sure we can find some sort of herbs we can find to use for tea. Kyo smiled at the blonde. You're smarter than you look, kid. Naruto frowned at this. You're not much older than me. That's what you take offense to. Kyo joked with the boy. Let's just find something to make tea with, Naruto muttered as he made a seal for his clone jutsu. Kyo was impressed when 12 clones popped into existence. It didn't take a genius to see that they were solid clones. For a new Chunin, that's pretty impressive, Kyo thought to himself. Naruto quickly ordered for the clones to go out and find some sort of herbs to use for tea. The clones nodded silently before jumping off into the night. Naruto smiled at his handiwork and turned to Kyo. They'll find something soon, I'm sure. Kyo nodded. Thank you, Naruto, it'll mean a lot to Toru. Naruto glanced over Kyo's shoulder and saw the girl pull out some kind of book and began jotting something down. "Kyo, do you like Toru?" Naruto decided to ask the boy. Kyo's face turned the same shade of red as his hair as he began to stutter. Well, the thing is, I mean yes, but, no, I can't, it's complicated and, family and stuff." Naruto grinned at the boy. He had found a way to torment the boy. At this point Naruto had to stop and think to himself though. Should he use this information for his own entertainment and watch Kyo awkwardly dance around, or should he help the boy? This was a difficult choice for the blonde boy as it had been a long time since he had pulled any kind of prank large or small on someone, but this was his first mission he was in charge of and he didn't want to mess anything up. He didn't have the chance to make a decision though when he heard Kyo sigh. I shouldn't like her but I do. We were raised together, her, myself and my brother, were almost like siblings. Kyo explained. Her parents died when we were all about 10 years old, but she was alone, so my older brother Shiger took her in. Naruto and Lee knew a bit of the Soma's history thanks to the mission scroll. My brother Yuki and I were supposed to take over the company when Shiger felt it was time, but we weren't in the least bit interested in books. Toru however has always loved writing and reading. That's why Shiger is handing the company over to her. Looks like Ino was right, kinda wish Toru didn't have a thing for Lee now. Naruto thought to himself. Their conversation was interrupted when a clone burst through the foliage. "Found some stuff boss," it said as it held out a beautiful flower. "Never seen a flower like that," Naruto muttered as he examined it. "Naruto, drop that," Ino's voice yelled out suddenly. The clone threw it in the air in surprise before dispelling itself. The flower landed on the ground in a crumpled heap. "What gives, Ino? We were going to try and make tea out of it," Naruto snapped. "Oh, you were going to use Angel's trumpet to make some tea?" Ino asked as she scooped up the flower. "If that's what the flower is then yeah," Naruto said. "You idiot, Angel's trumpet is toxic to humans and animals." Ino snapped. Naruto stared at the flower for a moment, processing what Ino had just said. "It is a good thing that Ino-chan is here to protect us," Lee declared as Kyo began to shake Naruto. "You could have killed us, you idiot." Kyo yelled at the Chunin. "You were the one that asked for tea." Naruto snapped back. The two boys stood inches apart, glaring into each other's eyes. "Hey, calm down you two," Ino yelled at them. "Nobody got hurt but for now we go without any tea. It's not that big of a deal." Kyo glared at the blonde girl before storming away from them. Kurenai watched this all and smirked. Even though Naruto had come far since the academy, he was still the same knuckle-headed kid. Naruto looked back at the flower now in Ino's hands. "So, Angel's trumpet," Ino nodded. "It's pretty lethal, even a small amount could kill you. It has to be ingested of course so you're not going to die from holding it," she added when she saw the look of horror on Naruto's face. As she ignored Kyo and Naruto as they began to ramble about the poisonous flower, she stared down at the flower. They didn't have this particular flower in Konohagakure. In fact it was odd that the flower was even in this region. It was plant normally found in Kumogakure and even then it was in the dense wilderness of Kumo from what she had read. That would mean someone planted it here. And it would require care in such a different climate from Kumo. She glanced over at the others. "Guys, we may have a problem." Naruto stopped his slight tirade and looked at the girl. "What's wrong? Did you get poisoned?" Naruto paled at the thought. It was his first time in charge and Ino had already been poisoned. "No, but this flower isn't native to the land of fire, it's from Kumo." Kurenai's eyes narrowed at this as she was about to say something when Naruto quickly stepped up. "Start packing up, we need to get out of the area just to be safe." "How far is our destination?" he asked Kyo. "If you don't mind running or taking to the trees it would take us maybe 4 or 5 hours, he said. Naruto nodded. It was a good thing that Kyo had some shinobi experience. "Lee can carry Toru that way, she won't slow us down," Naruto said. However, the look on Kyo's face made Naruto question his quick decision. "Toru will be fine," he said as he began sealing away everything he had unsealed not half an hour ago. "Can she jump through trees?" Naruto asked as he glanced at the girl. She didn't look like she could, she looked like a normal civilian. "No, but my summons can carry her so there's no need to keep a ninja bogged down. Besides, we may need Lee to fight." Ino smirked at Kyo's reasoning. It made sense, but it was mainly motivated by jealousy. As Kyo finished sealing away his things as Naruto did the same, he quickly bit his thumb drawing the necessary blood for a summoning jutsu. As he ran through the hand seals, Naruto glanced over at the boy, curious about what he could summon and if it could compare to his toads. He doubted it, but he was still curious. As the smoke from the jutsu erupted, they all heard a low rumbling growl that caused their hearts to all skip a beat in fear. Kurenai had to admit, for a boy that claimed he had a bit of shinobi training, having this summon was impressive. The smoke cleared to reveal a large and majestic orange and black tiger, its head held low as it saw the present company. "What's with the shinobi Kyo?" it asked immediately as its eyes darted from Naruto to Lee before glancing at Ino and Kurenai. "They're our bodyguards, so don't attack them, but we need you to carry Toru. We may be in a dangerous area and we need to leave quickly," Kyo explained. The tiger sniffed the air a bit before emitting another low growl. "Why couldn't you just carry her yourselves?" it asked as it turned its attention on Naruto, its eyes boring into his. Naruto gulped, wondering why the tiger was staring at him of all people. Kyo noticed this as well but said nothing as there were more important things at the moment. "We may need to fight," Kyo said as he stepped towards the summon. The tiger kept its eyes on Naruto without saying a word. "Please Tigra," Toru asked. "I do not wish to be a burden on anyone, but this is very important." Tigra, not a very original name for a tiger, Ino thought to herself, suppressing a smirk. "Very well, for you Toru," Tigra said as its eyes tore away from Naruto. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. It was like Tora all over again. Cats just did not like him regardless of the size. Toru hopped onto the tiger summon's back as Naruto suddenly felt a chakra signature. "We've got to go," he said as he finished sealing his own stuff away. The others were already done and ready to go as they all leapt into the trees and ran off. As they jumped from tree to tree, Lee decided to ask Ino something. "Ino-san, why do you still have that flower?" Naruto glanced over at the blonde girl and saw that she did in fact still have the angel's trumpet with her, holding it gingerly. "I want to take it back to Konoha so that we can reproduce it and make some new poisons with it." Naruto raised an eyebrow at this as Kurenai spoke up. "That would be beneficial to the village Ino." "You make poisons?" Naruto asked his charge. Ino shook her head. "No, but my father does help with the production of poisons when he isn't busy with the interrogation unit." Naruto's eyes widened. "Your dad sounds awesome." Ino giggled at this. "He is pretty cool when I think about it." As they continued forward, Naruto sensed a few more chakra signatures not far from their current location, and they were headed towards them quickly. "They know where we are, and somehow they're gaining on us," Naruto warned. "How many are there?" Kyo asked as he kept an eye on the tiger that charged through the trees ahead of them. Toru pressed against its back. "I'd say 7 or 8 of them," he said. "At the rate they were advancing on them, they must have been very fast shinobi." "They must have a sensor with them," Lee said. Naruto nodded. "If so, then we need to stop and face them, otherwise they're going to overtake us." They continued a little further until Naruto spotted a clearing. "Let's stop here," he said. Dropping down he quickly formed a few clones. The others followed his lead and dropped into the clearing with him. "Tigra, you should hide in the trees with Toru. If things get messy, get her out of here." The tiger nodded before shooting a look at the blonde Chunin once again. Naruto didn't care at the moment as in the next 30 seconds they would have company. The tiger silently leapt into the foliage above them and crouched on a large branch, its eyes gleaming in the dark. Toru watched silently from the tiger's back, hoping that everything would be fine. The clones quickly scattered into the hiding right before 4 horses galloped into the clearing, a rider on each of them, and from their attire they were mere bandits. That explains why they were so fast, Naruto thought to himself as they slowed to a halt a fair distance from the shinobi. "Looks like you were right," the smallest rider said to one of the others. All 4 of them were garbed in ragged clothing and leather armor, a katana at each of their sides, sheathed but easily accessible. One of the riders smiled a toothless smile. "I could sense their chakras pretty clearly." Naruto's eye twitched from the mont's speech. He clearly wasn't that intelligent, but then again Naruto hadn't been the sharpest tool in the shed not long ago. "What do you 4 want?" Naruto decided to ask. The men seemed to chuckle at this. "Well, looks like the kid here thinks he's a tough guy." The small one laughed. The others chuckled as well. "Well, for one, you're trespassing, and it looks like you're also stealing," the toothless one said as he pointed at Ino, who was carrying the flower still. "Didn't know that this area was private property," Naruto said. "And since when did picking flowers become stealing? Our boss owns the area. And his rules are if you take from us you die. Too bad he can't be here to enjoy this," the toothless one sneered. "There are more of you nearby." Kyo asked. Tons of us, the small one said to the redhead. Well, why aren't they all here? Naruto asked, hoping that they didn't have reinforcements on their way. We were just out hunting when we came across you guys, the small one explained in a matter-of-fact tone. So no one else knows that we're here? Naruto asked just to be sure. Well, no, just that we're hunting. The small one realized where this was going. The toothless one seemed to realize this as well as he shut his eyes to concentrate before yelling out, but at that point it was too late. 4 clones had emerged from the trees onto the horses, kunai in hand. The small one didn't realize what was happening until the blade from a clone had been jammed into his throat, blood gushing from where the point had emerged. The 2 that hadn't said a word had noticed the clones as they were descending and tried to pull out their swords but didn't have the chance as the clones tackled them off the horses and slit their throats quickly. The toothless man had been somewhat smarter and had jumped off of his horse to avoid the clone. He had quickly produced a rusty dagger and was flailing it in front of him to keep the clones at bay. That didn't work for more than a second as clone merely caught the mon's wrist and twisted it, forcing the man to drop the blade while another clone appeared behind him and twisted his head around with a loud snap. It had all happened so quickly that the horses barely had time to react to it all, but when the bodies hit the ground they began to neigh loudly at the sudden and startling entrance of the clones. The horses began to bolt and Naruto let them, not seeing an animal like a horse as a current threat. Ino was shocked at what had just happened. Naruto had single-handedly killed 4 bandits without so much as blinking. Naruto focused to ensure that there were no other chakra signatures nearby, and thankfully he didn't sense any other than the retreating horses. We should get going. Their friends may start looking if they don't come back soon, Naruto said as his clones dispelled. Naruto, you just killed those guys, Ino said, his eyes staring at the 4 fresh corpses. Naruto didn't respond immediately. They had a sensor with them, better to be safe than sorry. Besides, they would have killed us, Naruto said. He didn't like the fact, but he understood now that sometimes killing was necessary, and if he had let those men live, they would have just tried to get reinforcements and come after them. Still, you killed them, Ino said again. Isn't killing kind of part of your job? Kyo asked the blonde girl. I mean, you guys have killed before, right? Lee, Naruto and Kurenai all said yes to this, all clearly not proud of the fact, but that didn't change that they had taken lives. I haven't, Ino muttered as she stared at the corpses. You will, Lee said, sounding oddly somber. It is not something to look forward to, Ino-san, however you must prepare yourself as it will happen. Naruto nodded. It'll take you some time to adjust to that. God knows that it took him a lot of adjusting, but he had finally accepted it. Enough mourning over some bandits, we must leave before more arrive, Tigra said as it leapt down from its hiding spot. Naruto nodded. Come on, Ino, we've gotta go. Ino tore her eyes from the corpses and took a deep breath. She'd have to ignore the feeling in her gut for the time being. They were right. They needed to leave sooner rather than later. The bandit leader known as Silas sat in his tent, whittling away at some wood with an old kunai. He liked this particular kunai not due to its edge or how it handled, but because of how he had obtained it. 6 years ago he had come across a group of shinobi from Kumogakure that had apparently defected and had taken to living in the current area. Unfortunate for them, they had not been the best of shinobi as they were quickly overrun with his force of bandits. They were going to leave the area when one of the shinobi that had been playing possum had attempted to kill Silas with this particular kunai. The boy had injured Silas, which had certainly been an embarrassment for him, but he had quickly turned it into a shining moment. He had been so enraged that he had inadvertently used chakra for the first time and had nearly twisted the boy's head around a full 360 degrees. From there he had kept the kunai with him as a trophy for what he had been able to since then with chakra, not to mention they had found a nice garden of angel's trumpet to sell. From there he had used the flowers to suit his needs. Whenever someone had something he wanted, he would simply poison them with the flower and take what was his. After that, he had found people to join him in his ventures and train him in using his chakra. Everything was going great for Silas the bandit. Until that very moment, of course. Voices began yelling in the distance about a lone intruder on their land. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and usually his men would handle the threat and gain something from it. On occasion a few men would fall before taking down the intruder. So when the screams began he wasn't nervous, but rather intrigued by what was happening. It's been some time since someone was able to put up a fight, he said with a smirk as he pocketed the kunai and picked up his sword that lay beside him. As he pulled back the flaps to his tent, the screams began to get closer. Definitely a shinobi of some skill, he thought with narrowed eyes. Knowing that a frontal assault against a shinobi would be useless, he decided to try and sneak up on whatever was currently attacking his men. He ducked down and ran to the trees and began circling around the encampment. He still wasn't worried as the screaming and yelling continued. Once in a while it would be a close call, but nothing he couldn't handle in the end. Then he saw the earth shift not far from his position before the sound of a small explosion rang out. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the camp as the screams continued. "Get him!" A yell rang out rather close by. He couldn't see his assailant, but he could see his forces running amok at the moment. He stayed perfectly still, hidden in the forest from everyone in the camp. He thanked the lords above for the cover of night at the moment as the screaming seemed to suddenly stop. He strained his eyes, trying to see if he could see anything from where he was, but there didn't seem to be any movement. He tried to control his breathing to be as quiet as possible as the feeling of being watched crept over him, causing his heart to pound. Maybe he was just being paranoid, but the important thing was that he was safe at the moment. "Hiding while your men are being slaughtered, coward," a voice whispered from behind him. Silas spun around, swinging his sword only to hit nothing. Whoever this was, they were clearly playing games with Silas at this point. "Screw this, I'm out of here," was his immediate thought. He bolted towards camp, knowing that the forest provided too much cover for the assailant. As Silas ran through camp, he saw what had happened to his men. Each and every one of them had been cut down with a blade, limbs scattered about. He jumped over a corpse here and there as he tore through camp, hoping he could get away from his attacker when he saw a flash of metal in front of him, separating his arm from his body before he realized what had happened. Blood sprayed everywhere as the pain washed over him and he screamed in agony. "I would have been quicker if you had been out here fighting with your men, but to cower away in the woods, tisk tisk," the voice chastised from behind Silas. He looked over his shoulder to see that no one was there. However, when he looked ahead of him, a mask, half black and half orange, was the last thing he saw before death. Slade stood up after pulling his sword out of the man's eye, wiping the blade down with some fabric he had torn from Amon's shirt. "To think that these bandits have been able to kill wandering shinobi," he said as he shook his head before sheathing the blade on his back. His other blade sat on his back, unused as it was not need to. "Kill these vermin. Now then, to go back to following those Konohagakure shinobi," he muttered before disappearing, leaving behind nothing but the remains of the bandits that had secretly plagued the area. As the sun began to rise over Konohagakure, everything seemed peaceful despite the state of the village. However, the progress was beginning to show more as the walls were being rebuilt now that the rubble from the breach points were now taken care of. This was what Jiraiya was thinking as he looked out over the village from atop one of the taller buildings in the village. There was very little that could ruin the mood he was in today, especially since he was to be leaving the village in a few days for reasons unrelated to shinobi business. He glanced over to see a raven-haired boy the same age as his new student upright and early jumping from building to building towards the training grounds. Jiraiya was surprised to see the Uchiha boy awake this early in the day of his own accord. Naruto's teammate and Orochimaru's next target, interesting kid, the Sannin thought to himself. He smirked to himself as he began to follow the boy, keeping himself hidden from him to ensure Sasuke didn't know. May as well see what kind of kid Sasuke Uchiha is, was Jiraiya's thought. Sasuke had not slept well last night. He had the dream again. The dream where he relived the night Itachi had defected. Where Sasuke's world was torn apart and his path had been set. He hadn't had that dream for quite some time, but it did serve one purpose today. It got him out of bed early to train. By the time the next exams came around, he wanted to be ready to advance like Naruto had. Even if that meant having to ask his teammate for help when he returned from his mission. As he prepared for his training, he heard something in the trees behind him. Instinctively he activated his Sharingan before unleashing a barrage of shuriken at where he had heard movement. The dull thuds of his throwing stars came to him, confirming that they had hit the tree and nothing else. Sasuke stood still, staring at where he had sworn he'd heard a noise, but nothing else seemed to happen. Jiraiya would have been impressed if it hadn't been for a mistake on his end that led to tipping Sasuke off. His notepad with all of his research had fallen from his pocket and he had to dive to grab it before using his superior speed and stealth to disappear. Sasuke had thrown his shuriken at the spot where his notepad had hit the branch before falling to the ground. Jiraiya watched as the Uchiha decided to leave the area and find a more secluded spot to train. Jiraiya thought about maybe following him to see more from the boy but felt movement nearby. "Yo," Kakashi's voice said behind him. Jiraiya turned and grinned at the fan of his literary works. "Hello to you as well, Kakashi. Looking to train another of my adorable charges?" Kakashi joked to Jiraiya. The man chuckled at the thought. "The Uchiha isn't really my style, clan status just isn't for me." Kakashi shrugged. "Maybe help my other student with some genjutsu theory." Jiraiya laughed at this point. "Genjutsu definitely isn't my territory. In fact, my team wasn't much for the art of illusions." Kakashi nodded. The Sannin were known for their strength with ninjutsu thanks to both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, while Tsunade was the legendary medic with quite a punch. Not to mention strength that was said to rival the past two Raikage, if the rumors were to be believed, of course. "I just wanted to see what the big deal was about Itachi's younger sibling," Jiraiya muttered. "Any word on his whereabouts?" Kakashi asked as he pulled out a copy of Ika Ika Violence. Jiraiya didn't answer right away. Yes and no. Kakashi pretended to be reading but was clearly listening to the older man. "It seems that he has joined an organization of sorts," Jiraiya started. "I'm surprised any club would want him as a member after what he did to his own family," Kakashi joked as he turned a page. "Whoever they are, they let Orochimaru join as well," Jiraiya said with a grim smile. This caught Kakashi off guard. Orochimaru and Itachi in the same group. Was this rogue ninjas anonymous? Jiraiya ignored the frankly terrible joke. "They're called the Akatsuki. Their motives are unclear for the most part, but there are 9 things they are after." Kakashi understood what he meant by this. "So that's why Orochimaru kidnapped that Gaara boy?" Jiraiya shook his head. "No, that's the thing. Orochimaru isn't a part of this group any longer. They kicked him out. The details are scarce, unfortunately. I'm sure he didn't like having someone break up with him," Kakashi said as he stared at his book. "It's Orochimaru. He doesn't take rejection well," Jiraiya joked back. "What worries me is that this group was actually able to get rid of Orochimaru by force from what I've learned. I knew Itachi was strong, but strong enough to get rid of Orochimaru." Jiraiya didn't finish. "Anyone else of significance in this group?" Kakashi asked as he snapped his book shut. Jiraiya shrugged. "I know they have about 9 members, possibly a few more. Other than that, I'm not sure of all of the members or where they operate from." Both of them were silent for some time at this point as they watched the sun slowly rise in the sky further and further. "So when are you going to take him?" Kakashi finally asked after about 10 minutes of silence. "I'll give it some time. I have a few things I need to attend to before I take the kid. I'm sure he won't be too thrilled about leaving the village, but there are things he needs to learn and see." Kakashi nodded. "It'll be odd to not have Naruto here, whether it's pulling pranks or training." Jiraiya sighed. "The more things change." Ino yawned as they ran through up the trail. Kyo's summon had told them they could take it from there, so Kyo was currently carrying Toru on his back as she slept. That cannot be comfortable, Ino thought to herself as they jumped through the trees, the sun beginning to shine down on the team. "We're here, guys," Kyo finally said as he jumped down, the rest of them following. "So what's the place called?" Naruto asked. That bit of information had not been in the mission scroll. Kyo grinned. "It's called Hanmoto." Ino laughed at this. "So your town is called Publisher?" Kyo nodded. "The Soma Corporation founded this town, and rather than name it Soma like some people suggested, they figured that Hanmoto would be a better option. It's our main source of income here after all." As they emerged from the forest, they found a large city awaiting them, causing the 3 genin to stare in awe. The buildings were definitely taller than those from Konohagakure. The smallest one they could see was the size of the Hokage Tower. "I take it that the publishing industry is booming," Lee said as he stared at the buildings. Kyo nodded. "We're the biggest publishing corporation in the elemental nations for certain. Not only that, but we handle the production of paper products as well as sealing material for the shinobi nations." This impressed them all, Kurenai included, as she had not been aware of that. "Also, I'd suggest maybe concealing the fact that you're ninja," Kyo said as he shook Toru awake. "It'll cause a lot of unwanted attention from people if they know you're shinobi." Naruto nodded as he took off his Hitai-8 as well as his shuriken and kunai pouches before sealing them in a scroll. The others followed suit by either sealing their items away or stowing them in their packs. As they walked into town, they found quite a few horse-drawn carriages in the streets. "We don't have these in Konoha," Naruto said as he tried counting the amount of the carriages he could currently see. "It's a big city, so we have ways of getting around quickly for a relatively cheap price, Kyo explained as he stood aside and waved for a carriage's attention. Some people own their own, however most of them are public transportation. One of the drivers had seen Kyo flag them down and had slowed his horse as he approached them. "Don't think I can fit all of you in here," the man said with a gleaming smile. He was dressed like a typical civilian, as were most people there at the moment. "Not a problem," Naruto said. "Toru, Ino and Kurenai can go in this carriage while the rest of us take another carriage." Kurenai didn't seem to approve of splitting them all apart but said nothing. Surely this was going to make it into the report to the Hokage, but Naruto didn't notice otherwise. The three ladies climbed into a carriage together, Toru telling the carriage driver where they were headed. As the carriage took off, Naruto discreetly made a clone to follow it under a henge to ensure nothing happened. "I'm sure they'll be fine, but just to be safe, if something does happen my clone will let me know," he explained at the look Kyo gave him. Not a minute later, Kyo flagged down yet another carriage which they all climbed into. "Where to, lads?" the middle-aged driver asked. "The Soma Corporation Zone 1 please," Kyo said. The driver grunted in acknowledgement as the carriage lurched forward. Naruto sat back in the cramped cabin with the other two males. "So what kind of party is this going to be?" Naruto finally asked. Kyo made a disgruntled noise. "A lot of people throwing their status around trying to impress one another. All very proper and boring, to be honest." Naruto sighed. It seemed like it was going to be pretty stale for a mission from here on out. He hoped to maybe have a fun time at this party. "How's the food usually?" he asked, reminding himself of a portly Akamichi. Kyo shrugged. "Depends on who's catering the event. It can vary. I'm sure it'll be alright at the very least." Naruto at least had some interesting foods to look forward to. For a first mission, he felt it wasn't going terribly thus far. Then again, the 2 C-rank missions he had taken before had ended up being upgraded, so maybe this one would as well. Lee was not listening to the two others in the carriage as he stared out the window at the many different types of people he could see. It always fascinated him to see places without shinobi forces and how odd he found it to be. It didn't seem natural to him, but at the same time he found it exhilarating as it provided for new experiences. "Yosh, I believe this party you spoke of earlier will be a great one indeed." Naruto glanced over at Lee, knowing that he hadn't been listening since Kyo had clearly said it would be boring. Maybe Lee will make it exciting, he thought with a smirk as he imagined Lee challenging some random businessman to some physical contest that would end with the loser doing more demanding physical tasks. He chuckled at the thought and didn't elaborate when Kyo gave him an odd look. After about 10 minutes and a clone's memories that the ladies had gotten there safely, the carriage came to a stop. "Here we are, lads, the Soma Corporation." Kyo pulled out some money from his pocket and climbed out of the carriage before handing it to the driver. Naruto and Lee followed them to find themselves in front of a large gate with 2 men flanking the sides. "This is the Soma Corporation?" Naruto asked. It looked like a gate to an estate of some sort. Kyo shook his head. "Not really. The actual corporation is actually a few minutes by carriage east of here. This is just our home." The redhead walked up to the gate as one of the guards silently nodded his head before opening the large gate. As the doors swung open, Kyo led Naruto and Lee through them only to find themselves in a beautiful garden. "Wow, this is a magnificent view, Kyo-kun," Lee exclaimed. Even Naruto had to admit that it was pretty mesmerizing. Different kinds of trees and flowers were everywhere. Whoever had planted them had a great eye for how they would grow, as they seemed to be color coordinated. "Stop staring and follow me," Kyo said to the two of them. They continued forward through the garden towards the estate. Danzo walked through the streets of Tanzaku town, intending on finding the man that had killed Orochimaru's informant. The Sandaime Hokage had requested that Danzo take a squadron of Anbu with him and make contact with Slade before he left town. Unfortunately, they only came across a corpse that Danzo knew to be an Iwagakure spy for Orochimaru. So Slade has probably already left Tanzaku, he thought to himself. He knew that Orochimaru wasn't in any sort of danger, as the spy wouldn't even know where to look for the Sannin at the moment and therefore couldn't give Slade any relevant information. This also meant that Danzo's secrets were safe for the time being. If it wasn't for the eye he had obtained from Shisui Uchiha, he would have been found out sooner by Hiruzen, Koharu and Homura. As they continued through the town and Anbu appeared before him. "Danzo-sama, we have found out some information about the target." Danzo said nothing as he looked down at the Anbu with distaste. His own shinobi from Root were much more preferable to this run-of-the-mill shinobi, but he couldn't risk exposing that Root was still active to Sarutobi, not after so much work had been put into keeping it a secret from an entire village. He nodded to the Anbu to continue. It seems that the target made contact with Tsunade Senju. Danzo wasn't surprised that Tsunade was in a town such as Tanzaku, but for Slade to have made contact with Tsunade meant that he trusted the medic to some degree. Why would he have done that? Danzo asked the Anbu. I am unsure, Danzo-sama. Perhaps they met when Jiraiya helped him in the past. Danzo hated that Jiraiya had helped an Iwagakure shinobi when he had been found. If it wasn't for Slade being left alive, Orochimaru may have never been found out. I see, and have you located Tsunade Haim? Danzo asked. The Anbu shook his head. Then disregard her. If she has not been found, then we will not find her in the near future. Continue your search for Slade. To think that an Iwagakure ninja would be so elusive in Hai no Kuni.